go. Live with at Barrett. Nope, at Nero. Oh, you're not in this Discord? Okay.
Oh, which one? Yeah.
Barrett to cast the EU.
Yeah, some Discords I'm not allowed into.
Universus. Come hang out. And no spoilers in chat. See there. There's that. And then upload file. And then you want to copy here. And then paste. Okay. And then let's go toss this everywhere else. So excited for today's stream. You start gathering info prep for Toronto. Damn right, Iggy. It's gonna be dope. Okay. Community content. I click this. Upload file. And there. Love that. Let's go to Andrew's. Do that. Upload file. And there. Is there a community events? It's like not a spot to share stuff there. That's okay. Yeah, this is fine. I'm gonna go to Facebook. Facebook. I want this, and then we click this, and then I do this, and then I post this, and then post. Lovely. All right. Okay, I need that, and then I need you. So we're gonna make this scene as we're live. I guess I can do this as we're talking. I can do, nope, I can do this. Oh, that's asking for the wrong thing. So I can do this. We'll transition here. Get rid of this. You want a Fantech? Discord screen. And then Discord screen. I want it to be. I want it to be. Discord. Still want to be Discord. Oh, I don't have you open on my thing. There's my issue. Okay, alright, we're fixing it. We're getting it. We're believing. We're starting to believe. Hey, there's Barrett. Okay. So
I've been here the whole time.
There he is. Yeah, okay. And then I need to now set up the thing. So then I need to do this. And then I come all the way down here. I do this. Display capture. Main screen. Looks good. Drop this down. I want this.
Yo, I had Hennessy last night.
Okay. That is there. And then I need... Where can I put me and you during the broadcast? The answer is nowhere, which kind of sucks.
All right, okay, you ready? One of us can be in a very tiny picture between regionals and EU Alcante regional, and one on the left side of it.
Okay. I could also just cover the regional box.
That is also fair if you wanted to do that.
I think that's the play. So I want.
But then you do cover the time,
play.
or do you mean over on the right?
We'll figure it out. We'll figure out what's best. Make it look like you're playing. Ah.
Oh, one of us be on the left, and one of us be on the right.
That's pretty funny. I'll grab my camera first. Main cam. Let's shrink this bad boy down a bit. Okay. And then I think what I can do is actually just like put us here. I'll do a little adjusting as needed. Yeah, and then we can put window capture. We want it to be there. Am I on that side? That's weird. Weird I'm on that side. Can you pull up any card you want for me on the thing to see if it is working?
Yeah.
Dope.
I just had to go to a deck list.
Any deck list you'd like. I'm gonna put in the card, and then I think you have to hit display. I think I can do this. I can fix that later. Does that work? Did you freeze? No, I'm still there.
No. Oh, here we go. I got it. Boom.
Yeah, that worked. And then I don't think I need this. Okay, why are you there? Ah, I understand. I get rid of you. Okay. Alright. Hello Barrett, how are you?
I'm great. I'm well. I'm swell.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's good. That's a good time.
It's a good almost 1 o'clock on a Saturday.
Yeah. Sorry,
woke up
it took
not
me
feeling
for so long.
No, you're good. I woke up not feeling well. I did have plans today for everybody that watched the podcast on Thursday. I said I wouldn't be here, and here I am. So,
Here you
me
are.
not feeling well means I got to sleep in a little bit better to reset. I won't promise I'll be here the whole time, but I am excited still to do this. I love doing this. So.
Yeah, it's gonna be dope.
You
Okay,
know,
so
it's a little more. Yeah,
go ahead.
No, it's okay. I like that it's a little more chill. You know, I got my drinkies. I got my food. You know.
It is certainly going to be chill, but I'm going to be doing what I can to make this a pretty dope experience for the people at home. To the point where I think that given enough time, I might be able to do like deck lists and whatnot. But we'll have to be chill with it. And have to figure out like the most effective way to do it while still chatting. I need this.
Well, that's what I'm for. I'm here to vamp.
Yes, you are here to vamp.
Or if you want to do it literally while the game's happening, I'll just sit here and play for hours.
So my plan is to actually. So here's the goal, everybody. I was not on this event. Neither was Barrett. And so what we're gonna do is I'm gonna record these matches and my casting, Barrett's casting, and I'm gonna put them up on my YouTube the way that if I was in charge of UVS games, I would do it. And so we're gonna start with deck lists. This guy just like doesn't exist. Why there are so many crazy names here.
Oh, the top. Annabelle.
This is Jake Gat versus whatever, and there's just not a Jake on the list that I was given.
Those names are wrong. You're looking for Annabelle Lopez of Warning Team.
That's dope.
Versus Braze or Bryas. There you go. Nailed it.
Nailed it.
I'm here to put you in your place.
Do the names change later? Is that what?
Correct. Yeah. Yeah.
That's dope. Copy, and then I want to come back here, and then I guess upload, and then delete, and then put you there. Just kidding. I'll put you here. Remove the background, and then edit, give it a little feeling, and then we come down here.
Stream had old names or something. Yeah, I mean, peek behind the curtain. They started obviously like at 2 a.m. local time for us. I'm sure Brian was still getting everything set up and was very much like, hey, we need to go live. They're starting the tournament. Sometimes it means life doesn't get changed, symbols don't get changed, names don't get changed until like 5 minutes into the game. But Tam had the screenshot on the beginning of the game where all of that isn't necessarily 100% accurate yet.
Yeah, crazy. Okay. I think I just have to do this so that I can read.
Oh, yeah, you didn't mess up. No, you're good. You're good.
I want this, and then we make a copy, and then
how's everybody's Saturday? Chat? Got any plans tonight? Race to World First? Dude, I watched some of that. I never knew that was even a thing. And obviously maybe that's just me as not being a WoW player, but like the production behind it is really cool. That if you just want to watch people who professionally raid World of Warcraft get the world first clears on these raids, that's really cool. And I only went to go watch and tune into it because the League of Legends podcast that I listen to, because it's hosted by Team Liquid, they were like, yeah, we went to go visit them doing it at the Team Liquid house, and it's because James Dash Patterson was there. And I love Dash. I miss him so much on the League of Legends broadcast. And I went to go watch him, and I smiled so hard when he came up on screen and was giving his WoW raid breakdown stuff that I tuned in, and I had it up on my screen during work one day. And I just got to sit there and listen to Dash talk about World of Warcraft. And I was like, man, I don't know shit about this game, but man, I miss this guy. It has been casting Team Liquid, and Medic has been casting for Echo. It's great. Awesome. Hell yeah, man. That's awesome. I mean, we like Medic too. Medic is great. Medic plays Magic the Gathering, so I see him a lot on Magic content. So, yeah, it's just really cool to see like those personalities like shift into space. It makes me happy and confident that one day maybe I'll be able to do that. That I can, maybe do League of Legends and then also still do card games and then maybe do some professional, I don't know, Guild Wars 2 PvP because I love Guild Wars 2 or whatever. Down to like 7%. Nice. So it's likely to break within the next few hours. Yeah, when I tuned in, they were still like no one had made it to phase 3 yet. They were all still wiping on phase 2 or whatever. That was when I tuned in. So that would have been what, like 3 days ago. So it was exciting. But I think they were all on the last one. So yeah, but no one had made it to phase 3. But like it was cool because they were like talking and like breaking down the like hey, in between pool number 131 and pool number 134, they've made this changes to their raid teams. Like they swapped out this class for this class. They swapped out these skills for these skills. And I'm like, wow, that's so cool. Because like if I would have been anything adjacent, like knowing information on it, I did raid for Final Fantasy 14, attempting worlds first. Like I was in a hardcore raid guild or free company back in Heaven's Ward. So that's like the closest I get. So like I could still respect everything that they were like going over, and I went, wow, you really can break down like these different teams or groups and what they're doing in their metas and like what classes are making it and which aren't and yada yada yada. I remember on the day I was watching, they were like, hey, you better look out if you're this type of warlock. People are pulling them out of their raids, so go level a different class. And people were like, no! That class has been a staple forever, but it doesn't work in this raid wing. And I was like, oh, that's so cool. And I feel that dread sometimes.
Hell yeah.
It'll certainly get moved about 24 hours, so it's big boys time. Hell yeah. Yeah, it is. Because, yeah, this is what, day 12 or 13? Usually that's about when people beat it. About a week and a half, 2 weeks. So, man, it's just crazy. Tam, it's crazy to me that there are people that have been doing this for 2 weeks. You wake up, you professionally raid for like 18 hours a day, or yeah, it's like 18 hours or 16 hours, and then you go to sleep and you wake up and you do it the next day, and they stream it all.
Crazy.
It's crazy.
I think I got rid of your green lines.
Oh, are they gone?
Perfect. Okay. It was gonna drive me
D12,
insane.
yeah. We are up on pull count from normal, but it's not too bad. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But yeah, day 12 is pretty on board.
You ready?
All right, no more wild talk. Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, what's up, everybody? I've now officially clicked the record button. Hello, welcome to the EU stream redo. Redo. This is not the official broadcast. This is going to be streamed and recorded live over on twitch.tv/TamCardwell and youtube.com/TamCardwell with me, Tam Cardwell, and my good buddy, Barrett Bryant. Thank you for being here, man. Very, very fun. The goal,
I couldn't let you do it alone,
is I want to the EU Spain regional has happened. It's already done, at least for the Swiss rounds today. They started at 3 a.m. my time, and it's currently almost 1 o'clock p.m. And so what we're doing is me and Barrett are just going to, having not watched any of the broadcast, we're just gonna cast for you. We're gonna talk about it, just like normally we're on production. This time we're not, and so I wanted to just do it myself. And so, Barrett, can you still see my main screen?
No, it says stream paused.
It says stream paused. Okay.
Do you have it minimized?
I don't think I do, at least. Let me change this entire screen. How's that looking?
Great. We're great.
Incredible. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and pop in and talk about the deck list. So we've got 2 people playing today. We've got my music has stopped. We've got excuse me, I believe it's Annabelle and Breeze.
Braze. Who knows? I think
Unsure, but it
I,
is.
I already know we're gonna struggle with names this regional, and that is nothing wrong. I think their names are so cool. I just don't speak the language. It's
We
so
are gonna
hard.
mess it up for sure. It is April O'Neil on the Void symbol versus Byaku on the Earth symbol. Let's talk a little bit about this April list. We got like a minute to talk through. This list looks really, really mean. April, one of the characters that I am a big fan of. But it does not look like this is necessarily like a mill strategy list, but maybe it is. If it is, it's like not very polite, or it's being very polite about it.
Yeah, right. Like not 4 copies of Sweeping Daggers, which you think most people would go towards like in a mill strategy. There's that 3 difficulty Void Attune attack from Critical Role that a lot of people like think is an inclusion in Void decks. But April just says as long as we get to the enhanced step, I do mill my opponent 1 card, which is why I see the Rising Uppercuts here, right? You know, we can play a Rising Uppercut, great block trick, and then if you play it on your opponent's turn, it is another instance of April Enhance, and you get a cookie depending on what happens, without you getting attacked. So like I definitely see the strategy here. This is a 73 card list, 22 attacks, which is on the higher end, at least like total attack count wise, of what we think of when we think of mill decks, just like you said. So I'm not sure how this is going to play out. But typically mill decks include more things that remove your opponent's cards, and we just don't see a lot of that here, like you're saying.
Yeah, but I will say if there was a matchup to have Annabelle find, it is Breas playing Byaku, the character who is actively trying to mill themselves over and over and over again. If you look at a ton of 4-ofs, trying to be this lean, efficient machine, my cards are good. I want to see them. But turning on things like Beast Summoning maybe a turn or two earlier than what we would normally see, just because of how April is going to be playing into what Byaku's got going on.
Yeah, ensnaring roots here. I think a lot of people were on this card right when Critical Role first came out, and then I think a lot of people took it out of their decks. It's extra draw power, it's extra flip potential. You can definitely tell that Breas here wants to flip his opponent's stage while still just having a lot of 4X copies of the attacks that they want to see, because like you said, they're good ones. Lots of 4Xs across the entire board. This is a 68 card deck. So it'll be very interesting. I think the biggest dynamic here, Tam, that I'm excited to see is you have April, the mill deck or mill character, I guess, maybe, and a character that wants to hit 30 cards in the discard pile. But when you do hit that 30 cards, April is going to get you even closer to cycling and turning off that ability that Byaku has.
Yeah. So we're going to take 2 seconds and get the match all set up and ready to go. And then we're going to rock it. So give me just 1 second. Live stream. I have to put it back to where I had it.
Yes, you did. Yeah.
We gotta find it. And the good news about today is, since the tournament's done, there will be no Be Right Back screens on the broadcast.
That's true. We're just full send it. 6 rounds, I believe, is what we got to cover. Again, I hope that I'll be here for all of it or most of it. But yeah, I don't know the result of this match. I just have seen some Discord chats that were happening while this was live at 2 a.m., 3 a.m. or whatever. But yeah, here we go. So on the play, it looks like we've got April O'Neil, and wow, double incubating start is really great. And it was interesting too when we were looking at the deck list, Tam, that like the deck is playing cards like Supersonic Flight, but it's only like 2 copies, and it's literally, in my opinion, just so you have some extra draw power from removing cards in your discard pile from incubatings to play defense. So like it'll be very interesting to see what we get in our discard pile fast enough for those to matter, or if again we're just using them to draw extra cards on defense.
Well, with that said, Byaku is a massive fan of slinging damage, and the first form that we have of the game is just massive size. It's +5 damage to literally any move that Byaku is going to be playing. If April messes with her food and does not like actually try and win the game effectively, we could just see like a pretty easy sweep here of just like big damage moves going through, especially with April turning on Byaku's game plan so efficiently.
Yeah, and you got to think, even on top of that, that's this mill game plan. I mean, we've seen now double Father's Sin here getting played for milling 4 more cards. We did draw 1 card, at least 1 card on the second one, but we are turbo loading and trying to get these things in our discard pile as quick as possible. So a solid build 5 here, and being able to hold even more cards defensively because of that Father's Sin proc. And like you said, the massive size on the board isn't just +5 damage, right? Because we're Byakko, it's +5 damage to all of our moves.
Yeah.
And then +10 to the one that we really want to.
Right. Because of what Byakko says, right? Of plus damage equal to the stats on top of for the highest difficulty in either player stage. I don't think April's going to get much more than a 5. But talk to me a little bit about Scumbug.
Yeah, is that what that top card is?
I think that is the first card that we played on this turn. We'll go and find it. Scumbug. Inscrutable Insect.
Yeah, absolutely. This is one of the new secret rare cycle of elusive backups that have come out of TMNT. And this one, if you have the all symbol, you're allowed to play this one. And of course, it is very much, hey, on every single attack, either mine or yours, you get to look at the top card of a player's deck, and you may have that player mill 1. So now we might actually really see this mill strategy. But of course, I know you have a thank you that you got to do.
Schwa, thank you. Thanks for the gifted, man. I have a new scene, and I forgot to put this on, so I appreciate it. Let me get the alert box. Is what I'm looking for.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, thank you, because I ended up getting one. But yeah, now that Scumbug has hit the board, it is not just necessarily looking at the top of you, April O'Neil's top card of your deck, but we can look at the top card of Byakko's deck and choose to mill it, which is also, Tam, a direct counter to the if I have 30 cards in my discard pile Byakko ability once per turn, put something on top of the deck. Scumbug says you will never have that card on top of your deck as long as I hold my enhance.
Yeah, man, kind of like the perfect counter to the cat, you know? But It looks like 2 attacks into an electric moth, checking the 6 on it? On a 4/5/6, checks the 6? What is happening?
Wow. Yeah, definitely I think we were either looking for more cards in our discard pile, so we had to play 2 forms beforehand, or I genuinely don't know. But yeah, we decided to slam the electric moth on a 6. Is important to note that, like, Tam, what do we do against the Scumbug? Well, I think the easy answer is it's a backup. You're allowed to attack it, but of course that really, annoying, elusive trait that it has says you can't attack it if it's your first attack. So even if you've played 2 foundations before you play an attack, you still are not allowed to swing at the Scumbug first.
It's so funny to, like, reach across and, like, pick their card up and be like, is this one good? I get rid of it.
That is a little funny. I know most people won't like that. You got to think of like the Giro days, right? Where I think a lot of people would just do. I have a good example, I guess, where they would hold their deck up and they would just be like, "Hey Tam, do you like that one or no?" Like
that's a cool looking fish fillet. That's pretty good.
But yeah, absolutely. So gonna get some easy hand advantage here, and one of the perks of playing cards like Electric Moth and Byakko, of course, is that the biggest weakness of this card is that its stats are kind of wimpy, right? 3 high for 4, but you discard a card, you draw 2, maybe you draw 3, depending on your opponent's stage. But Byakko says, no, because I have this 5 difficulty in my stage, or 5 difficulty foundation on my stage, it's actually for 9.
Yeah, huge. Definitely something you got to respect. But primo target, we talked about it before the match started. Primo target for Rising Uppercut, right? Like Rising Uppercut, slam into the reversal. Byakko already has 3 cards in the card pool. This 4 high for 4 is probably going to be that much more, but looks like massive size coming in to make this not 9 but 14 damage. And here it is. Looks like the uppercut
there it is
coming through.
Alternate art, Rising Uppercut. Of course, the block is going to, set its speed to make it easier to block this move. And then if we would like to pay the drive cost after that attack resolves, drive 1, so spend 1 momentum, or commit 1 foundation. After the completely block attack resolves, you're allowed to play this as an attack. Again, not super scary stats, 4 high for 4, but again, that's not the point. The point is that it is another enhanced step where you're not the one on playing defense, where April's allowed to press all of her buttons and take advantage of her opponent's deck.
Yeah, so far, there's a lot of game actions happening, like two attacks and I hit the chain. Yeah. I think that Annabelle's winning.
I think tempo-wise, game state-wise.
Yeah.
But part of me, and I wanted to kind of maybe talk about it during the deck list, but now that we're in the gameplay. So the thing is that we are obviously using Scumbug first. Scumbug says I get to look, and I can either keep it there or get rid of it, because we want to see what the card is going to be for our April O'Neil enhance. April O'Neil, of course, we hadn't really covered it, but there's only one enhance on this character aside from the static for allies. Your opponent mills the top card of their deck, and depending on the check value of that card, we get a different cookie. On average, you're going to hit the 4 or 5 range, which is you're allowed to review a card and then draw a card. And then the big ones, of course, are the 6 check and the 3 check scenario. For every 3 check you mill off of your opponent's deck for April, you draw a card. And if you hit a 6 check, which we know Byaku's playing because we
100%.
literally checked one on that Electric Moth, you make Byaku discard a card. So looking and finding those better hits than just the 4 or 5 control checks is obviously what we're trying to do with Scumbug before we press the April O'Neil enhance. So it is kind of random. But Tam, I would see a lot more of this mill strategy being a lot more, I don't know, advantageous if you waited until Byaku got to 30 cards in the discard pile. Right now, unless we start presenting lethal, which a rising uppercut for 4 damage is definitely not that.
No way.
We're just speeding up the benefit for Breas.
Yeah. I mean, it's certainly a rock and a hard place of like, my deck is designed to do the thing. I want to draw the extra cards and keep us in the enhanced step. But at the same time, it's putting more of probably the best attack in Byaku's deck, Beast Summon, in the discard pile to recur later, right? As we saw just now, we saw a Beast Summon hit the, I believe, even stacked on top of the deck to be drawn in just a second. Unless
we didn't play any more forms after the Electric
we didn't
Moth.
play any more. If April enters the enhanced step, it's just gonna leave,
Gone.
right? So like,
it's not just leave, it's mill off the top and then discard a card while I'm attacking you.
it's draw a card.
Or
for the
sorry,
free.
oh, sorry,
It's draw a
sorry,
card.
draw
Yeah,
a
yeah,
card.
yeah.
You're right.
But like,
I flipped it.
6-hander versus 5-hander is already like an uphill battle, right? Because of what April says. The fact that April sometimes becomes a 7 and then an 8 and then like a 9-hander, depending on like how our luck goes, feels really impactful. And then we didn't talk about it in the thing. Mutant Mashup. 6/3 5-mid for 5 ally, so it get +1 to your check. We check the 6 easy. Blitz Mill 2, add an ally attack with pretty difficulty 4 or less from a discard pile to your hand. The only ally I believe that we can go and grab is the Lurker Strike, which is crazy. Tell me about that one, man.
Yeah, Lurker Strike is an attack from the Lurker's kit that is revolved around review synergies, and of course we get a bunch of different effects when you press the enhance on Lurker Strike based off of the card types that have been reviewed this turn, which, you know, you have to review at the beginning of the turn, and April, who says every time you mill a 4 or 5 off of your opponent during the enhance thing, you get an extra review, and you review one and then you draw a new card. So you can stack up the different effects very easily to then lead into a very high impact multi-enhanceability Lurker Strike. Basically, they all happen at once, of course, but it could include being able to build down a foundation, which is a pretty easy one to hit, you making your rival actually discard a card instead of having to hit that 6 check off of your opponent's top of the deck, and then of course playing a couple action cards, you can draw more cards, and then assets allow you to remove 2 cards from your rival's discard pile, which would help our mill game plan for sure. But of course, I don't actually think we're playing any characters, and backups don't count for this. It is a win more the more you've triggered April's review ability type of ability or card. And like you said, we got to pick it up for free because this mutant mashup got to grab it for us.
And even like you said a ton of words there. This is +1 hand size against the deck that's just trying to absolutely throw 9 damage bombs at me over and over and over again. So even just like play Mutant Mashup in an enhanced step, do the thing that I want to do, add a 2 high block to my hand and be fine with it is probably good enough for just a turn cycle, especially if we get extra draw off of April.
And the thing about Mutant Mashup, as you pull it up here again, is like you would think that you're like, wow, but I had to play a 6-diff for that. But remember, April has a static on her that says your checks to play allies get +1. So it's not even a 6-diff, it's a 5-diff. And you picked up a 4-diff, which is actually a 3-diff, right? So like it's this immense value of what you just talked about, which is 6 hand size character versus 5 hand size character is already an uphill battle for the 5 hand size character. And Annabelle here on the April deck is saying, I'm definitely never just a 6-hander.
Yeah. But from here, also affecting his hand size, we've got Breas coming down, second Moth of the game, I believe. This one going to be just as big as before, but Annabelle's stage is way, way stronger this time.
Yeah, looks like we're at 9, so we're not going to get the 10 or more draw 3 ability, but of course, like you said, this is a perfect attack where if you wanted to, you're allowed to use the once per turn on Byaku, stack anything you want on top of your deck, and then press the Electric Moth Enhance, discard a card, draw 2 cards, one of which being the thing you stacked. But as we know, as you're staring across a Scumbug and an April O'Neil, that is probably never going to give you the card that you actually want to get from your once per turn. As we start seeing more things happening, I know we're kind of glossing over the like, well, what did we hit off of April's Enhance? Hey, what is Scumbug looking at? These players are kind of actually zooming through those game actions, so it's impossible necessarily to find out every single thing side by side of like, hey man, discard a card now, or hey, I'm gonna draw one more here, or yada yada yada, right? So
yeah.
But counting the stage here for 9, meaning we're gonna draw 2 off of this. Seeing another, like you said, the beast summoning hit the discard pile. But as we look at Breas' stage, like, a lot of these are kind of blank, right? So, Fearsome Transformation does say draw 1, but we don't have any momentum because Annabelle's playing great defense. It actually says draw 1, ditch 1. We have a Father's Sin. That only does something on play that we've already seen happen. Doesn't do anything in your stage. Face Down Foundation doesn't do anything in our stage. So we're looking at a lot of, like, blank text here, aside from the massive size, which is important for our character, and, of course, the split body control, which says that if you do end up blocking my moves, I can remove or flip a important piece over on April's board.
Let's talk about it. I think the play of the game might have just happened. Braves might have gotten his lucky break.
Yes.
We decided to press every single copy of Mill 1 over on April's side, which is going to let us stack and then attempt to draw. What is this card that we're flipping? Are we canceling?
I just missed it. It might be the keeping alert. No,
oh,
it was
if
not.
you draw, I draw.
It says,
it was totally not jealous. Yes.
Totally not jealous. When your opponent draws, I get to also draw a card. But you're right. This was exactly what I talked about earlier, which is if you press all your buttons, if you don't hold either Scumbug or April, Breas is going to take advantage of that scenario. We have hit 30 cards in our discard pile a while ago.
Yeah.
If you press all your buttons because you're so focused on this mill game plan, I'm going to get at least one that I want from my once per turn. And that's exactly what happened, Tam. We were so busy about, well, we don't want our opponent to, they're going to press their draw buttons. Of course they are. You're going to press the Electric Moth button. But we stared across one extra draw ability on our stage. We pressed our buttons too fast instead of holding on to one. And now we got punished for it. Now there's a beast summoning in Breas' hand, which does not say it's just one attack. It's potentially actually 4.
Yeah, this is just the break that Breas needs here, and we need to play out this turn really well and check even better, because if we look, our deck is tiny. We've got less than 10 cards in that deck, and if we want to be giving extra stats to these, that is less beast summonings that are be coming out of the discard pile. It's possible that Annabelle knew this and decided to just go full force and say, hey, do my job for me. You pay your 4 health to go pick up a fleeting offense of, I know I can deal with these beast summons. You're going to run out of your deck, and that is halfway through my game plan working.
Yeah, and of course, not only is the deck tiny, but of course, we have to mill cards every single time we want to use one of these powerful enhances off of Byaku, right? So we have to mill 3 if we want to either make our opponent flip a foundation in their stage, or if you actually want to give this +5 damage, because that's the perk of playing your character. But you're right, that means we're going to get even closer to less cards in our deck. And now that the once per turn has been used, congratulations, you don't have to hold your enhances anymore.
Yeah.
We already didn't, of course, but now you don't have to hold back. You're allowed to continuously press the April button and press the Scumbug button to get those cards off of your deck, because if you don't make Breas cycle here soon, you will actually see 4 beast summonings like the one we just picked up by paying 4 life.
And even that, like, the idea of the fact that Scumbug gets to choose whether it mills or not, if we see something with a really poor... why did we re-ready that card?
Which one? I don't know.
I thought we just re-readied a Father's Sin.
No, that one's tapped. That's the one we tapped for the check.
I thought we tapped 2 of them for the check. Unless we tapped
Reyes thought the breaker was live on Lurker's Strike, but we are not a Lurker.
Love it. That is what I missed. Okay, perfect.
Yes,
perfect.
thought the breaker was live, but it is a Lurker's breaker one, and
Okay.
April O'Neil, as much as she wishes she was, she's not a Lurker.
Not part of the team. Not part of the squad.
Not part of the team.
So
yeah, it was just tap 2 because we checked a 3 on this beast summoning.
I think if we see like a really a 3 check on top with Scumbug, I'm not positive that I would press the button to mill it and just leave it on top and let you check.
Make our opponent check.
Yeah,
I
man,
think that is
a powerful backup.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the point, right? These are the secret rare level backups. You can't. Your one move to kill it isn't enough. You have to play at least 2 to attempt to attack it. And I actually wonder if there was a point in this entire game that if we ever had 2 attacks in our hand, if Breas should have got rid of that Scumbug a long time ago. Again, granted, I think we got pretty lucky this turn. I think, Annabelle allowing Breas to use that once per turn and get that draw off of that Fearsome in our stage is something that could have never happened if especially the Scumbug was never on the board. Because the fact is that it's an extra use of making your opponent mill the top card of their deck, and it could just not be there. But of course, that elusive trait makes it a little bit harder if you're a 5-hander like Byakko, and you only draw 1 attack for turn.
Yeah, it's a tough spot to be in. It looks like, again, another perfect block here with Ares Smile coming in, blocking out this Beast Summon. Still an incredibly healthy stage over on April's side. We've already used the re-ready from Beast Summon. Any bad check here, the turn's just over. And it's not that, like, Breas paid 8 health down to 25, a much more reasonable number, but it feels like as soon as we lose this this deck, it's just game over for the options that Byakko has.
It's not necessarily game over, but it is a very difficult hill to climb. So, and as we see, we have a double overhead hammer fist hitting the stage because we used our split body control on the block. We flipped over the battle for dominance that was on Annabelle's board, and now this double overhead hammer fist says that, hey, you have to flip an additional foundation to block this one. You only have 3 foundations left in your stage. I'm going to make you flip 1, go down to 2. This says you have to have 1 to block with. You're going to go down to 1. So this one is still blockable. It is a very zero high attack.
Yeah.
But we are going to go ahead and press our Hacker Extraordinaire Enhance, spin our momentum, draw a card, and there we're going to flip it over as we mill our 3, and Breas cycles. Meaning that beast summoning that we picked up on the first beast summoning doesn't have another target unless we mill another one off of the first couple of cards of our deck when we start pressing Byakko again.
Barrett, we had the 5-hand size 68 card mainboarded deck Byakko cycle on turn 3.
Correct.
Wow.
I mean that is the character, right? I mean I think every piece of this match led to that scenario, right? You're against this April deck. April got Scumbug on the board relatively early. We played double Father's Sin as Breas on the first turn of the game to get our discard pile there so quickly. And I think if we continue, we're also drawing a ton of cards, Tim. We played double Electric Moth. That's, make 2 checks, draw 4 cards. So like the game is going quickly.
Yeah.
68 cards, now down to 58 total access in the entire game at this point, and we are still a mill character against a character that mills us.
Yeah.
But you're right. I mean, the difference is depending on how many cards are in stage, plus hand, plus card pool, we may never hit 30 cards in our discard pile ever again.
Yeah, I mean, it is something to look at, but we're making this one big. The signature move, you would say, of Byakko, double overhead hammer fist, is now a 15 damage, potentially unblockable move if we don't have the high block or we don't want to flip the foundations to do it. A second one of these would be really devastating. Putting up, what, an extra 10? I mean, this, if we've seen a second double overhead in hand, unanswered, this drops Annabelle all the way down to 2 health off of these 2 attacks.
Yeah,
Crazy.
Absolutely. And And that's just it. It's like we were just looking through our discard pile. I think for something like a supersonic flight to have an extra draw defensively, we don't have it. I don't know if we have another high block here, Tam. I think it is either a mid block, and even to play that mid block, half of 15 still going to take the 8. You then have to flip another foundation, but we do have a high block. It's going to be this barrier shield, which is a good one because it doesn't count towards progressive difficulty. On it, it was on a 2, 3, 4 easily checks here as we check a hacker.
Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Yeah, I love the patience here from Annabelle of not just like snap playing the barrier shield. Very easily we could have opened, unless it was drawn via April's ability. Played on the first one, say, hey, cool your jets, breaker 2, stop your turn here. But I think keeping our health total alive would be really, really good.
I think the other thing as well, Sam, is like, and we've kind of been glossing over it, but the ability and the strength of something like discard 1 card, draw 1. If you know that cards like 4 beast summonings are headed your way, or I'm only going to really die if I get hit by a double overhead hammer fist, every time April O'Neil hits a 4 or a 5 check off of your opponent's deck, I'm reviewing my low blocks all day.
Yeah. 100%.
And I'm reviewing my not high impact mid or high blocks to get better ones, right? So, oh man, this game's about to slow down real fast,
yeah.
Damn.
yeah.
Okay, so I talked about it beforehand. We aren't playing like the signature 3 difficulty like stab attack that is a mill card from Critical Role, but there is a foundation that is really good for mill decks, and it is, or these like mill game plans, which is joining the fight that we have seen now 2 hit the stage, which says at any point if April's attack hits, we get to selectively remove cards from our opponent's discard pile, which is very good when your character can stack their deck with a card in their discard pile.
Yeah, it's that, and it now says that uppercut has real value, right?
Yes,
I block, I play the uppercut, I play both of these joining the fights, and I look at you and I say, Bianco, I know you don't care about 4 health, but how do you care about 2 cards? 2 cards
2
are
attacks.
a big...
It basically
2
says
attacks.
remove 2 attacks.
Big, huge deal. Massive. But Ensnaring Root coming in, flipping the board, and saying, soon, none of these joining the fights are joined a little too late. They're about to be face down.
Yeah, I can only imagine we're going to get rid of the keeping Ares safe first, or even these battle for dominances. I'd even wonder, Tam, how impactful is incubating for us right now? Byakko doesn't really put speed on their moves. We haven't seen a single copy of the 3 Thunderous Roar hit the stage yet. So, like, how much is -1 speed at removing cards from your own discard pile? Do we even really need it? We saw April basically pass all those blocks not having to tap a single card last turn. So I wonder if those are the 2 cards we might be flipping. One from the Ensnaring Roots ability, and one from Byakko ourselves. Because we know that Brace is going to keep hitting these buttons to get 30 cards in our discard pile as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
And
Gotta
I
get
think
the game plan
even
back
Annabelle,
online.
yeah, exactly. And I think even Annabelle knows that, right? Like, I think, at least from what I'm seeing, chatting and, paying attention to the game, I think we have kind of stopped pressing our buttons as often as we have. So now we press it, Scumbug Enhance. We're going to take a look, get rid of this massive size. But I don't think we've pressed April yet. We're holding on to that, because what happens if our opponent sneakily gets to 30 cards in our discard pile again, and Annabelle does what he did last time, and you press all the buttons before we hit the 30 cards and have that enhance ability. But there it is. Mills a 6. You've got to discard a card.
Yeah, massive in the 5 hand size character. Every card is so much equity of what we can do on offense and defense, but the name of
Big
this
Appetite.
card, Big Appetite. I was gonna say Big Eater, but that's not it. Big Appetite. Not very useful in the hand. I think we're gonna be okay to let that one go. But it looks like blocking with another block check, Wind Barrier.
Yeah, Wind Barrier says, and again, another reason why I think we just don't need this incubating is that we have cards like Wind Barrier, which, by the way, this breaker is live.
Yeah,
so
that one mattered.
Breaker 1, and we checked a 4, which actually became a 3 on this 5 difficulty now, Beast Summoning, and there are more Beast Summonings in Braeus' discard pile. I'm pretty sure there's at least one, and even if there isn't, we might hit one off the top here as we mill our 3, probably milling 6 cards here.
Yeah, still a
But
ton
yeah, I'm gonna
of
have to.
offensive ability that we have over on Bianco's side. And Beast Summon, again, this is going to be the linchpin. How many times can I play this Beast Summon and keep myself alive to whittle down Animal's defenses? And the answer is, I don't think it's going to be enough.
It's going to be really hard, I think, for sure. And the biggest thing I'm like starting to understand a lot more about this match, because remember, Tam, this is still game one.
Yes.
And the idea is whoever ends up taking this game, I'll be quite honest, is probably going to take this whole match.
Yeah.
Because I think as both players play this first game, they are really understanding all of the intricacies of both of their decks, like against each other.
Yeah.
And I think Animal can fall into a place where we press our buttons too quickly and don't play around the 30 cards in our discard pile, and we just get eaten alive by these beast summonings, right?
Yeah.
But on the other hand, if Animal plays calculated and cool, Breus is going to kill himself.
Yes.
Eating and picking up all of these beast summonings so that this deck that we quote-unquote think is really just milling your opponent out actually just takes game.
Yeah. One uppercut, one mutant
Yeah.
mashup is like if you do all the heavy lifting and you burn yourself 4, burn 4, burn 4, burn 4. Yeah, man, I guess one mashup plus a lurker strike. I mean, I'm representing lethal. You got to figure it out. But I'm pretty sure we picked up a bow staff, if I'm not mistaken. So we might be seeing a breaker 2 block coming in here, which makes pumping this damage a little suspect, I think.
It's definitely, make your opponent use the resources they have, but that is exactly what's happening here. Bow staff, incredibly strong, 0 difficulty asset with breaker 2 on it, and it says that if you ever build it, you're allowed to pick it up and add it to your hand. We've talked about cards like this, I think, for a long time that have kind of existed in the same space as years have gone by. An asset that essentially says +1 to your hand size with breaker 2 on it feels really good when you play them.
Yeah.
We've had equivalents that you like block with them while they're in your stage. This is kind of no different, but the fact this is on a 0 diff, I think a lot of people are really like this one for the void symbol.
Yeah, and this one has like the added benefit of my rival of it telegraphs itself really hard, right? As opposed to the previous ones you were talking about, like this one you have to pick it up and you go, I've got it. Here it comes. But if you want to stop your opponent from blocking Barrett, the number one thing that you can do as a Bianco player is play the last card that we played on our turn, which is Thunderous Roar. You talked about it earlier. Enhance commit +1 speed for each face down in your rival's stage. That alone, at this point in the game, says enhance commit, make a move unblockable.
Yeah. Well,
If
I mean,
they have 30. It's now
yeah.
2 for every one of their face downs. They have to have some sort of reset, like, I don't know, moment of normalcy or barrier shield to be played to deal with this singular card. But again, the void symbol character, April, knows the game plan. I'm here for a long time, not a good time. I'm gonna play 3 foundations and wait my turn, bide my time.
Yeah, it is for sure, as you talk about, like this, the Thunderous Roar being another one of those cards that is a, hey, if at 30 in discard pile, I matter more. Meaning if we fall for the thing, this could happen again. The thing about Thunderous Roar, though, is that this is a 30 cards in your discard pile with a huge benefit.
Massive.
That April doesn't actually get to press her enhance or Scumbug's enhance on. We have to have a very key card, like you said, a moment of normalcy or something like a barrier shield to negate that negative. Because if not, we will be eating 15 to the face from something. But what I did like here about Animal is that we played the return to normalcy, but we didn't only play that as a foundation for the turn. Because if you don't keep playing foundations in your stage, Bianco, if you build one pass against Bianco, you will lose it just as quickly as you built it. As we see this Unrelenting Advance come out, this is another damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of ability. If you block this one, I guarantee get another card, and I'm going to fill more cards in my discard pile. If you don't block it, you could be doming somebody for 15. As we just picked it up, we thought about it,
and here it is, 15 big ones. Yeah, if I'm Animal though, like I see this card and I go, yeah, man, I'm down. Hey, let's. How many cards can I get off the top of your deck for you to go fishing for a random attack? If I get even 3 cards off the top, I mean, that's just closer and closer to this Plan B, which I've decided to make Plan A mentality.
A for April.
A for April. Yuck. Yuck.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm kind of in the same boat. I think regardless of when I look at a card like Unrelenting Advance, yes, it is going to give my opponent another attack. But, like you said, if I'm trying to mill out my opponent, I'm blocking this every day of the week. It's only 2 speed mid. There's our mill 3 from the other ability of Byakko. Please flip 1, sir. Now we get to look at Scumbug. Get rid of that Thunderous Roar. I only want to have to deal with one of these.
Yeah, please. From here, though, it looks like we have another Beast Summon in hand, so there might be... I mean, there's at least 2 more attacks coming, right? Because we're going to be able to pay our 4, get our Beast Summon back. And so, with only the 4 cards in hand, potentially drawing a couple with April, there's certainly a chance that we... There's certainly a chance that we get splatted, but it seems far-fetched.
I think it's at the onus of what a animal allows. So, okay, so I said it was for the flip enhance. It was actually for the extra 5 damage that we milled those 3 for. So, using the return to normalcy, and I was going to bring this up, so I'm glad Animal did it. Why don't you just reset it to base damage and take 5 for the first time this game?
Yeah.
Because, I mean, Animal at this point has perfect his opponent on the sense of, I haven't taken a single point of damage. I may kill you without even having to get your life to 0. But I'm allowed to reset the speed or damage. We chose damage, taking 5 for the first time this game.
This is just such a clean answer to that threat of Thunderous Roar that it's got to be telling Breas that something has to be happening in hand. There has to be a barrier shield. Because
yeah, absolutely.
This is actually like plus 20 speed on a move that I want, not to mention plus 5 damage on the... I mean, this is 10 damage is like crazy.
But, like, that's the thing. It is saying that you probably have a barrier shield, because if you don't, I'm going to hit you with something. But at the same time, Breas postured on that Unrelenting. Massive Size isn't going to come in unless we ready it here with this Beast Summoning. When do you decide to turn both of those foundations sideways? Because if you're going to ready the Massive Size of this Beast Summoning, Tam, it means you're not readying the Thunderous Roar.
Yeah, not on this.
So it is a weird back and forth. And again, the closer and closer we get to this deck size, do you actually even have 30 in your discard pile anymore?
We certainly only have 3 or 4 inside of our deck. Black Sleeves obfuscating a little bit of our numbers. I think it might just be 3. Third cycle coming through into the deck.
Yeah, that's where it's going to be. It's going to be the mill 3 here. Woo. For the flipping a foundation. We are going to have our next cycle. Again, 68 total card deck. We've already cycled once. 58 card. We are now down to a 48 card deck. We have 5 at any given point in our hand at the beginning of a turn. So make that down to 43. And however many foundations we have on our stage, again, the next time we have 30 in our discard pile will be right before we cycle for the 3rd time.
Yeah. Man, what a cool back and forth. The questions and answers that both these characters are representing. Yeah, put that jury over there. We probably just won't ever need it this entire match. I don't.
Absolutely.
April slinging
Rising uppercuts are already for 4, Tam.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It'll be chill. But from here we've got even more milling. We gotta get back to that 30. You know, we gotta pump these numbers up.
5 more damage onto this one. And here's the other thing too. We didn't even really talk about it. Tam, that ready ability for Beast Summoning is another one that says, hey, you have to have 30 in your discard pile.
That's true.
So all that stuff that we talked about, I don't even think we pressed the button.
We didn't.
Or I missed it and we like readied the Massive Size and used it immediately again. But like, if we didn't press that button, it means we're not readying an extra thing. And you using that moment of normalcy, the moment of normalcy to reset my damage was full value, because it means I don't have to worry about Massive Size again.
Yeah.
Sun 1 coming through.
Scary spot to be. Looks like Dimensional Sphere coming in.
That's huge, Tam. That's more removal of attacks off of Breas' deck. Yeah. Of course, that means the Dimension Sphere will also get removed when it leaves the card pool, but saying, no thank you, you can't pick that one up for the rest of the game. That's pretty good.
Yeah. Very good. Also, just clean Byakko's card pool just a little bit. Says that our turn on offense is a little easier. Very easy blockable move, and we didn't put too much into it, right? But yeah, this is the big question. How much
Double
more
overhead.
potent can I be afterwards? And double overhead hammer fist is a great follow-up to try and score some damage.
Yeah, again, so Byakko makes us flip one. This says you have to flip one on block. So we are going to go down, from blocking this move, we are going to go down to 2 face-up foundations in our stage, which means if we played another attack after this, and then another double overhead, that double overhead is unblockable.
Yeah. And
Milling
they were
three
only being
more,
at
getting some damage.
22. I mean, it would drop us down to 12. 12 is not hard for Byakko to find, especially if we're allowed to press Thunderous Roar's ability to make something afterwards unblockable after that.
Yeah.
This is looking a little closer than it might appear. If Annabelle does not play this turn correctly, we could just see a KO very quickly. We have the resources on stage to do it. The question is what enhances and blocks happen to make it get there?
I think that's something worth talking about, right? I mean, Brace's stage is big enough that we could play enough 4 difficulty attacks on a string, and you removed one from my card pool also. And Tam, we have to talk about it. From the amount of time that it has taken to get to this game state, there's a world where Brace might have sculpted 5 attacks in his hand.
That's very true. Very, very true.
So, and like, I don't know about you, but the last time that you played against a Byakko that had 5 attacks in their hand and still maybe got a 6th one because of their character ability, did you survive that turn?
No, it's few and far between for sure. Especially committing a Thunderous Roar for plus 13 speed on your 0 speed. But Rising Uppercut does not care about that even a little bit. It says after we attempt to block a non-ranged card, set its speed back to 4. So yeah, I'm going to flip one and then drive and then uppercut you once again, probably dropping Byakko from 17 down to 13. That is technically one less Beast Summon to be able to pick up if we needed to find it.
Yeah, and we are going to pay the drive here. So we are going to sling the move. We're going to just press April, which says, hey, I'm going to draw a bonus. Hey, we drew a high block.
It is a high
just
block.
because we played another enhance, and then we're nowhere near to 30, obviously. So you're allowed to just press Scumbug willy-nilly here. And like you said, Tam, if I'm pressing the Scumbug button and I find an attack on top of Brace's deck, I think I'm probably leaving it.
Yeah. We're chill. We're chill. How much does Byakko want to mill? Legally allowed to press the enhance to make to give extra stats. Looks like deciding to go for blocks or just playing enhances. Unsure here. Looked like that was a low block to a high attack.
Yeah. I kind of wanted to bring it up while we were here, but I'm gonna bring Byakko back up onto the screen. But like, it's very interesting to me that it's like, yes, this Rising Uppercut is still being played against you on your own attack turn, but like, you're still allowed to press the Byakko mill button while getting attacked, right?
Yeah.
So like, we could still be milling 3 here and giving your attack plus X damage, and we didn't do that, and that's not the point I'm trying to say. But like, for example, if that bottom enhance, instead of saying your attack, if it said your turn, we could also be doing this while getting Rising Uppercut. And there are characters in the format that can do that. You know, like, there are characters that can take advantage of your opponent playing an attack against you if you had something that said a your turn ability, because it is still your turn, even if you're the one getting attacked on it. But like you said, it looks like we're just deciding if we actually want to take the damage here. We're staring at a 1 high block in our hand, so going to be on a 4, 5, 6, 7. As we do some extra block math. And on a 7.
Checks a 4.
Checks 4,
5, 6, 7. Leaving our face up, or face downs ready. Opposite change our mind. That's okay.
Sure. Yeah, so we're going to go ahead and full block it, really valuing that extra 4 life. Like you said, Tam, I mean, these beast summonings have done more damage to ourselves than things like this Rising Uppercut. And I think also keeping your opponent off of that momentum matters a lot as well, at least, you know, keeping April off of the momentum. But then we're going to build a foundation here on a 5, checking another 4, I think.
Yeah, another 4.
So
we've got plenty of blank ones, right? Father Sin's already done his job.
Yeah, exactly. So, beginning this Shameless Haggler, another draw option into our stage, which is important for when we potentially can put something on top of our deck that is impactful. Reminding our opponent, hey, that Unrelenting did hit me if you do want the momentum. Um, so very, very nice to do that there, of course.
Reminder for everybody at
Sending
home,
our
please make sure you
turn.
turn your cards sideways whenever they deal damage. It is in the rulebook. It will help everybody involved, including your two lovely casters who are sitting at home, who maybe forgot that move dealt damage
I remember.
earlier in the turn.
I remember. It's the only damage. It's the only damage that Breas has dealt this game. Of course, I remember.
Who forgot? This guy right over here.
But you're a little rusty, Tam. You've been behind the scenes a lot more than recently. So,
I-
Lurker Strike coming in though. If we did review a card, I sure didn't see it. But I think it was a foundation, which means this says that no matter what, after this resolves, we are allowed to build a foundation, and it builds immediately, which is important against a character that is constantly flipping your stage. You know, we can have a card with meaningful text on another attack that we may continue to play after this 3 low for 4 attack. And Breas is getting a lot closer to dying.
Barrett, there might. I mean, Animal just cycled. Do you think there's a possible mill out here? What are the chances?
Absolutely not.
You think
Absolutely not.
that? I mean, he's kind of speed every time that Breas mills a card. He could be drawing a card or a view draw. I don't know, man. It might be pretty.
We kind of talked about it, right?
Be close.
I know you're memeing, but I mean, it's the 73 card deck that mills your opponent versus the 68 card deck that mills itself. I think that one is a kind of a no-brainer. Even with the size of Animal's stage, for Breas' deck to function, for Byakko, the character card, to work, we have to mill 3.
Yeah.
But yeah, so finishing things up, our attack dealt damage. Or no, sorry, I was wrong. We must have reviewed an asset because we just went into Breas' discard pile and removed 2 cards from it, which of course were 2 attacks, which means that's why this Lurker Strike got played, Tam, because it says get rid of 2 more attacks out of your opponent's deck, basically.
Dang, that's crazy.
Yeah, again, as we approach 16-ish minutes left in this round, still in game 1 for anybody joining now and catching up. And again, Animal, I think Animal can still lose this game. If we don't keep our stage healthy, double overheads will be for lethal. You don't get to block those ones.
Yeah.
It also means you don't have access to the return to normalcy. It means you only have the cards in your hand and the cards you may get off of April, and you have the counterplay of dealing with the once per turn on Byakko. But that's it. You still have to play the game against your opponent. So maintaining this healthy stage, I think, is the surefire way that Animal can win this game, and probably the match if we only end up closing out this one game. But that Botan's coaching, I don't think we're ever pressing that button. That card was built to be flipped. Supersonic Flight, that card was built to be flipped. And it makes sense. You have to have these cards or else you're going to lose your stage. And even then, we're still in a scary situation. Things like Ensnaring Roots can come down. Things like double overhead fist double overhead hammer fist at the beginning say that you have to flip another one if you want to block it. So like there are more and more and more ways to turbo flip these cards in Animal stage, and that means hey, you will eventually die to a double overhead. But I know one of them got removed. I don't know how many have been removed on cycle. So it really is going to find out very quickly if Breas has any path to victory in this game 1.
Yeah, it's going to be certainly tight margins without a margin of error. Beast Summon is a great way to start, though. Spin that 4 health, re-go grab another attack, and it might even be the fact that we're just like not allowed to spend or mill the 3 to grab extra stats. It might just be that, you know, how many moves am I allowed to sling over and over and over again to find victory.
I kind of want to go back. Honestly, I don't even know. It could be turns ago at this point, Tam. At what point do you think we maybe could have had a better time in this matchup if we had done something about Scumbug?
That is a good point.
I asked you the question because I know that backups are, again, at least for the how long UFS or Universus has existed as a game, I know backups are a baby in that giant, timeline. And the question is like, if we had played a little differently against this card, I want to remind you, Tam, as we have access to the deck lists, that Scumbug is a one of in this deck list. If you just killed it at some point, you may have had a better shot of really putting Annabelle in a harder position of, hey man, if you want to press the April button while I'm putting this pressure onto you, it means I will have access to my once per turn when I hit my discard pile at the 30 cards, which has happened multiple times in this game.
Yeah, the Scumbug by itself has easily attributed to 10 plus cards also being milled as we go into our fourth refresh of the deck. Like, this would be the fourth time I get to play with these cards.
It is officially impossible for Byakko to ever hit 30 cards in his discard pile again.
Yeah.
You have lost that key part of your character and other cards in your deck, like extra status. It is now impossible.
And so from here, I don't even know if I mill to flip any longer. I just don't think I do it.
No. And you ready? It's the other side now. Annabelle now gets to press April and Scumbug on every attack and never worry about that happening.
Not one more time. Yeah, love it.
Not a single. We are allowed to. That thing that we might have lost the game earlier when we did allow Breas to stack a card on top of his deck and then draw a card because we just pressed our buttons too fast. You can press your buttons as fast as you want now. Press the Thunderous Roar button, immediately turns the return to normalcy, or moment of normalcy sideways.
At least let me count them out, man. I don't gotta press the button on the app to make it bigger, but let me count them out.
Yeah, absolutely. Another dimensional sphere block here. It says, I'm going to remove this one right away. The progressive difficulty in your card pool does not matter at this point.
Yeah.
And again, that beast summoning at some point in this game could have readied that Thunderous Roar, but we're never going to hit 30 cards in our discard pile ever again. Gargantuan Grapple. This is a cool one.
First time I've seen it.
Yeah, so response on play, you can spin this momentum that we have, and you can give this attack stun 2 or breaker 2, but the key important part is that it's a throw. Throws opening up a different avenue on how Breas might actually be able to win this game, because you use the Dimensional Sphere on the beast summoning.
Yeah.
That normally is an answer to throws.
Yes.
Now, how many more of those do you have? I might actually be able to kill you by putting plus 10 damage onto a throw.
For my new players out there, the reason that Dimensional Sphere is an answer to throws is Dimensional Sphere removes it during the block step before the throw gets a chance to go to the damage step to calculate, oh, I was a throw and I was blocked, let's do a little bit of damage. It's gone. It drops the attack at the block step.
Yeah.
Really, really impactful versus strategies like this.
Absolutely. Getting some April enhances, getting the Scumbug stuff. That was our mill 3 from Byakko, which we did press, making our opponent flip 1. Again, I do think you asked earlier, do you just stop pressing the mill 3 to make your opponent flip 1? And I think if you ever plan on maybe killing somebody with a double overhead fist, you do.
I guess that just has to be the game plan, right?
Yeah, and also, we just got Return to Normalcy. If you can keep up the flip game plan, that card eventually disappears. But, Tam, I don't know how many double overhead fists are already removed from the game. If that isn't even a viable kill condition anymore, then you're right. Maybe you are just allowed to stop pressing that button. But it works out, right? We press that Thunder... I mean, Breas is still clawing his way out and trying to get this win, right? We played that first attack, we pressed Thunderous Roar, we baited out to Return to Normalcy, which means you can play this throw and we can potentially put plus 10 damage on it. That is a different way of winning this game.
Yeah, triple
We're still
throw
trying.
without the Dimensional Sphere is probably just a clean KO.
22. They would all be for 9. So they're all going to do 5 at least, which is 15, and then we have an additional +5, which against a throw is only plus
Be
3,
three.
right?
So I
But
guess
not really
not.
because it's already a 4 plus 2. So it's a little bit of a miss.
Yeah.
I'm
And
not saying it's impossible,
to
but like
spoil the story, Brace does not have 3 more throws in his hand. I think we have a mispaired beast summon.
Hey, look, there's one. We checked one. Yep. So on a 5, checks are 3. Gonna have to commit 2 more. It is another beast summoning. I also wonder too, Tam, at what point do we stop paying 4 life to pick up these beast summonings? And right now, I don't think we have any. I think they're all removed at this point. This might be the last.
They've been removed. The lonesome beast.
The last
summoning all by
beast to be
itself.
summoned, if you
Yeah.
would.
He's just hanging there, just like looking around. Where's my friends?
But yeah, I think there's a world where you're like, maybe I catch my opponent running out of mid blocks, but as we see the April enhance here, and we milled another beast summoning, we drew a card because you milled a 3 off the top.
Whoa.
I could have drawn a mid block,
can
but it
pay the
is an
4?
avenue where we can pay the 4, go down to 5, and pick it up. And it looks like we're gonna do it.
I mean,
Again,
what are the chances, right?
Tooth and nail, dude. Breas is trying everything he can do to still find a way to win this game. Because as the clock keeps ticking, Tam, with 8 minutes left, at least for these 2 players, Breas is going to have to make some turbo kill changes to try and take a game 2 and at least in round 1 with a draw.
Yeah, I just don't. I mean, I don't see it happening, but there is. Maybe it does. I mean, Animal's only at 13. We are in this lethal range as we decided to take that Gargantuan Bellow.
Yeah.
Squarely on the chin. This is now representing lethal. This is a 15 damage mid attack.
Yeah, even a half block here does keep you alive. I can only imagine. I mean, it's a mid attack, right? Any block in your hand is allowed to block this legally. The question is, what do we decide to do? This is a low block on April's investigation, I believe.
Yeah. Cool card.
So
Does say response after you play this card. Look at the top 3, put them back in any order. So you kind of get a free April enhance. And funny enough, last 3 cards of our deck.
Yeah, and also get to look at what the check can be. So if he plays the beast summoning, although we're going to eat half of this, you can make them check a 3, and then you still have the knowledge of what the top card of the deck is for the April enhance, right? So like double 3s here, putting them back in that order, is a very good block trick here. I mean, it's why it's her card, right? It definitely adds up. And then offensively, it's still a 4 low for 5 stun 1. So, and an ally. You actually played it on a 4.
18 cards left in Breas' deck total. That includes the 3 currently in the deck. So as we go to play this beast summon on the 6, checks a 5, meaning there wasn't a 3 to be stacked, which means there might not be a 3 here to be seen. I'd have to imagine the first thing that we do is we get this damage, right? I mill the 3, and you don't let April have card knowledge on top?
Yeah, we overcommitted, so we readied 1 up. That makes sense. I was like, what? We didn't have a breaker. Yeah, I can imagine that's probably the first thing you do, and obviously, like, the milling the 3 for the +5 damage puts this to 10. It says you have to block this with something, but instead we press the stun 1 button. Milling a 6, saying discard a card, Breas, but as we know, there is some dead cards in our hand here.
Which of these gray ones do we not care about?
Gets rid of a 1 high block. And the question here is still being, the Byakko enhance is going to come through. Nope, that was Scumbug.
Barrett, what do you think the chances of this game coming down to ripping cards off the top with this Shameless Haggler? We have now put attacks back into our deck. There will be 8 cards in our deck. I think if we find another mid, I think we're just zone checking our rival at this point.
I don't disagree with that, Tam, but we have to also remember that we have 3 attacks in Byakko's card pool and only 3 foundations right. So there's also a world where that same attack you were trying to look for off the top will be the reason you fail it. Yeah. Or, you check 1, right? But I mean, you're right. The closer and closer you get to your deck size, I mean, that they just cycled again. So they removed our 10, finished the mill ability, so we have cards in our discard pile. We're gonna take a look here with Scumbug. Puts that 4 check into the discard pile. Maybe you check a 3. But we could have kept it there because, like you said,
I would have left it on top every day. Every day.
Yeah, the Shameless Haggler here could be, because we're going to press it, flip,
I'm on the edge of my
discard a
seat.
card.
and he said,
and
I'll
we
take
said
it.
yes.
He said yes. Please, please draw another one. Whoa, what a great deal. We don't have to discard it. Hey, we're reading. Nobody ever accepts the bargain. It just says draw again. We drew another attack. We drew a moth, which is going to let us draw even more. Do we?
Okay,
I don't
but
think
we can't pass all those checks, Sam.
We can. I can't. We can. I believe, Barrett.
But what? Yeah, I mean, so we drew the card. Like Animal Snap said, yeah, man, I would also like to draw one and gain 2. So we went to 10, which could also be important for the math, right?
He says, barrier shield. Let's drop this bad boy down to 0. Now, I think it's going to be a little tough, Bear. Breaker 2 is probably going to be
the Breaker 2 is going to spell, I think, the end of it. But again, this is another half block. We didn't have the mid, but this says Breaker 2, take half, go back down to 5. And even if you play this Electric Moth, it's on a 4, 5, 6, 7. If you check to 6, it's actually a 4, 5, 6, 7. You could do it. And even if you check to 5, you can tap Byaku. Your opponent's at 5. It has to be a 5 base damage move, which Electric Moth is not.
Yeah. So it is check a 5 to keep Byaku or check a 6 to keep Byaku?
Check a 6 to keep Byaku.
Tough. I mean, we're not allowed to pass. Like, we just have to go for it.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting milled out.
There's got to be a 6
one
on top.
attack. You're getting milled out from one attack from April because that will happen, and then you will make your opponent drop to hand size. You will cycle and lose the game. So, it is one card in Animal's hand versus we know there's an Electric Moth. The Electric Moth can represent lethal, but it has to be a 6 check on top.
I believe. Everybody, if you are a Byaku fan, hands up. Give your energy.
On a 4, 5, 6, 7.
Minus
Breaker
2 to the
2
check.
here.
Checks a 1.
We checked a 1. So it's just... I guess I'm confused.
Nope.
Did we not press Breaker 2?
Declare Breaker?
Okay. There it is.
There it is. Barrier Shield coming in, I think, to clean this game up nice and quick. A quick one. So a good 58 and a half a minute.
Game one. Yeah. But yeah, they're cleaning it up. They have to go through the motions, of course. April has to represent lethal, like even if it just means passing your turn. As they clean things up, look at how many cards are in the deck. How many cards are in your hand, Breas? 2. Means you have to draw 4 and at least, play 1 card. Hannibal looks at his hand.
And ends it with the investigation. You know what? I'd love to see what the last couple cards in your deck are. Thoughts? What did you get to play with?
Yeah, you get to pick the order, which means April gets to put one on top. And then mill it immediately once we get to the enhanced step, of course. So, it is kind of surprising that we are still doing this.
Yeah. And you know what, Barrett? We are living in the future, which means
that's true. We can fast
do
forward.
not have to do it. We officially come off of it.
The other thing is like,
what a fun one.
Yeah. I mean, so I don't actually know the end result, obviously, but there could obviously be a world, Tam, where like they were on a different clock. They could have been, but I think as we've looked ahead just a little bit, that is going to be a 1-0 going to Animal with his April deck, which, Tam, you asked me a couple weeks ago. And based off of round 1, the question you asked me, for everybody who didn't pay attention to our podcast, the chances of a TMNT character making top cuts at this event. And April O'Neil starting strong was not the one I would have said. Yeah. Or not even the one I did say, of course. So it's exciting to know that that is happening right now in the event, or and how well Annibal might be doing from the rest of day one, and through a mill out. We don't usually see a lot of mill game plans, especially nowadays in Universus. I feel like people's offensive tricks and game plans on what they're doing are usually pretty strong right now, especially as we go into our next match that obviously they can't see yet, but while you're making graphics and stuff, we are going to be a little bit more aware of like, hey, this is going to be the real game plan. It's almost as if you're putting your opponent on a different clock, right? You know, you have such a strong game plan that eventually you have this kind of like ultimatum of like, hey, if we hit this certain point board state wise, I will be ending the game. And that was definitely not what we saw, at least for that match, in the sense of, hey, I do play 22 attacks in my 73 card April deck, and I'm not like full committed to the mill out game plan. I've got a couple of cards that synergize with it, but especially in that deck matchup dynamic, when you sit across the table from a Byaku, you probably feel pretty good about that round one pair up.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably like the best thing that you would want to see in that identity, right? Like you're milling, I'm milling, I'm gonna try and do it a wee bit quicker than you. It's a sigh of relief, I'm sure. Sigh of relief. But we
Speaking
do have
of decks that could benefit from milling, you got to segue, Tam. Come on, you always got to segue. Speaking of decks that could benefit if they played against like an April O'Neil, we're gonna watch. Oh, this wasn't the one.
I have
that
to
one.
I have to get the other one.
Oh, okay.
I have to do that. It takes a bit, Barrett. I got to make the graphics, my guy.
Is there a production? Is there a world where you could put the first deck list that you've already finished up on the stream, so I can yap about that one while you make the second one?
No, we're allowed to just take our time. That's okay.
This is your Be Right Back screen, by the way. If you don't want to listen to this and me vamp, go pee, go get a drink. Yeah. I've got myself like a little breakfast sandwich here that I've let sit here for that whole entire game.
We promised you a quick one, and we were like, nope.
I'll know better that when we get to the next one, I'm going to eat the sandwich.
Yeah, eat. Eat. You're good, man. I have a Red Bull sitting in the fridge. And after
I'm going to talk to Chad.
Yeah,
that's what I'm going to do. Okay. Iggy thought that was a pretty interesting match. I honestly thought it was a pretty interesting match as well. I think it is exciting to me in general that Byaku, a character that like I think is like a mainstay in our game since he got released again. Obviously, like he struggles in certain matchups, that being one of them. But losing to April O'Neil, a brand new character, this is literally her first event that she's legal into, and like having a pretty standing performance. And even if that's not like, well, if I was the April deck, I would have done this differently, or I would have built my April deck a little bit differently. That person, Annibal showcasing that version of an April deck is still very cool. I think Universus players are so smart. I think Universus players are so well versed in finding a strategy that they want to make happen, bringing it to a tournament and showcasing it. I don't know if Annibal's going to make day 2. I don't know if any of these players are going to make day 2. But regardless, that showcase of what Annibal created and crafted, it worked, and he won. So, it is fun to watch, and I do think it is interesting. I'm at a baseball field. This is good. I woke up this morning, and it was between rounds 3 and 4. But what doesn't bode well is that Byaku couldn't kill. I think it's hard, right? Literally at the beginning of the game, you're staring across a character that counters your once per turn as a 5-hander. I mean, we've talked about it in the history of this game where, like, if you have cards that shut down 5-hand-sized characters once per turn abilities, it is very difficult to play those characters in those matchups. But that doesn't mean, and I don't think anybody would say, that Byaku is a bad character. I think there's just a world, Mitchell, where, like, if we just adapted a little on how we went through that matchup, and we know this because we looked at the deck list, I'd hope that the characters maybe knew it, but like that Scumbug that hit the board on turn 2 or whatever was the only copy of Scumbug. If we just get rid of it, we probably have a way better game. And we just didn't make that decision to do that at any point during the game. I'm not even saying like, oh, well, what if Byakko didn't draw 2 attacks to deal with the elusive keyword? You're right. Oh, what if Byakko, didn't have enough damage to kill the scumbag, which is just a lie, right? Because Byakko built massive size on turn 1. We just didn't do that game plan. And so I think if there's anything for Breyus to learn from that match is that you have to respect some of these backups that also directly counter what you're trying to do in the game. April surviving is what it was built for. It looked like absolutely it was. I mean, we said that it was if you looked at that deck for April's deck or Hannibal's deck, and you were like, oh, this is a mill deck because it's April, and the reality is, and we said it at the beginning, it didn't look like a standard mill deck. Because it wasn't playing like 4 copies of Sweeping Daggers. It wasn't playing the 3 difficulty stab attack from Critical Role, which is in most mill decks. There's a bunch of things that it wasn't doing, right? But a lot of the attacks in that deck were strictly there to be block tricks. Rising Uppercut, block trick. Dimensional Sphere, block trick. April's Investigation, also a block trick. Wind Barrier, block trick. So it had attacks in its deck, which means it checks a 3, but they weren't there to kill your opponent. So you're right. April did do what it was trying to do, which was survive, because that was obviously what most of the cards in that deck were for, and they did it well.
I agree.
Only really take.
If you like that, make sure you check out the rest of these videos, as these are going to be posted over on the YouTube. But for now, let's jump into game 2. Barrett, tell me about match 2 real fast. Who we got?
Yeah, absolutely. So first off, we've got, you know him, you might love him. It is your last regional winning character, Zeke Yeager, the War Chief himself. And I think what's really interesting to look at this specific deck and this list is that, again, I'm not here, but Wub's in chat, so he might be able to tell us. This might actually just be a carbon copy of Wub's list.
No.
And
this is Chaos, not.
Oh, you're right. It is Chaos.
We have it.
So
we have a Knots Flask
we...
here. This is looking very, much more similarly to Caden's list rather than Wub's list.
Well,
we've got Knockdown Blow. We've got Armored Titan Rush. This is Zeke wanted to play big 7 difficulty, punch your face in Chaos.
I'm going to call it a hybrid then, because the only real benefits we have here, because you're right, we are still playing Armored Titan Rush, but the only like a lot of these cards are attuned, and I think is the biggest thing about when you look at this deck, and even you look at Wub's deck and you look at Caden's deck, is yes, they were on different symbols. Caden's was the aggro one on Chaos. This deck is using tools that Caden used, but is stealing a lot of the like card counts that Wub was using.
Yeah.
And the reason I say that is because the 2x Harness Undeath here means that, hey, we're putting a lot more respect on backup decks. And not playing the 33 backups or whatever that Caden was playing, this amount of backups is a lot closer to what Wub was playing. So you're right, it's kind of like a marriage of the 2 decks.
Yeah, I am excited for it. I think the big card that I want to see like really showcased here is just emerging threats. I want to see that card in action of let's play a follower, emerging threats, build it down to just like try and get our game plan online even faster. This deck is going to be explosive, and if one explosive deck isn't enough, let's have 2 on stream. Here we've got Angel on Katsuki Bakugo 4, an EU staple. The EU loves this guy. They want to play this guy so bad.
Yeah, and we've even seen the character and different deck versions of Bakugo 4 go through different iterations even in Europe, right? Because like things like the attack lineups that you can see here, only playing 1 copy of the 2-check is a real choice.
Yeah.
Like I would agree with this in the sense of gone are the days of old where you have to play Bakugo 4 and you have to play 4 of his 2-check and you just have to get rid of all of them in your opponent's hand. And the reality is, the truth of this character has always been the same, and it is actually always rabble rousing. It's always rabble rousing. It always has been rabble rousing. And any extra tools you get, depending on your symbol choice that you pick for Bakugo, is where you really decide where you want to go with this. I even love the 1x tech of the Echo attack with Gran Torino's face on it, high velocity rush or something like that, and it's just like, I love that we're on air. I'm a big air fan myself. I hope that it's enough resources to deal with this Zeke Jaeger War Chief deck that we know is a tournament-winning level character and deck. So I'm excited to see how this goes, and it's good that you have some answers to deal with things like, we have Throw Hate with Mikasa Defeats. We have Attack Negation Hate with Cape. Very good against Falling Titans, as we know. But at the same time, things like Harness on Death might be a little scarier for us.
Absolutely. So as we get the match keyed up here, I have decided that we are going to watch this at a little bit faster of a pace. There's no reason for us not to do like 1.25 playback speed. And we'll just talk through it and make it a wee bit quicker. So
absolutely.
With that,
I'm struggling to find Angel.
Very bottom of the list. I also struggled.
Oh, you're right. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Awesome. Okay, yeah. So 2 times speed, great.
And then 1.25. So it's only a wee bit faster. But
looks
like Zeke's going first, checking.
Who knows?
The most blinding of all time. I'm sure
there are some backups in there though.
Most of them, I guess.
Neat. Yeah, it's just a build 3 pass, which is not the greatest, at least for this deck. But again, Zeke Jaeger is not a turn 2 deck. Surprisingly enough, I know Caden was winning some of his games on turn 2. And having things like Knockdown Blow and the Zeke once per turn for plus to your check. You can do a good string, of course you can, but we are not passing a 7 difficulty attack right now as your first form with only 1 foundation in your stage. So taking your time, slowing down, which is exactly what I think Angel is looking for in this matchup and for Bakugo in general, right? We built a strong defensive piece that will keep us alive. We're building some draw power, a lot of draw power actually, but checking that rabble rousing means we're only going to build our 3 foundations in 1 asset, but having good defense means you're going to feel a lot more comfortable as Angel right now going for a strong turn 2 offense compared to Granados right here, who checks a 4 on our Beast Titan Rock Barrage, which is, I think, full disclosure, Tam, and you might even agree with me, the best attack in the deck.
Yeah,
it's the one that you play at 4 of.
Yeah.
And even checking the 4 there means we've lost our only foundation, but we get to build in another backup. We get to stun to our opponent as well. So the question being is, depending on how far in, we're going to go ahead and press the enhance of like, hey, I'm going to have +4 to my check because I have 3 backups on my stage, +1 from the Zeke Jaeger enhance. And we're also going to start making some peaks. We're going to take... So I said a strong turn 2 from Angel is going to be very powerful for him. But the fact that Granados said, nope, I'm just going to slam this one. The worst case scenario, I check a 3 and I lose my character. But don't really need your character aside from the check grease at this early in the game.
Yeah, this is just a big get out of jail free card of... we failed this Jaegerist on our first turn. We checked a 3 on the 4. Well, the Rock Barrage got it back and said it didn't matter what I checked. I have it again. And if we decided to play a threatening attack, like we are, right? We've got the rush. This is on an 8. Checks an 8. All this is doing is saying, hey, the cape that you played. Do I not have access to this card?
Keep it overturned. I got it. To the bottom.
Can you try to play Armored Titan Rush?
Yeah, I can do that one too. Sorry, okay, here's the cape for everybody at home. Pretty. Hey, look, it got used. Oh, you're right, it won't click.
I will message.
We found a bug, chat! We found a bug! It's okay. But that's our job, that's what we're doing this weekend. We're finding bugs. But that's okay. You ready? I wonder if it's for flip cards. Well, how'd you do that?
That's not me. That wasn't me.
That's not me. It might be flip cards. I'm gonna go find another flip card. Can it do Falling Titans?
It can.
It can do Falling Titans.
Yeah, I think it's just that one. It might be reading it wrong.
Okay, fair enough. Anyway,
That's okay.
sorry about that, chat.
He better not play
so,
another
yes,
one.
Armor Titan Rush, it did get caped very quickly, and then we proceeded. We're like, awesome, I got what I wanted out of this turn, right? So we proceeded to build our Dramatic Exit as well as Marley's Warriors. So only 3 backups and only 3 foundations in our stage, at least for the side of Granados. But here we have the bread and butter that we talked about for Angel and Bakugo for Rabble Rousing. Response on play. You can give all of your attacks a -1 damage for the rest of the turn. All attacks, right? It's all attacks. So it
Yes.
it works also on defense when you play it. But the point being is that -1 damage is actually not -1 damage, because Bakugo says anytime your Fury or whatever attack would receive a damage penalty, you can give it +3 damage. So it still gets the damage penalty, the -1 damage, but it still is going to get the extra plus, and that's for all of your attacks, including the Spiral Wave Surge, which we're seeing hit the field. We did end up blocking that Rabble Rousing with one of our Falling Titans, getting that out of there. And of course, we now get to press our once per turn with Bakugo, which says, I'm going to kick this card out of my card pool. It was a Rabble Rousing, which says we're going to make Zeke Yeager lose 2 life when it clears, and your opponent has to discard a card from their hand. So we've now gone to 0 cards, as you can see from Granados. We played an offensive, we built some cards afterwards, we played a block, boom, we're immediately out of a hand, and this is where Bakugo can kind of take the game away. As we are still staring across, -3 damage from the Titans under order, or yeah, is that what it's called? Titans following orders?
Titans in orders. Titans in order.
Yeah. I nailed it the first time. So this is going to look a lot scarier. This Spiral Wave Surge also gains damage from just losing 1 life, which we're easy and happy to play. And then, of course, if it does end up getting blocked, which it looks like it's not, we might. Okay, we sacked off a backup. We use the Zeke Enhance, which is sacrifice a backup, gain 1 life, and draw a card. So if you do end up blocking this, you can get the block trick off of the Spiral Wave Surge. But we're going to find out. It is a mid block too.
Yeah.
We just ripped it off the top.
Very
this,
good.
I didn't talk about it during the deck list, Tam, but that Snap being able to constantly draw cards is actually probably going to be the biggest reason why this is going to be a pretty nice matchup for Zeke Yeager versus Bakugo.
Yeah, this is checking poorly on the first 2 cards, committing our entire board as Bakugo says that it's going to be tough to continue. Looping the check, yes, is nice, but we really want 2 more attacks here to like really push and punish. Because the thing that we want Grandiose to do as Zeke is to break his own board, drawing cards on his turn, so he has less to the check to be played. But if there was a reason for Zeke to do that game plan, Nezre Wave is where it's at. 4 mid for 4 becomes 4 mid for 6. Enhance +2 damage for each one of my rivals block. Now my 4 mid for 10. We're gonna take it and instantly drop down to 18. Thud right on the chin.
Yeah,
great turn,
which is
I
huge.
think, for Bakugo.
Yeah. And we did all of that while playing this kind of closer to safety 3s deck that we typically don't see Bakugo for playing. But like you said, a lot of these attacks, these ranged Fury cards that we are seeing from this Nezre package that we haven't seen, honestly, Tam, in a long time. These are set 5 Undaunted raid cards, and they synergize very well with characters like Bakugo because they have that Fury keyword. And like you said, punishing your opponent for blocking, and characters like Zeke are very good at doing that. And we made Zeke use some resources on their stage. But of course, with those resources that we used, here comes another Beast Titan Rock Barrage, and let's build in, why not the best backup that we play in our deck? 9 Titans throughout the ages. We didn't hit that 4 count, of course, so we aren't going to get the selective committal, but the tap 2 is good enough to tap down the whole board here for Bakugo.
Yeah, let's talk 9 Titans for a second. Very contentious card in the community right now. 4 difficulty, 5 check, 6 stamina, very healthy, hardy Titan card. It is 12 health across 3 turns. Respond commit after they play a move, -4 damage, or on your turn as your first enhance. So the first thing you do during your attack, commit it, lose half of its stamina to double speed or damage. A really easy way to clean up games. Right now, if we wanted to, this Beast Titan's Rock Barrage could be a 3 mid for 10, roughly half of Angel's remaining health.
Yeah,
very potent card.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would even say like the reason why these decks are now able to thrive in the format is, you not only have cards that can build it in, like Beast Titans Rock Barrage, well, that already existed, but having access and gaining this very, very potent 4 difficulty backup that normally, like, it's so good that you don't mind playing it on a 4 as the form speed of like building it down and whatever, which again, we saw cards like emerging threats
Yeah.
that can help you do that in the middle of a turn, but obviously it's the best one to build in with Beast Titan Rock Barrage. So really finding that synergies of like, I'm a life character and I'm also have chaos, and combining those attune supports that have been given to these backup decks and being able to really cash in for their advantages. But we saw the Beast Titan attack come through. We didn't make it a throw, but you don't care. We did double one of its stats. It was a damage, knocking Bakugo all the way down to 9, basically telling, hey, Angel, if you don't kill me, you're dead.
Yeah, especially because on the backside here, form. So anytime on your turn that instead of playing a card, you can use this ability. Spend 3 of its stamina to add any range attack from your discard pile to your hand. This deck is chock full of really potent range attacks, including if there's another B-side attacks, we can do that same idea. Make it a 6 mid for 16. At this time, give it the throw. If we like that Rock Barrage, we can pick up and play it as the first move again to commit out the rest of that board. And this time, Zeke's stage defensively is way, way stronger. All 4 foundations up and ready. 4 backups here to be used for the pickings. Bakugo I think, needs to find 18 on this turn, or it might just be checkmate.
And it's not looking good, because as I get a little peeksy, I think we drew 5 gray ones and this one attack, the Irate Scowl, which is going to help us potentially draw more, obviously, but I mean, the reality is that is not enough gas typically to get through this defense that you're talking about. And I would normally tell you, Tam, where you're like, oh, you're talking about all the stage and stuff like that, and oh, Zeke can still block, but we're Bakugo 4. We make our opponent discard cards, and we do it really well. But as we saw already from the last offensive turn from Angel, yeah, you still got some damage through, but Zeke Jaeger says, oh, we can snap draw a card at enhanced speed whenever we want. So every attack you play, I can replenish my hand by getting rid of one of these backups. And also, if you attack into them, I can just sack them off as well, and you didn't do anything. And as we see already, he said, man, I just need cards. I'll just get rid of this 9 Titans throughout the ages. I got what I needed from it, and it's going to go right back in my discard pile to bring back with another Beast Titan Rock Barrage at some point. This draw card gain a life is going to make your life harder this turn, because, like you said, as long as that Beast Titan is on the shifted side, is in our stage, we pretty much can pick up game whenever we want.
That is exactly what happened. We decided to attack the 9 Titans as Bakugo. So we utilized Zeke to destroy the 9 Titans and then draw the card, drop the attack. It did not land. We did not lose the health. All we did was gain a health and draw a card over on Zeke's side for a backup that was already going to die. We got to have a singular enhance, which Angel decided to use as draw 1 because my rival has 2 or less cards in their hand. We used the ability on the attack, drew into it, and we know that, like, this was a losing proposition because all we have to do is form Beast Titan, pick back up the Rock Barrage, play the Rock Barrage. I've got my 9 Titans back.
And I don't even think it just has to be that, right? Depending on what gets built here by Angel, it just says go pick up Falling Titans. And having 4 backups in your stage is just enough. Like, it's just enough. As when you need to deal 9, the game can just be over. And how many cards is Angel actually going to be able to block? Probably not 5, you know. And that being said, it also just kind of depends on, like, where we're at. But there's the Falling Titans.
Falling Titans.
We're gonna pick that one up.
Let's see how far we
about
can
to look
go.
At his hand.
It is interesting. We decided not to use the Marley's Warriors to make this turn a wee bit easier. I think we might have gotten a little too excited here about the proposition. But another backup, going to the discard pile, making that Zeke transformation maybe a little bit easier. I haven't been keeping track. There's probably 10.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was going to get to. Is that, I mean, maybe the Marley's Warriors doesn't matter, because if we just start playing the Falling Titans, and on the first Falling Titans we flip our character over, yes, we lose one backup, which is one less play of Falling Titans, but to guarantee that you can basically pass all of these might just be worth it, of course. On the backside, as you pull it up, the Beast Titan Finale, giving +2 to all of our checks to play range and or Titan cards. And here it is, the first one.
One of my favorite things that happens inside of a Super Smash Brothers tournament is there's a character named Marth. It's a sword guy.
Yeah, sword guy.
He's got this really kind of broken, janky grab where he can grab you from like what seems to be perceived as a little bit further away than normal. And on specific stages, whenever he grabs you and he throws you up in the air, when you fall back down, before you hit the ground and have a chance to do anything, he can grab you again and then throw you up in the air. And it does like 2 to 4%. And every time...
But you can do it infinitely.
Basically. There's some things that you can do.
Juggle them or whatever?
You can juggle them. Whenever Marths get going crazy with the throws, the crowd just screams, "Hey! Hey! Hey!"
Oh, every time it goes
every
up?
Every time that... Hey, hey! Every time that I see Falling Titans, I just want to just like it hits the board. When they respond, like hey, just pick it back up, play it. Hey, hey! How many times can we play it?
Yeah, it looks like we have gotten now to the enhanced step of this Falling Titans, which means we're gonna take a peek with this Jaeger's follower. And I think we are going to press the Zeke Enhance to destroy this, or sack this back up, flip over, draw 1, and gain 1 life, going back up to a healthy 20. And now we are going to have +2 to play these. But there is an asterisk on that, Tam, because we've only gone down to 3 backups in our stage. You lose the +2 to the check when you don't have enough backups in your stage. There is like a hoop to jump through to do it.
Yeah.
So as soon as we get rid of one of these backups to pick up this Falling Titans, which we might not even do because we want to keep them in our stage, we've lost that ability.
Yeah, but we do get to
use the other.
Tack on the ability of Zeke Warchief on the front side. So we've got +4 to our check because, we've sacrificed a backup. And then the extra +2 because there's 2 in our stage. So I think playing not just this Falling Titans, but maybe even something more impactful like Resurrected Titans is going to be
get +3.
High impact.
Yeah, so +3 to that one because the check doesn't happen until at this moment when you make the check. We only have 2 backups now. So, yeah, in conjunction to that. But regardless, we checked well, and we had that plus already given to us. And we're going to go straight into this Resurrected Titan, which is, like you said, we're going to blitz, we're going to sack this Foundation, and we're immediately going to go grab any shift attack or backup from our stage. We're going to grab this Female Titan attacks. And you still have to deal with my 7 mid-7.
Yeah, 7 mid-7. We did block the previous one, but it essentially says that if we don't deal with this Resurrected, every other move is going to be lethal, and that includes the 3 more Resurrected or Falling Titans that we're allowed to legally play.
Yeah, correct. Exactly. Like, we still haven't even gone back to those. And of course, we even still have, we went and found the Female Titan attacks, Tam, which the Female Titan attack says blitz, draw a card, and ready a backup. We have a backup to ready.
Yeah.
And it's a good one.
Yeah, combining that with things like Inspiring Song and a Night's Rest to stretch out our stage a little bit longer. It's possible that we're going to be seeing a little bit of frog hopping with our stage, specifically backup wise.
This also has powerful and EX on it, as we still have it. So we have this one momentum that we got from earlier on in the game. You could put this to lethal and be a 7 mid-9, and I think that is going to be the play here as we kind of count foundations and ready resources in the stage. But of course, we still have the Bakugo once per turn. We can clear any card from our card pool, Tam.
Yeah.
And just because it's not our turn, they're not going to discard a card. But you still get that prog out of the way, and we did also have a push the advantage. Is that the one?
So push the advantage lets you draw after he's
a card is cleared.
Yeah.
And then we are also keeping track of cards cleared, I guess. I don't know what for defensively.
It's a good habit to
I mean,
get
yeah,
into.
so figuring out this 7 mid that we presume to be lethal, it's actually not. It's actually a 10 mid 9.
Yeah, we decided to press
Uh,
the dramatic exit.
Yeah, so we're gonna give it a little bit more speed after that powerful enhance. So I think basic block math says this will be on an 11.
Yeah, writing is on the wall that this is going to be game over, but we do have one last trick up Bakugo's sleeve here with the Reluctant Role Model, a playable wall committed -1 damage. So we could just like put
On a
this
6,
to
any
not
6.
the stats.
Oh, we have. Oh, I forgot the keeping beat.
Yeah. Oh, keeping beat +2 to our check.
+2 to our check. We needed to check a 6. Keeping beat says it was basically a 6. We can tap out completely to block this move
Now
with our +1 mid block.
My question for you, Barrett, is when did we discard the card? We have to have discarded a card in order for keeping beat to work, and the answer is bring it on all the way back when we picked up that Falling Titans at the very beginning. When you add a card to your hand, you discard a card to bring it on.
You're right. We glossed over it, but I do remember that happening. It was as soon as we pressed the Beast Titan form.
Yeah.
And oh my goodness, staying alive by the skin of our teeth here. And even if you play, well, hold on. I think the female Titan attacks is still lethal.
On a
the question
7,
is
8. It's not, as long as we remember that we've got -2 damage sitting in our stage. Tenacious playable wall.
True. Absolutely. Wow. Oh my gosh. Actually surviving here.
Attacks.
Which we could find a way to do it. Readying cards up. We're doing some math.
The question.
Yeah, does readying this Beast Titan in our stage for using the plus damage ability on it matter? We're trying to calculate it. We checked a 3. It's on a 7, 8, 4, 5.
We got -3 difficulty from the Resurrected.
Yeah.
So it was a 4,
right.
5 with +2. Check the 3. We commit nothing. But this is gonna be asking for a little bit extra. 7 for 7. And then let's ready up this
7 for
Beast
7
Titan. Oh, is it for
ready up the Beast Titans.
Yes. Okay, we're good.
And like you said, though, like Granados sees it as lethal because we can give the 2 damage from the Beast Titan. But we know that there is those reluctance in the stage, and they're sitting there. And so if you just don't remember that you have these abilities to make it lethal, you can flip your Foundation Tenacious from -1 damage to put it 1 off of lethal. And then ask your opponent once again, like you said, 1 more, please.
1 more, please. Yeah, we need the bonuses, and I think that the flip mill +1 to our check makes total sense here. We have to stretch out the stage for as long as we can, and I think there's actually no reason for Bakugo to press that other minus damage. There's no reason to use the other reluctant role model. It's more damage on our turn.
They did their job.
Yeah.
It is forcing our opponent to use more resources. That -1 damage is no longer going to matter at this point because any attack will be for lethal at any point. We are completely tapped out. That was our one little trick that we had in our stage. But as we do the math and we go, okay, I'm going to have +3 to my check to play this next thing. We're also going to take a peek at the top card of our deck. It's good enough. We're going to leave it right there. It's probably still going to end up being curtains, but that was some very near perfect defense here from Angel, aside from the fact that these moves are just really big.
Yeah, they're big, and when you put them in the correct order, they're pretty easy to play. Falling Titans into Resurrected into Female Titan says you get to stretch your stage out, draw a ton of cards. These massive 5 high 6 7 7 7 7 is just it's just a beating, especially when you started the turn at such a low health total. So dropping all the way down to 1 after taking it. The question is what is the coup de grace? And it looks like Beast Titan attacks. Zeke getting in the mix himself, saying, hey, I'm going to finish this one off with my own signature move. Let's make this bad boy a throw, I'd assume. And you better have something impactful. Genkai's Guidance? Something? Give me anything. We know it's not in the deck.
It is, yeah, there's a handshake for game 1, going over to Granados on the Zeke Jaeger Warchief Chaos Symbol deck. Again, in this kind of hybrid formation of both of your finalists for Louisville, really showcasing a new version of this kind of deck that is I would say probably again closer to Wubs, but like you said, we're on the Chaos Symbol. We're not on Life, and there are some meaningful choices that you get to make there. But pretty well decided. But Angel for sure gave Granados a run for his money.
Yeah, cool hybrid build for sure. I think it's really really neat to see two very very potent cool decks meet in the finals, and then as the format evolves and moves on, you take ideas from A, ideas from B, put them together, and find this neat War Chief deck.
And I think that's what we talked about coming off of Louisville, right? Was that, hey, there's going to be a giant spotlight on these decks now because they did well. People weren't necessarily prepared for them. They didn't play all the cards they could be doing into these decks. And with a spotlight on your deck, as you do more testing and you prepare for an event, you're running into X, Y, and Z answers. You, as the person who still believes in the game plan of what the deck is doing, you must adapt as well. And so that is exactly what you're talking about. It is this hybrid combination of both of those decks coming together to fight on both axes, right? You know, you have the cool calculated control game plan that Wub was doing, and then on the other side of it, you have the offensive real potential kill pressure that Caden was doing with his deck.
Very cool.
It is.
I know
great.
you're a massive fan of War Chief. I'm a massive fan of War Chiefs. Any deck that can optimally play the cool pink backup cards, you know, I'm gonna be on board. But I do want to talk a second about Angel's deck, Angel's game plan, because it did not feel like that was such an unbelievable beating. It felt like the game just got a little away from us. Obviously, Zeke War Chief went first, got a little ahead when it came to what was happening on the board. We had to take a full turn off. We fictitiously attacked a backup that Zeke got a +1 gain 1 health off of, and it didn't matter. He built Gray and then passed. So, like,
I mean,
this does not feel impossible for Angel and Bakugo forward by any stretch of the imagination.
I mean, let's talk about it, because I think the reality is I think all the praise I was giving to Angel on, you know, we've evolved, we've changed the Bakugo 4 list to not have to play so many 2 checks. But the real answer is, Tam, is that if we were actually playing 4 copies of Explosive Rebuke, that is an answer to this problem that we're running into right now, which is my opponent has so much draw at enhanced speed. Explosive Rebuke is an extension of that discard ability. It says when you're on the Rebuke, not only are you threatening, you know, your characters once per turn, but Rebuke itself says, kick this thing out, your opponent discards a card, which means you get to hold on to that enhance button while your opponent goes to 0 cards that we saw Granados do defensively, and it says, hey, this is hitting you. This one is hitting you. And when this deck's only playing 1 copy of Explosive Rebuke, you don't have access to that.
Yeah, definitely.
So it's going to be hard.
A meta choice. Definitely a call. Saving control check math for a little less explosive potency in it. But again, I think Angel can do it. I think Bakugo can easily take one, if not both games, if we find a double rabble-rousing turn and the foundations to match it. But we just have to set ourselves up for success that way.
I think a key part of it too is, I mean, Bakugo going first versus going second does matter a lot, and we didn't go first game 1. We are now going first this game, so that, you know, same dilemma that we even ran into as Angel went into his turn 2 after Granados played that Beast Titan Rock Barrage and put this very, very important Beast Titan, 9 Titan throughout the ages. That cannot happen this game. Granados is not allowed to play the first attack of the game if Angel so chooses so. And that matters, right? It means you don't get to sculpt the extra cards that Granados has, putting that extra pressure on that early. And especially if we can get build potentially 5, we're going to fail that last one, but even playing that 2 diff as that 4th foundation there and checking the 5 on it matters, right? We've got that 4 foundation stage here. We've got that keeping beat in our stage, latent skill to grab some potential offensive abilities. Return to Normalcy is a great card. Even with 1 rabble rousing though, like just saying return to normalcy commits sideways for -2 damage isn't the greatest. But yeah, having to lose our Zeke and then also still failing on that next foundation. This is a better build that we saw than game 1. but you know, it's not the best, obviously.
I think if I have 2 attacks, I'm slinging them both at the Jaegerists. This is a turn that I do not have to worry about Zeke blowing them up. I'm going to be grabbing 2 momentum off of hitting both of these. I will be saying that Zeke cannot cycle extra cards out of his hand. I absolutely am going to be targeting these backups because the more backups that are on board, the more potent your plus to your check, and you turned your guy sideways.
I think it's a real interesting idea, of course, and I think I think this is going to be the name of the game. I think is even if I see throughout these 3 regionals that we have for these next 3 weekends is when are people actually going to make that meaningful decision, and does that adaptation function as an extra check to these backup decks? And it looks like we did shove one Jaegerist up. I think we have denoted that this is the target for this, and you don't care, right? Because this rabble rousing is just the setup. So if your first 2 attacks this turn are at the Jaegerist and they're just both rabble rousings, and then you start slinging all these moves at Zeke's actual face that are going to come in with +4 damage, that's huge, right?
Yeah. I would be a little bit nervous because of what we decided to attack with these rabble rousings.
Yes.
I want to use these to unload some massive damage, but if the hand is saying that I got to spend this 4 difficulty to clear the backups, and that's the reason that I lost the game last time, then like that's where it is.
Ooh. So we press the Zeke button, but our character is committed. I actually don't know what. I think here's the thing. He pressed the enhance button on the Zeke. He already knew what that top card was. Like, it's not actually hidden knowledge.
I think it is interesting. It's
right.
Interesting.
That's a weird one to me because you already knew what the card was and you left it there.
So here's what I care about. You drew the card, right? And that's the infraction. Sure. Like you drew a card you weren't supposed to. I get to rip a card. I think that's just the correct answer.
I think it's just easily grab one of those 9 Titans because they're super removed from the game.
Swallowed by the abnormal. You gotta get that out of here, man.
But like we did still press that Zeke button. It was already committed. It's just gonna be dying, of course.
Did we discard pile that 9 Titans or did we remove it? I missed
it. It should be removed, but it is in the discard pile.
Interesting. That is okay.
It's okay.
We're
in the past now.
We're in the past. I'm gonna call somebody right now. I'm calling John UVS and I'm filing a complaint. Everybody, if you care about that card being gone, message your senator.
Fair enough. Here comes another Spiral Wave Surge. This one can get very big if we want it to. But I mean, let's talk about it, right? Angel did what you said. Angel attacked the backups while Zeke was committed. We're gonna get that momentum. It was a rabble rousing setup. We're even gonna cash in the burn from the rabble rousing because we're gonna press our once per turn from Bakugo. And here comes the other 9 Titans into the trash. We get to press the Jaeger's follower because you might as well, because it's probably also getting attacked here by this Spiral Wave Surge. Our card pool is pretty clear for Angel. We have +2 damage on whatever move we end up keep playing. We got a Beast Titan attack off the top of the deck. And Granados' stage, after all of this is said and done, is going to have 0 backups in it.
Yeah, I think exactly the goal here, exactly what we want. Do the cleanup, do the hard work, and then now there's that explosive rebuke coming in to lay the smack down. This is absolutely going to be ripping that card out of the hand, and we have the potential, depending on how we sequence things, to, if mis-sequenced, stun these 2 cards. This thing already has stun 1. We can increase the stun rating a little bit, but it feels
I don't think we're actually going to ever get that, right? Because you have to flip the foundation first to increase the stun rating, and in between all of that time, before the stun 2 comes out, you're allowed to return to normalcy to save the 2 damage that's already on it, right?
Yeah.
So sadly, I don't think it actually matters, but getting that extra card pool clearing and then getting that last card out of Granados' hand, I mean, you're going to just start eating this to the dome, right? We're even going to press the Inspiring Song here, I think, for the -1 to Angel's check that says, hey, this is my only line of defense. I have 0 cards. I have no way of getting any more into them, and my entire stage is getting committed. There it is.
Yeah, Grandiose needs to get Angel out of his turn as quickly as possible, and a pseudo breaker 1 is the only hope we have of doing that.
Absolutely. This one's going to connect, though. We talked about generating momentum from hitting those other things, but we don't do that in this deck. But that one's going to connect. We're going to keep that one as momentum and then build some foundations out here afterwards. So, again, you kept them off of backups.
I'm crazy. If that last card in my hand is a foundation, I play it. I play it every time.
No, I think that's fair.
What is Zeke going to do on 2 foundations, no backups? Cry? Look at me. Whoa, there's so many actions in the hand. I think there's 4 actions. Maybe not.
Frantic
Maybe
rescue.
It's got to be 3 at least.
Backup. 1 backup in the stage. I think even then, right? Like, you still feel pretty good if you keep attacking into them because you keep Zeke off of the attack or off of the backups.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't hate this at all.
I think 1 is the real decision that you probably don't have to attack it. Because even 1 Beast Titan Rock Barrage doesn't like put it to the 4 for that threshold, right? Like, I think there's a real discussion to be made if you don't attack the the Jaeger's follower, for your attack to actually get aborted.
I think the quality of our hand is going to play a large spot into it. If I have a single attack, I'm attacking the backup. Like, I'm just down.
I'm excited for some of these interactions, though, of course. So another Spiral Wave Surge hitting the field. This one can get big if we want it to. Checks a 3 on it, so we're going to have to tap our 1, which is just a nice try, which we'll ready up when we get back to Granados' turn.
It looks like we're posturing at the Jaegerist. That might be true, that might not be true.
I need to go read a card real quick.
Please, read.
Perfect.
From here,
I'm so excited for this.
Peek. And we are allowed to destroy with Zeke and then redraw. I missed a couple follows. Jay Bentley 621, thank you for the follow. And then Trajobush. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Very kind.
All right, here it is. No more backups on the stage. Irate Scowl coming in again. We did check a 3 on it, though. So we're going to have to tap 2 of our face downs. And we do get to hopefully take a benefit. We're going to get our opponent down to 2 cards in hand, I believe.
3. Maybe 3 because he drew one off of Zeke.
Okay, yeah. So we went up to 4?
Went 3 up to 4, down to 3.
Okay. So it means we're not going to get the extra bonus from Irate Scowl, which says that your rival has to have 2 or less cards in their hand to draw a bonus. I was really excited, Tam, because one of those, you said there's a ton of action cards in Granados' hand, and one of them is Runaway, and Runaway is a way to protect your backups when your opponent actually attacks into them, because it doesn't deal any damage.
Yeah. Let's actually show the Runaway before the damage step of your rival's unblocked attack. So I'm not positive. Can't block it.
Oh,
I'm
you're
not
right.
positive you're allowed to because you never get to the block step.
You would be correct then. I was wrong. I missed that word. I just read the first sentence. The damage step. Because you're right. It doesn't actually gain that unblocked status.
Yeah.
Correct.
Hey there, you can call me Tio if that's easy for you. I was the judge at the stream table for the first 3 rounds. Hell yeah, Tio. Thank you for judging. I appreciate it.
Tio, what gives then, man? Why wasn't that 9 Titans perma removed from the game? I'm joking.
Now, Barrett, be nice.
I'm joking. The point is that there's 2 in there already. It doesn't really matter.
It don't matter
it looks like
if we have to flip for redraw or whatever. Looks like
Kaya's Compassion, though.
Yeah, Kaya's Compassion came out of the sideboard here. I don't remember what this card does. After damage from an unblocked attack, your rival must play a non-attack card as their next form.
Yeah. It's an Airy Smile type thing. Okay. Yeah. Airy Smiles type effect, which we played a cape, and we built out some foundations anyway, but we did get some damage in, giving ourselves another attack into our momentum, which is nice, and we have the cape, which Granados did an incredibly good job in game 1 of getting rid of that cape on turn 2 while also restabilizing his own stage. Will we see that same kind of reciprocation? We're gonna have to see, because if there's one thing that we don't have this game, Tam, is this is the only backup we're gonna have in our stage, which means
Yeah.
that check Greece isn't really there. We're gonna get +2 to our check, and that's it.
Yeah, Bakugo already has that by staying on beat or whatever. keeping beat feet.
Beat feet?
Beat feet. It's a colloquialism for running.
Oh.
Beat feet. I got beat feet. I gotta get out of here. He's playing drums.
Tio says, "Be gentle, chat." Or be gentle, Barrett. This was our first big event. Absolutely. I'm kidding, of course. It's not that big of a deal. See, Tam over here is the one that says, if at any point we're not following the rules, we're not playing real Universus. But
Okay.
I agree with you. I think it's going to be totally fine.
I agree. I agree. Hey, let's hash it out now.
I'm joking. Harness on Death coming in. Which is nice. This is again something that Wub was playing in his Zeke Jaeger list that led to his victory that Caden wasn't, and this kind of like hybrid deck. This is a very, very powerful low block threat that, especially if you start generating some momentum in this deck, has the ability to gain echo and then actually end games, right?
And it looks like this is blocking with a Rattle Rousal. You hate to see it. You absolutely hate to see it. This is
but it does have damage reduction on it.
Turn.
But gonna get the block in, and then it's just build one foundation afterwards. Not a single thing connecting against Angel. Great defense, even though it did cost you, again, that bread and butter attack of the Rabble Rousing. But we got to save our cape, Tam, and that's massive.
Yeah, this is feeling significantly Bakugo favored, but 30 plays 18. We have 10 minutes to try and tie this game up. All Grandiose has to do is survive.
Wow.
He's just got to make it home.
I want to, as we go through the motions, Rabble Rousing coming down again. Of course, they're going to press all these buttons and stuff like that. We talked about the strength of 9 Titans, right? Yes, it is response on play -4 damage. But remember, against Bakugo 4, it's not actually -4 damage.
Yeah.
It's -1.
Yeah, and I think what's actually happening here is we are targeting this 9 Titans because we know it's going to deal 7 damage. I think we're having to use Zeke, destroy it, and then redraw. Because we know it's just going to perish.
As the first enhance, we are going to press it, and we're going to go to enough to flip over. Which is also important, Tam, because now on this side of Zeke Jaeger, you're not allowed to abort your opponent's attacks anymore.
Yeah.
This is a very big difference of the front side versus the back side for Zeke Jaeger. And again, that static for plus tier check isn't live unless you have 2 backups in your stage. We don't have that. And again, if you want to gain life and draw cards, you have to have backups in your stage. What don't we have? Backups in our stage.
They're just gone.
Angel has done an immaculate job of trying to play against this deck on the axis that Granados and Zeke Jaeger is playing on, while still getting the same amount of advantage that he would already be getting as the Bakugo deck. Because boom, hey, discard a card, clear the Rabble Rousing, you're still going to burn 2, and I've still cleared my card pullout and doing what my deck does best, and I've kept you off of your game plan and made you flip at the worst possible time.
We're getting trashed on for mispronouncing names.
But it's an O.
It is.
I don't understand. It's okay. That's fair. Thank you, though. I appreciate the correction. Yeah. I am getting it wrong. And
well,
I apologize.
It's not a correction.
I apologize to everybody.
It's not a correction. A correction would be like, here's how you do it correctly. It's just a complaint.
Oh. Oh, okay.
Granados. What are we saying?
What did I say?
I think we said it the whole time. I think Fidu, you're wrong. So...
Is it like, and I'm gonna roll my R because I can do it. Is it Granados?
He's saying
or like,
yeah.
Or it's Granados.
More force on the na. You
like I
said
did. Yeah, I did it. Yeah, the second one.
It's Granados.
It's Granados.
I'll let
Yes.
you. I'll let you roll for
you gotta
both of us.
woo. You gotta woo.
Yeah.
You gotta go. The influx is important.
For how many times people
Anyway, I missed
mispronounce or misspell my name, I'm gonna misspell a couple other people's names. It's chill.
Oh, no one spells my name right. It's okay.
Yeah. So we've got the card, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. But that attack turn did finish. We ended up building a couple more foundations as we go back into Zeke's turn, where we have the Beast Titan Rock Barrage hitting the stage once again. We're gonna build in that 9 Titans that just died. Going down to 12. And yes, we now have a backup in our stage, but again, you have to hit 2 of them to get that check of grease that Zeke wants access to. And depending on how many Beast Titan Rock Barrages we've seen, we might not have access to them.
And this card is so unbelievably good at making one attack absolutely massive. Like this one, we could... Oh, we're using Zeke to just draw the card. Excuse me.
Tap it sideways and draw a card, which I guess if you're challenging Angel to be like, listen, man, you just keep attacking my backups anyway before I get to use them for any sort of like real benefit. Yeah. I'll just use them on my turn. And then the turn that Angel decides to stop keeping Zeke off of backups, then you can turn and use them offensively again. Oh, and of course this works too, right? So this is on a 7-8. We don't have plus to our check here.
I think, yeah. I think that we are imagining once transformed, we always have plus to our check, which is certainly going to move the needle of this game pretty significantly. It says all the hard work
at home
that Angel has done is not it, but it looks like we might be catching it. Hey, he says I need 2 more from you.
Oh. Yeah, so it's on a 7-8.
Hey, there it is. Hey, that's my man. Hold on. Is
Tio in chat?
Tio.
Yeah, buddy, let's go.
That's it. Hell yeah.
Don't get he said it gets corrected. Don't get rude yet. No, we give you the flowers when you get the flowers, man. Of course, that's it.
I'm down.
But of course, so give me 2 more. Absolutely. And you ready? That is so important because now Granados has to remember the entire tournament now that, hey, that's how your character works. You have to have 2 in your stage. And now that Angel has kept him off of 2 in his stage, it's relevant card text. And again, as we did so, we played the female Titan attacks. We're going to ready the backup. We're going to draw our card. And then we immediately turn it sideways again to gain 1 life and draw another card.
I'm still very nervous, though, here. Zeke being second player. If Zeke decides to enter the hand step here again and we play some slow moves, we only have 3 minutes left on the clock. We could be looking at overtime, but it looks like we are going to pass it back to Angel and see how potent can we be.
We did end up using the cape on that female Titan attacks. He said, no, thank you. Please stop. And we did. We stopped. We built 2 more backups in our stage, getting to a healthier number, building a couple more foundations, one of which being a tough skin. That's one of your chaos-only cards, I guess, that you can play in this deck. But, you know, the -3 damage on the Titans under orders isn't as relevant in this matchup, and we've already turned the 9 Titans throughout the ages sideways. So we are going to have to raw dog block a lot of these moves, and having access to, like, 1 return to normalcy, that's about all we got. Drawing into our hand. I wonder if we might have 6 hand size problems again, Tam.
Yeah, we are not just raw slamming them, which says that maybe we need
to build again.
And if we need to build, we need to build right this second.
Yeah, you only have a minute to build because you went first this game, Angel, so you have to make the decision. But instead, we're going to kick things off with a Nezure Wave, and this is where we get to talk about the other ability on Nezure Wave, which says response. After you play this attack, you can spend a momentum, and your opponent must commit 3 of their foundations. Stun 3 on response on play timing.
Imagine having to have 4 backups in your stage for stun 3. Couldn't be me. Couldn't be me.
Just 1 momentum and a forward attack for me, thank you. Woo! Of course, the other enhance on this attack isn't going to do a lot because nothing's been blocked yet. This is the first attack for this turn. But checking the 3 on the move on the Nezure Wave means that we did have to turn 1 sideways on the side for Angel. But this is a very strong beginning for an offensive turn. We do have to chew through basically 16 life, right? Because we can turn all the dice we're doing right now. We're turning this back up sideways. We're going to gain 1 and draw 1 card. And the drawing the cards will be relevant, of course, as we are playing against a Bakugo 4. But if you don't have a stage to block them, Tam, and all we have is +2 to our checks to block these, how much do we have access to?
And it's only +2 if we're blocking with a range or a Titan card. It's not everything. And
Correct.
so it is
Not everything.
Like with the hand attacks that we have, it would be a little tough to navigate through this turn.
Yeah, absolutely.
So speaking of blocking with another 9 Titans, it's got +2 to our check. It's just to play Titan cards. Checking a 6 here on, I believe, a 7. Am I crazy? Is it a 3 mid block?
It's a 2 mid.
It's a 2 mid? You guys gave that guy a 2
It's a 3 mid. It's a 3 mid. All right, 3 mid. It's on a 7. Yes, and so we checked a little rough. So just turning Zeke sideways, I think, is actually a pretty good call, because that Jaeger's follower also represents -1 speed, right? So I think making the call and just turning Zeke sideways instead of the return to normalcy is a smart play.
Responding with the Ryugi's Agency trainees, though, building in the next thing that we play. And so it could be, I mean, something like a latent skill would be crazy.
Yeah. Latent skill to hopefully find some more.
Not the idea here. We're going to be playing
high velocity rush. Or, yeah, just velocity rush, my bad.
Velocity Rush is a high, so you're not wrong there, but not the not the name of the card.
I confuse it with the Attack on Titan one, right?
High velocity slice.
Nice, yeah. But you're right. I mean, this one is cool because it has Echo, which is obviously very important, and then also it has benefits on whether it's blocked or not blocked, and like spreading stats across the next move that will be coming afterwards, which could just be itself because of Echo.
I think we're representing... This is tough. I think that moment of normalcy is going to be massive at saving our life. Because we do have that the copy of... I'll find it.
Reluctant
role model, yeah.
All right, we're going for another block here. That, again, is a Titan card. So it is going to give plus to our check after we use the -1 speed off of the Jaeger's follower, which it checks. We checked our 5. It's actually 6/7. So then we can use Echo here. And because the first velocity rush was blocked, this one gets +1 speed.
Yeah, but not the stat that we're looking for, right? At this point, I think
it's not damage.
Out of the picture for young Zeke. I'm thinking that we want damage because we got to get that moment of normalcy turned sideways so that then we can play a big, massive bomb at the end and find all 15 in one fell swoop. And I'm just not seeing it happen.
And then also, and then we got our first cycle also here from Angel. So there is a fresh deck, fresh chances at drawing some of our good attacks if we find ways. Remember, we still have that Ryukyu Agency Trainees effect that is live, and I actually like the idea of holding on to it if we already still have gas in our hand, because if you saw something like a Kaya's Compassion come down, it means you get to weave that foundation, and I think that's actually really cool counterplay on if your opponent has it or not. But the way that Zeke is kind of posturing here, I think we just don't have anything else. We just have this return to normalcy in our stage, and everything else is going to come at us in full force, knocking down to 9, but instead it is just going to be a cape of no return and pass. It flips after it resolves, so it's going to go straight to the discard pile, even though it connected. Passing back to
Reviewing
Zeke.
Runaway was the last card in our hand. Interesting.
Which would have been very difficult to play on a 7.
Yeah, on the 7, had to check very well.
Looking at our discard pile, which at least tells me that we have something along the lines of like a Beast Titan Rock Barrage or Harness Undeath, which counts how many backups are in our discard pile, which makes 30 life a little easier to deal.
And chat's saying, if I remember correctly, there's some misunderstanding the actual timers for the stream table the first round. This is technically round 2, This is round 2. As you see,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
top is now changed. And so we might be seeing a little bit of extra overtime.
It's
There's
fake
more game to
overtime,
be played.
which does happen. Like, I mean, we know as commentators that sometimes the stream table gets delayed just a second or two or whatever. It doesn't get communicated, so they usually get like an extra few minutes or something. Also, not including if any judges get called, and you get some sort of time extension from stuff like that, of course. But regardless, as this Beast Titan Rock Barrage hits the board, builds in another 9 Titans, it's going to be a lot easier for us to calculate lethal. But we're going to go ahead and block this one, and we still have access to a cape defensively and a card in our hand. Knockdown blow coming in on an 8. We get +2 to our check to play it.
First one we've seen of this this game, or this match, I believe, and one of the big key pieces in the hyper aggressive chaos version of Zeke War Chief. 7 high for 7, very similar to the stats we've seen in these other 7 diffs. But it says the next check to play a backup, i.e. 9 Titans, or when he shift attacks, i.e. falling Titans, Titan attacks, or Beast Titan attacks, female Titan attacks, gets +3 to the check. So very similar to more copies of Resurrected Titans inside of your list.
Well, 3 damage. It gets the 3 damage if it's one of those attacks. It gets the plus to the check regardless. If it's
regardless, yeah, it is 3 damage. You're totally right.
But yeah, like you said, it got caped,
move.
But the blitz already came through, Tam. So this is still going to come in. This is a shift attack. Armored Titan Rush is going to come in with an extra 3 damage, and we had the +3 check to play it. But we really just didn't want to deal with that 7 high 7. Okay, well, here's another 7 for 7, but actually +3 more on it, and we can turn this 9 Titans throughout the ages sideways, doubling its damage, putting it up to 18. But we're still going to press every button we can. We're going to clear this card out of our card pool.
Makes sense.
Jaeger's
to
follower.
Me.
Turn sideways, draw a card, gain a life. This
question
attack
is can we block it? +1/+1 from Swallow by the Abnormal. Coming in 7 for 19. Come on, give me one more. Make it 20. He says
20.
Catch.
Yeah, just going to pull it up. Oh, I can't pull this one up. That's why
I can't pull that one up.
Yep. Yeah, so I mean,
24.
24 damage represented. We did block the first one. We caped the second one. We are at 30. This isn't lethal, but it sure is a big chunk, and says that any attack after it is. And remember, we are still Zeke Jaeger, the backside of it. Finale, which means we still have +2 to our check. But that's not an attack.
That's not an attack.
We did try.
Because I want to play down another backup. I wanted the whole squad in the stage with me. So smart.
Yeah, so it's going to build it down, which means we have another ready backup. Harness on Death here on a 6. This one's not Titan or range, so we did actually check a 3 on it. Turns 3 cards sideways. And this is the low block. This is the low block check. We don't have any momentum as far as I can see, so but this is lethal very easily, even with no other stat input because of the burn ability on this card. Do you have the low block?
With the first form of the turn being the Beast Titan attacks, committing that because defeats female Titan, limiting the blocks that Angel could possibly have in hand. That last solo card, is it the low? If not, it is Curtains.
Spoilies, Tam. He showed it to us. It's a mid. It is and the partial block here means that we are going to burn our life away. Do you have it? Regardless, even if you lived this turn, if this was actually time, Granados already has the game win from game 1. He's just trying to lock in the 2-0. But I think we might be out of answers and out of solutions.
And there's the handshake.
There it is. Game 2. The 2-0.
Taking it down.
Going to War Chief. In this hybrid version of the Louisville winners and finalists decks. Looking to something really cool and spicy.
That was dope.
Pretty cool.
Very, very cool.
That was nice. Yeah. Yeah, and I wonder if we could have played defense probably a little bit better. You know, I think Cape of No Return could have been saved. like, yes, the knockdown blow is very important in big stats, but like we didn't even like give our opponent an opportunity to like press a 9 Titans button. Like it's a first enhance, right? Like make them use something, and there would be less damage that would be coming from something like the Armored Titan blow, or Armored Titan rush down. But that still being said, it was a great game plan. Game two was significantly better, I think, from Angel, at least when it came to that matchup. The adaptation and adjustment that he made, taking down the backups and making Granados play on a different axis that was maybe a little bit more uncomfortable, I think did matter. And I really do wonder, Tam, if we just drew a little bit more of the good cards, like attack cards, on that turn that we were really trying to do something, we maybe could have, squeaked in a draw at least, or at least take it to game three with limited time. But that was still good. It was nice. Good representation for the backup decks. I know I've seen the character breakdown. I don't know if you've seen it at all. It was on social media though.
I saw it a little bit, but I didn't go crazy into it.
But it's just interesting because eventually when we talk about it or we pull it up,
do you want to send it to me?
Spoilies. Oh, sure, yeah, but yeah, the big spoilie on it is that at least in the pie chart, there aren't a lot of backup decks represented here. So that Zeke deck might actually end up being like one of the only ones in a top cut if Granados continues to have a good run. Obviously ending that round hopefully at 2-0. But yeah, I can pull it up for you. It's in the main Discord. So.
Thank you. Yeah, very fun round. I really liked the game. Hey, anytime that I get to watch Zeke Warchief do his thing, the more I'm down. If you're watching this and catching this later over on YouTube as the VOD of the breakout video, make sure you go check out the rest of the event casted by both me and Barrett. With that, we're going to take a small break, have Barrett talk about the breakdown as we move on to the next one.
You're going to make me talk about it. Okay.
You want to talk about the breakdown?
Yeah, that's fine.
I can do...
Chat's going to see me get up, though.
That's okay.
So I can heat this back up. I would like it to be somewhat warm.
Yeah, for sure. I guess I want this.
Yeah, pull it up. I got you.
I gotta
Sorry, I know
figured out. Sorry.
I know our buddies. I know he's messaging me. I suspect that any card with the here are the breakdown spreadsheets. If this helps. Awesome. Thank you so much, man. You were too kind. You're too good for me.
Too good for all of us.
Wow, he broke it down so hard. Oh my god. Eventually, when Tam sets me up, I'll do it.
Yeah, sorry.
All right, what's chat saying? I consider Granados one of the top players of our community. He usually performs really well. I mean, he made a good deck call choice, right? Compared to, at least based off of this breakdown, we might not see a lot of backup decks represented at this event, so I think it is pretty cool. Every backup in your stage has a hidden text of after this attack resolves, it deals 0 damage. I mean, we saw Angel though like take advantage of like Zeke had to get turned sideways to have a good stage, putting up good pressure. Like I think Angel made really good adaptations and like at least to me showed me that they had been practicing against the backup decks and making decisions that people were not making in Louisville, which led to a closer game that it could have been. So yes, and also no. The issue is that outside of directly attacking backups, you have 4 cards in the game that directly deal with backups. Is by comparison, how many cards in the game deal with the attacks currently being used in the attack while compared to the number of cards that deal with backups. I mean, maybe. I think it just depends on what people are. Sorry, I'm getting a million messages. I think it just kind of depends on what people are like choosing to prioritize, and at least based off of. Oh my god. Okay, I see what these are. Okay.
I have
awesome. Yeah, this is great.
I have the breakdown ready if you would like it.
Yeah, you can pull it up. So I don't have the app with chat. Everyone's a negative Nancy's in chat.
And there it is. It is up.
Fox, it's fine. It's fine. You're good. Okay, awesome. Here's your breakdown for everybody at home. As you can see, Godzilla here is in full force with almost a 20% representation, which is interesting to me. I already knew, like, going into this event, and Tio was in chat. I hope it's Teo. I don't know which one. I know it can change. And kind of clarifying like some of the stronger players that exist in their locals and stuff like that. But the Spain play group are gamers for sure. Like they are some strong players, at least based off of what I understand and what I've been told about them. And so like this high Godzilla representation makes sense to me because he's here in chat. We'll talk about him. Zach Richards made a very strong showing at Louisville with his like Earth change and the modern way to play Godzilla, in my opinion, and it can have a pretty good matchup into some of these backup decks. So like, and even as you adapt and doing things like that, I think there's a real decision here to like play Godzilla, as well as we look one further down on the pie chart, Midoriya on the move, which is the talk of the town of what some people and across the world in the format of being the best deck. So I think Godzilla is a good choice to play against into that because they get to play meaningful cards that make the Midoriya game plan a lot harder. This makes sense to me. And then in equal slices of the pie, we see Bakugo 4, as Tam said. European players love Bakugo 4, and I think they play it and build those decks very well, as we just saw showcased for Angel. It makes sense to me. Reiner Braun Warrior, I talked about this on the podcast this week. It's actually kind of surprising that more people are willing to play the character right now, because I think it's going to randomly catch some strays of people playing against backups, and randomly Reiner only plays like a couple of backups, and you're just going to get like punished by cards like Violent Animus Shot in the format that are going to eat stuff like that alive and get huge value from it. So, but it is a good aggro deck, and it has that kind of cheeky like Ghidorah energy, which is I can't get one shot by Midoriya. I'm actually allowed to take one to the face, which does matter. Moving down, of course, we've got Zeke Yeager War Chief. We talked about him a lot already. One of which being Granados, who had a very strong showing and obviously showed some proficiency on like finding the kill lines for that deck, which I think matters. And then the last one on the pie chart is Rodan. I don't think this is a surprise to me because I think Rodan is one of the better Violent Animus Shot decks, which if people are adapting and playing against backup strategies, Violent Animus Shot's a really good one to have. So, and it's just a good character in general, right? So, this breakdown makes sense to me. It is a large percentage of the field being Godzilla. Obviously, for the past couple of regionals and events, we haven't really seen a character go anywhere near past 10% of representation, and that's just not the case here. We have a Godzilla who is for sure like the big front runner. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of cool. Barrett, why are you sitting like that? Because I have food in the microwave I'm going to go get.
Go get it.
And nobody actually cares to look at my face while we commentate. Nobody actually cares.
I care, Barrett.
I get it. You're doing it for the video, but... okay. What else is chat yapping about?
You ready
It's great.
Ready to talk about deck lists?
Teo? I was right. It's Teo. I think there's a healthy conversation on why backups feel worse to exist here versus their direct analog from Magic being Planeswalker, but just flat saying they shouldn't exist is cope. That last message was meant to be how many cards deal with foundations, assets, and backups respectively, and then you can go back just AOT1 even when they came out. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're a new card type, so it makes sense. Partially the reason of those mini Godzillas is because we are growing a lot and many new players build Godzilla because it's easy to learn and it shows results quickly. It's also easy to upgrade even for little money. That second line of text, Teo, is a crazy sentence because I think Chaos cards are very expensive if you want to go to that avenue. But if you pick other symbols that have had success, Godzilla is one of the few characters that we've seen basically top cut or near top cut on all three of his symbols. I would agree with you. I think if you play like Earth or Water variants, it is probably a little bit cheaper. Yeah, Chaos Godzilla feels a lot more expensive, but you are correct in the top part of that sentence. It's very easy to play. It's simple to understand. He teaches you that, hey, I get rewarded for attacking. I spend this momentum resource for a benefit both offensively and defensively. And if the game becomes too overwhelming, I'm going to use mental load. There's a lot going on. You can go, hey, can we redo this? Can we reset, please? Which is very good because I do think like control-oriented game plans can be very intimidating to new players starting off. So it makes a lot of sense to me, and they do get results. I mean, they show up, they top cut, they do well. So maybe not as much as I think the community says that they do, but I mean, I think we might see that happen here for sure. But yeah, Tam, take it away.
With that, we're going to dive into round 3. Once again, apologies, we're going to be butchering names, but we got a fight for the ages. 2 very high meta characters playing 2 pie chart attendees. We have, as I transition, Ismail B. Once again, my apologies, on Void Rodan. Playing a bit of a classic Void Rodan list. Sweeping daggers into World's Weakest Hunter, a recursions of repeated 100% smash. A lot of cool pieces in here. I think the spiciest piece of technology is probably Falco's Jaw Titan attacks.
The 1x right here.
Yeah, it's a neat piece. 5 high for 6, turns things high, gives things plus and minus speed. Interesting. Cool idea here. But look like your classic Void mid-range controlling Rodan, but has some pretty powerful I'm gonna get the job done cards. This Rodan does look like it's trying to win the game, which I really respect.
Yeah. As I pulled up, because I'm doing a bad job with the Snooth system. I'm a bad tester. Yeah, I mean, 76 size card deck. With 24 attacks, good 32% rounded, obviously. I agree with you. I mean, it is on the larger side of when it comes to decks and deck size, but like you said, I mean, we are playing the meaningful ones, right? Repeated makes sense, like you said, as just like a value attack, not necessarily like eating up a ton of punches in the deck, but it does still, at the end of the day, like it is just like a 4-diff with EX and powerful on it that can help us cash in on momentum, which we are really good at generating. And I think, like you said, the 4x Sweeping Daggers Sweet makes sense because apparently if you are just like playing against other good decks in the format, especially if Godzilla is the play here at this tournament, they're playing good attacks.
Yeah.
Because they're higher difficulty, 5 difficulty big moves that draw you cards or give you some really big value. Yeah, I think this deck is sweet. I'm excited to see, because I think a lot of what Rodan comes down to is the execution of the player. Yeah. So I'm excited to see how this one goes.
And on the other side, we have Kevin T on Azuki Midoriya on the move, shifting, transforming into Midoriya Quirks Unleashed. Looking like your classic combo deck for Phantom Threat. Love the 4 Sweeping Daggers. It's going to be a dagger fight. It's going to be awesome. Aerial Goblin Bolt, Fajin Flurry. I love everything that's happening here attack package-wise. And there's a ton of cards. Barrett, how many cards are inside of Kevin's list, if I could ask?
Yeah, I've got it up right here. So this is a 75 card list with 18 attacks, so that 24% number. And it's very much, I think the biggest thing we can talk about, obviously, is there's a lot of cards on the radar for people about attacks from a TMNT that this deck can really take advantage of. And we are playing a TMNT card. We're playing Code Edits, which is a strong card. I think it's good for like this 3-diff slot of like essentially doing like what Nonagon does. But we aren't playing any of those attacks that we kind of talked about people have been talking about, the Hang Tens and the Wingnuts Sabotages of the world, but instead prioritizing a lot more of we're still going to have the Phantom Threat, Fajin Flurry suite, 4x Sweeping Daggers, Goblin Bolt to the 4 of, and 2x of the Violent Animus Shot to respect the backup decks. And playing, obviously, a very nice suite of defensive actions and assets, which makes a lot of sense. Really prioritizing the Ares Smiles makes sense to me if we're playing against, even like Falling Titans decks or other kind of chain aggro decks like Godzilla's. So it makes sense to me. I think this list looks kind of eerily similar to what Mitchell Cimino top cutted with in Louisville. Mm-hmm. Obviously, TMNT wasn't legal for that. But the reason I say that is because like people talked about Guardian of Chinatown when this card came out for Deku because it has Water Attune and it kind of like protects the combo. But he was also only playing it as a one of, and it being a one of here means that I think we've taken a little bit of inspiration, or also just agreed that that's the correct amount.
Yeah, love it, love it, love it. We're going to transition back here, and Barrett, last round, we were at 1.25 speed. This time, we're going to kick it up even faster to 1.5.
175?
So be on your
okay.
P's and Q's as we pop in.
Well, you're going to go first, because I'm going to eat this sandwich.
Game. A-okay, buddy. A-okay. As we transition and get this guy started. All right, love the handshake. Production on the official stream. Oh, I need to be here. Production on the official stream is a little behind us, and that's okay. But we got Rodan going first, building out a couple of foundations here, and I think the name of the game is going to be stabilization for both players. Our goal is Rodan needs to have enough resources and ideas to defend themselves, whereas Midoriya is trying to build out a massive stage and find 21 off of probably a singular move.
I would agree with you, but like,
yeah, go ahead.
It's weird because stabilization matters for both of these characters, absolutely. But it's different. Like playing Rodan against a deck that you know isn't turn 2ing you is very different than Rodan having to have that very key surviving turn 2 and turn 3, which is when you're at your weakest defense-wise. On the other side, Midoriya is honestly, in my opinion, the deck that will be on the defensive foot, because Midoriya will eventually hit a point that says, hey, Rodan, I built enough foundations that I will actually one-shot you.
Yeah.
And you have very little ways of interacting with me. And if you do have ways of interacting with me, I probably have an answer to it, or I have an answer to the answer, or whatever. So I do think it is very much on Ismael's onus to keep the tempo of this game on the aggressive foot, because eventually Deku will create enough foundations to do enough forms to just end the game, because 21 life is very different than like 34.
Totally. And Animus is a great way to start it out. 4 high for 5. Let's make this thing a little bit quicker. We did have to commit Midoriya in order to pass some checks, and so it might be possible that we rip a key card out of Midoriya's hand unless Cape is on the board. I was looking at a different screen. Did we build this Cape?
We did, yeah.
Okay. So from here,
our character's committed, so we don't have that really powerful discarding a vestige kind of ability. But what we do have access to is this Cape that we ended up building. And we can obviously still block, which we do.
Yeah, Smokescreen, adding a card from my hand into a card pool face down for -4 speed. Probably the first time I've ever seen this card inside of a list. Very cool way to stop and fight Rodan. If singular blocks are hyper important, then this is a way to utilize your hand to get kind of a bonus review. Dig through this 75 card list, find the pieces that we need, and go on from there. From here, Rodan continuing to push his luck, checking the 5 on the Rejuve Smash. Second card played on our turns. We're going to gain 2, draw 2. The gain health, not important, but Rodan becoming a 9 hand size character. Massive, massive deal. Perfect.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the kind of the value engine, but it's also the risky play, right? And I think this matters because if we checked a 3 here, obviously we Rodan, we saw what was coming. But sometimes when you press the Rodan enhance and you look at the top 2 cards of your deck, if there was 2-3 checks there, you don't get to make this play. You just don't get to do this. And luckily, because you get to alter the order, you get to check the 5, commit 1 foundation, and if there was a 3 on top of the deck, also, you got to draw that and have that value going forward future turns. But the goal here now is, again, that stabilization. We've played our 2 attacks. We got a little bit of damage in. 23 is a lot easier to do than 29. Now we need to build our stage and build a good enough defense, because if there's anything that I think Deku is very, very still good at doing, and even more so now with cards like Hang 10 and Wingnut Sabotage, although Kevin's not playing them, you're still allowed to play very impactful and meaningful pokes as Deku to still generate advantage, such as Fajin Flurries.
Fajin Flurry is huge.
I think even in that same boat, as we immediately, at the beginning of our turn, form turn 3 of our foundation sideways, and we're going to become the backside. Quirks Unleashed. One of the cards that we committed was the First Wielder, which says we're allowed to ready a foundation and gain 2 of our life back once you transform, which is very nice. And then here we have another key piece, and one of the reasons why you play the air version of this deck, which is Heroic Passion, which says every time we turn a foundation sideways, either for a form or for any cost, whatever it is, we get to draw a card, which helps you find some of those pieces, like you said, in our large 75 card list. We can find them a lot easier because we have this extra draw potential. Building a tattered costume matters. We play some pretty strong defensive actions on the side for Ismael and Rodan in general. But again, stabilization turn, we just really needed to turn into that backside of Midoriya to eventually have the offense. So here we have, this is another key turn for Ismael to have a good offense. Sweeping Daggers, name of the game. If there's any Sweeping Daggers in Kevin's discard pile, you just get to get them all, right?
And he says, no, thank you. Activating Midoriya, putting the speed down to 1, redrawing a card, and blocking with a Goblin Bolt.
And giving a flash.
The strongest 1-2 punch that this Midoriya deck can present. Hey, I'm down to draw the card, make your mid-attack not deal anything, and then cancel whatever enhance you could possibly want to do next. And it doesn't say non-character. It's a really, really strong part of this card.
Non-character, blitzes, enhances. It doesn't mess with responses, which is important, but like here as we see this 100% repeated smash, you can cancel the speed that Rodan could give, you could cancel the commit ability that I just hope we wouldn't press, but it also just says you could cancel the ready 1 foundation ability. Also could cancel powerful or EX, of course, but this one to me is just kind of like a grease attack, maybe setting something up to play something like a Tri-Gravity Beam. So if we could bait out this Aerial Goblin Bolt and getting flipped over, Tri-Gravity Beam was probably going to feel a little bit better, but it looks like we're going to just cancel the Rodan speed enhance so that this can be blockable for us.
Yeah, another block makes sense here. An Aries Smile coming in, saying
huge.
that the Tri-Gravity Beam dream is dead. Hey, play a non-attack card or pass your turn, and now we don't even have to worry about using the cape on that Tri-Grav. You've got to play something else and make the turn way, way harder, way, way scarier. We'll see if we decide to go for the line, and the answer is we're giving up the ghost. It's not going to happen.
Which is a successful turn if you're Kevin playing Midoriya on the move. It's about how many turns you can survive with. And the closer we get to a better stage for Kevin, it's faster and faster approaching that 21 one-shot number for Phantom Thread. 1 Defiant Stance in stage represents 2 foundations for our form, basically. We're very close to getting all 5 of those all 5 of those form stacks. And we're turning our stage sideways. I mean, we might actually just be close enough. Something like a first enhance giving an extra bit of damage. We don't have any momentum for the powerful, but we're pressing at least 1 form. Heroic Passion draws us a card, readies the Defiant Stance up. So, I mean, regardless, you're a 7-hander for the rest of the turn, and then it scales depending on how many Heroic Passions you have.
Yeah. As well as, I mean, you're drawing cards and getting bonus stats. It's everything that you want to do in a game of Universus, all on the backside, and you have such a potent, for free, on-demand defense of negate an attack, redraw a card. It just has so much. It has so much. It is so much.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sorry, here looks like we're activating Midoriya again. Now +6,
2,
+6,
3, 4.
4 times. So plus.
Take a momentum. Phantom on a 5. Checks a 3 though, and you get away with murder.
Whoa!
That was the riskiest play I've ever seen happen. But Midoriya on the move is allowed to make that play. You get the momentum. There was 4 forms stacked up. It would have came in with the 4 instances of 3/3, 1 enhance for powerful. Give it flash and send it. But it means you turn your whole stage sideways and check a 3 and fail it.
And Rodan just builds. He's not even gonna punish him for it. He said there's nothing to do. He said cape plus tattered costume is too strong. I need to hedge my bets and say you can't do that a second time, young man.
Well, it could just be we didn't draw them, which when you play a 76 card deck, even as a 7-hander, and you see 1 attack against a cape, it's sometimes not enough.
Yeah.
Wow. Actually surviving when we shouldn't have. I mean, like, very, very, very plainly. But I will say, because we failed that Phantom Threat, again, this is a Midoriya deck. that's the one you got to find. We checked another one. We didn't have one obviously in our hand, but instead we're just like, I guess I'll just build 6 or what, build 5 or whatever.
We've now entered the wall. We have, I believe, 12 foundations over on Rodan's side, deep in deadlock over on Midoriya's side as well. For 6, 7, 9, 11, I think. 8, 6, 11.
And it was just,
yeah.
I mean, now we're just in this weird situation of like, eventually, Kevin will probably find one Phantom Threat. And when he does, I think the game's over.
Yeah.
If we don't find the Phantom Threat, it is more and more turns of Ismael trying to break through this defense and get at least a little closer of trying to win this game. But it is going to have to take either an incredibly large stage and doing it in one turn or multiple turns of trying to pull this off. Man, that was so fast because we're at 1.5 times speed, and I didn't really have time to embrace it and catch it up. I don't.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
It is weird that Hang 10 is on the screen.
Yeah.
And I didn't pull it up. Did you pull it up? I didn't pull it up.
That's on the official screen, not on our screen. We physically can't pull that card up because it's not in their deck. But it's I'm just losing my mind.
Oh, I mean, we can just pull something up to cover it, right?
That's what we've been doing, Barrett. But that's not what you get to see. I can't show you what they at home see.
I understand.
Yes.
My bad. I didn't realize that wasn't what was on your screen. Good. I've got 7 windows up right now watching and commentating this from remote.
I feel it, and it's dope.
It's kind of,
last time I'll ever send you a private message.
No, it wasn't anything important. What, dude? Come on. Okay, hey, I have a real because we're about to hit the wall because Rodan just built.
Yeah.
We have formed 5 times again.
Nah,
so
it's 6.
I'll hold my breath before we get into it.
It's 6. We got another one.
6. Yeah, you're allowed to check a 3 here because you still have 2 more foundations, which is better than what we had last time. But the question is, I'm looking at the stage, Tam, and there is nothing on Ismael's board that protects him against this combo.
Yeah, I am also not seeing anything. Let me pull this Phantom Thread up before.
I'm gonna pull the whole deck list up while you do that. I'm just trying to figure out what we have. Some cheeky block trick or something like something in the stage I can't see. Like it just.
I mean, the answer is just Genkai's, right? Like they Genkai's.
It's just Genkai's, and there it is. We're pressing the button. We're gonna sacrifice our 3, and Tatter Costume eats it. So we have to have a second guidance. Sorry, we're figuring out. So you've got to pay your costs. That's what we're doing. We're sacking 3 foundations.
All non-check. All non-check.
Respond Tattered Costume, which will cancel and draw. There's no interaction for the Tattered Costume, so this will happen. The question is there a second Genkai's Guidance? Genkai's Guidance stays in the card pool. And if that was your one answer, again, Midoriya already had that on the stage to protect the combo. We are now talking it out. Hey, I'm going to only press... It's going to receive all these stats, but I'm only going to press the response on Phantom Threat 4 times. You're allowed to pass priority and not do the button. And then go to the enhanced step, press Powerful 2 for some extra gas, immediately give it flash and draw a card, and we are now presenting a 24 for a billion
as we go
to our opponent
to game 2.
As we go to game 2. And there it is. I mean, we fumbled on the first attempt, and we checked a 3 for Kevin, but with no rebuttal from Ismael, and instead built a board that just, I mean, quite frankly, didn't interact with the combo, means you fold to it on a future turn, and there's not really much else you can do about it. But, yep, game 1 going to go over to Kevin as they go in sideboard, and then we can chat a little bit. I mean, I don't know how much adaptation you can really do, as I'm kind of like there are answers, obviously. Like, there are cards that Ismael is playing in his sideboard that can help him. Things like Nonagon, at least to get to the enhanced step. We also have, like, Filled with Doubts. Like, they do exist. but you still have to have the answer to the rebuttal answer that Kevin already has access to and is already mainboarding, because that's what the deck does.
Apparently, Chad is saying that he had a second Genkai's in hand, and just didn't think
Oh.
he was allowed to play 2 of them into the same window.
Oh,
Which,
you absolutely are, which
so,
is different. That's a different,
tough.
yeah.
Tough.
That's
Tough
rough.
break.
Yeah, you definitely can. And that means we would have lived, unless we would have lived another turn. That still doesn't answer the question of like, could Ismael rebuttal and send another offense, which is something we have to find out in this next game, because I think we did a good job in the beginning of the game of like putting in some pressure, knocking down Midoriya's life a little bit closer, stabilizing our own stage, getting away with murder and surviving that first Phantom threat that would have been for lethal.
Yeah.
So it's just this idea. It sounds like Chad says no, it was actually a barriers or whatever. Maybe it was a different game. I don't know. So it's good, but like you have to have like 2 or 3 answers when the game gets that long against this Midoriya deck. And I just don't know if game 1 was well suited for that for Ismael, because of how quickly Kevin was able to pull off the combo, and even then just like check the 3 and give Ismael a chance.
Yeah.
Right? So like that was something that we were gifted that game. That doesn't happen twice.
Yeah, opts to go first as Ismael over on Rodan. Mulligan in the hand back, saying that one's not quite good enough. Leaving himself a special treat at the bottom of his deck. We're going to see. I think that... did Kevin not mulligan at all? Is he just happy with it?
Maybe.
We just drew 6 good ones? I love it. Love that.
I mean, you'll get a bonus too, right? I mean, plus a review. Like, if one card's an attack, you review it, you draw your 2 bonus. Like, it's pretty simple.
Nonagon going in. Going to be
Nonagon
massive,
matters.
I think.
Well, so it's Nonagon plus return to normalcy. So again, just getting to the enhanced step isn't quite enough, Tam, because the attack is still going to have plus whatever.
Yeah.
Right? You still have to deal with it. Getting to the enhanced step, though, gives you the ability to play things like return to normalcy or barrier shield or whatever it is, and get to the block step in a more reasonable pace. And then live because your opponent tapped their entire board sideways. But even if you get to the enhanced step, you still got to be able to pass the block. And your opponent is also allowed to now play enhances. So
can we talk about the
double...
board state real fast?
Yeah.
Rodan is one of those characters that pokes incredibly well. I would be so nervous to poke at a Kevin's board here with the double desperate plea plus my character of Midoriya minus 3 speed
with a heroic.
Redraw a thing. Like this is such a bad spot for us to be in. If we
there it is.
If we poke and we have any amount of a high block whatsoever, it's just gonna build up the stage even faster for Midoriya to make that combo happen that much quicker.
Yeah, and that's exactly what's happening here right now, right? Is that we turned our heroic passion, drew a card, blocked with this infinite potential, built it down. So now we have the infinite potential plus Aries Smile thing available to us whenever we want. And our opponent let us do that because they poked into us. And it was just a poke. We didn't even like Rodan to like see what was coming. It was just poke, give our opponent value, build for pass.
Yeah.
So it's like, and we're gonna throw our own poke. I mean, Kevin feels like he's in such a good spot. He's up a game. He's like, I'm allowed to just lazily sling this aerial Goblin Bolt, selective seal a thing like the Nonagon, and say I'm allowed to keep playing these pokes because Tam, what really matters here, in my opinion, is if you get 1 momentum as Midoriya, it's so big for that Phantom threat. It means you're allowed to do the thing that we just did last game because you can get 1 momentum. This little 3 for 3 poke, I mean, it's going to get plus 3 speed because we tapped the heroic, but like, and then asking your opponent
to minus 3, and we still take the 2, right? Like we take the 2 here, and we're removing so many daggers.
My god,
gone. Ugh, wowzers! It's a knife fight, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, so
getting in there.
For everybody at home, sweeping daggers says, I mean, as you pull it up, blitz. Remove an attack from your opponent's discard pile. This gains all abilities and keywords from it. So for every sweeping daggers you remove from a sweeping daggers from your opponent, you get to do it again while just also getting immense value of removing attacks from your opponent's discard pile. And then also, coincidentally, if you have more sweeping daggers in your own discard pile, because you picked two of theirs, you're allowed to use the other blitz on your own sweeping daggers more times to trade out and get more burn damage in. But on the last one, you obviously pick some other move to copy whatever you really want it to be. It could literally even just be that repeated. I can't see because the glare, but and even that repeated smash gives the punch keyword to the sweeping daggers, which allows us to ready the heroic passion.
Yeah, I think what we did here was we copied an ice sword and we committed moment of normalcy, which I don't hate.
Sense.
I don't hate that.
I don't hate it either. So you do all of those things, you tap that thing down, you get some extra poke value in, or you get resources out of your opponent. We even had our thing canceled, which is crazy to me. We canceled the peak ability off of Rodan, which flips over the aerial goblin blow, which means we don't get to take it as momentum. We didn't get any momentum that turn.
We canceled a redraw. We're moving quick, but it's important to
I
say.
thought it was the peak, but regardless, we flipped over the aerial goblin blow,
which
means we didn't get the momentum. Yeah, so that big thing that I said is now off the table because of the the actions we chose to take. We did, however, we had a face down in our card pool, which means when we go to transform into Quirks Unleashed, that face down card in our card pool says we have to commit one less foundation. We still get value, and we turn our character over. On play of a sweeping daggers again from Ismael, which this is the third one now we've seen on his deck. But we're gonna infinite potential and to make it a high, and then here comes the block with an Ares smile.
Huge. What a crazy tactic.
Please stop, especially because we know that Ismael is playing things like repeated.
And then instantly takes and uses the Desperate Plea to build in this action, turning it from a blue card now into a gray card, which is just more stats and more potential for the combo to happen on the next turn. 19 is looking that much closer.
I could only imagine he wanted to play Rejuvenating Smash there, and immediately got told no because you got Ares Smiles, right? So, I mean, Rejuvenating Smash says it has to be the second card you play this turn. Ares Smiles shuts that down even when you block with them early.
As a well-known infinite potential hater, that tactic in this character feels really, really disrespectful.
I think that's fair, but I think it's just a good defensive tactic in general, right? Like,
just like
even when infinite
the added BM of you don't get to go to the enhanced step and it's a 0 high.
Oh,
like,
true. Yes, and this character
no enhanced step, 0 high. Don't play a move. I'll take no damage. I'll build it down. Like it was just +1/+1/+1/+1 so much. It was crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of the benefits of doing that. When you are a flash-based character, and the stage is now so incredibly large for Kevin, as we are building foundations on Ismael's side, very quickly we have enough foundations for the Phantom Threat to once again be this one punch, but you have to have an answer to the Nonagon, or potentially even a Genkai's Guidance in hand, and I think we're gonna still try and go for it. As we start, we're going to do the poking, which makes sense to me, right? We don't have all the defensive pieces to protect the combo. That's just still putting on enough pressure to our opponent. And we pressed the form button twice. One was Heroic Passion, Defiant, Ready to Defiant, and then turned a second Defiant sideways, and then the first one that we did already. So this is still going to come in with +6/+6.
Yeah, hell of a poke,
and the
right?
question,
4 diff,
it's a hell of a poke.
10. you
and like you have to look at your own. You have to look at your own discard pile and be like, man, do I just have to freaking Nonagon this thing?
Yeah. What am I supposed to do? What matters in the discard pile? It looks like we're just gonna let it ride.
I think you have to let it go. I think you just have to. He goes, okay, well here's your third sweeping daggers that's now here. Here's that one. It's gone. And then we get to pick anything we want. Looking at the bullet kick.
If we have the repeated, we're at 10 damage. Hey, checks can't be modified this turn. Your breaker blocks, they don't exist. Sorry, man.
True. And we did get picked the repeated, so I gained the punch keyword, and so we can ready up this Heroic Passion, which means we have it on defense, or we have it on defense, because it is a once per turn. Sorry, I had to remember that. Which means we have it ready to go when Ismael attempts to attack us if we don't end up killing this turn. But at the end of the day, you still have to deal with +6/+6 on this. It now
Yeah.
also has powerful NEX. Not that we have any momentum.
Yeah, +6/+6, and there's so much more that we're allowed to like play onto this this card. Like we've got 5 face downs for even more of a punch. Like this is we only pumped +3/+3 into this one. Imagine if we had just, I don't know, 2 more on it. It's just that much more that we're gonna have to commit out this board over on Rodan's side to just survive, because this is literally half of our remaining health.
Yeah, and I think that was kind of what I was trying to get at, is that this is something that Midoriya has already been able to do forever. If the game goes long enough, you build a big enough stage, he is still incredibly good at playing pokes. And I say poke, and I get that it is a 10 damage move, and we are so many turns into this game, it's not really a poke anymore. But
Yeah.
like, the value of each attack and how many resources your opponent must commit to protect themselves against them goes up tremendously the larger your stage is. And then when they're already on moves like Violent Animus Shot or Sweeping Daggers, your opponent has to constantly be thinking about, what happens if I don't interact with this one? What else am I going to lose? Do I just lose on the next one after they decide to turn their stage sideways even more?
And then this is 0 high for 5, and it is representing. It's asking to answer a question. Hey, you're going to lose a card either way. Do you want to save this as a block or no? And the answer is, we're just going to block it out using the barrier shield. Would have loved to have played the enhance on it for a little bit of breaker here, but that stopping for breakfast is going to stop that. Build 1 pass, still hold 4 cards in hand because of the draw 1 from the Heroic Passion. And then on defense, how do we commit it on defense? We don't. The answer is
I don't
no.
think we do. So that's why I stopped talking about it. I was like, oh, we don't actually have a way. Yeah, like, and we're staying across stopping for breakfast. There it is. That's one way of answering one of the answers that Ismail has, which is the Genkai's Guidance. It does only answer one Genkai's Guidance, so you're allowed to play another one. But here comes that spicy one of on Ismail's side of the board. The you got it. Thank you. Falco's Jaw Titan attacks. 6 difficulty, checks a 4. 5 high for 6. It shifts down into the backside, which we'll show after we're done with it. But Blitz, it says your next attack this turn gets +4 speed, and you can change it to a high. Probably don't want to do that against the Eerie Smiles deck, but it does still get 4 speed, which is very good.
Yeah, it's very, very good. And that is if my rival lets me get to the Blitz on this one. We easily could just Midoriya this and say, hey, I don't have to deal with either of them, truthfully.
Yeah. But I think making the decision not to, as we've already moved to enhances, getting our Rodan. We also have a Science Bros in our stage, so like we are using incubating offensively, which does give and net 1 damage. So I like that play. It's a cool tool that Rodan has access to now, as long as you're willing to play those 3 difficulty foundation, as well as still just giving even extra stats, the extra 1/1 every time you press the Rodan button. Feels really nice, and it's also a good draw card. But here comes Aries Smile. He goes, yeah, man, your next one can have +4 speed, but you're going to have to weave something in between.
Makes total sense to me. Saying that the Rejuve Smash is not going to be the second card, which means we no longer get to have that gain 2, draw 2, putting us back to full health and making us the dreaded 9-hander that Midoriya does not want to deal with.
It was a hefty block to do it, though. Yep, it looks like we're just like, I've got to do something, man. I've got to try and play, but here it is. There's that read. We've had this Rejuve for 2 turns in a row now. Playing this on a 7, checking a 3 on it. Even though it comes in with the 4 speed, this is a pretty do-nothing attack, even if we do find a way to discard a card from our hand and get a momentum.
Nah, we're never even going to enter the enhanced step to begin with. I assume that we're going to put this as a 1... oh, look, we jumped footage. 1 for 8.
Whoa. Things are happening.
Things are happening.
Crazy.
Did the stream crash? Question mark?
I don't know. Maybe it was lagging, and because we're playing it at 1.5 speed, we don't actually like see all the lag buffer. But it looks like we did end up surviving with a Genkai's Guidance of our own from Kevin's side of the stage, stopping the 3rd attack. And then even if there was another one, or maybe we did flash that one, you know, we had very good defense here on the side of Kevin's board. And even after sacrificing the 3 foundations, we still end up having a pretty healthy stage for us to do the offense. But because of now that Falco's Jaw Titan is now on the flipped side, you now have access to this backup that has some pretty relevant text on it, right? It has 6 stamina, and you can spend 1 stamina to give an attack +1 or -1 speed, and you can enhance, lose 2 stamina, and change this attack's zone to high. So it can be anything for your own high block tricks as well. That being said, we are watching Kevin lead with an aerial Goblin Bolt. I can only imagine it's going to seal the Nonagon once again. And even with one card in our state or in our card pool, we can probably press the form button still enough times to play a Phantom Thread as our second attack and then get through that answer.
Yeah, 19 is a lot. And so it might be the same kind of situation, though, of maybe it has to be we press the buttons, we tap out. I need to check the 5. If I check the 3, the turn could be over. There's certainly there's a chance that there's a lot riding on the line. We'll have to see what the rest of the turn looks like.
Yeah, it looks like we're going for that seal there. I think the other important part too, Tam, is like, let's say that there's some crazy hand trick or something from Ismael or another way to give flash to a move. The aerial Goblin Bolt's in the card pool now. So
Yeah.
even when you go to press the button like the return to normalcy, you can just say no.
Yeah.
Even if you get to the enhanced step.
That for enhanced answers, we've got stopping for breakfast. For action answers,
responses.
we've got Mashos for another enhanced answer in the stage. There's a lot that we have answers to over on Kevin's side. The question we have to ask is, do we have the question, right? And it looks like failing or passing the cape. Cape passes.
It does pass. We did get the block.
3.
I think it makes sense. It's less forms your opponent needs, less damage your opponent needs. But the question here is, how many forms do you press? You only have to deal 19. We have the potential to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 if we tapped our whole board sideways. Of course, we don't want to do that. We want to keep the stopping for breakfast up. You only need 4 of them, and I counted to 6. So, you press it 4 times, Tam. Even if you check a 3, you tap the last, or I guess you can keep everything but stopping for breakfast up.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like we do have the Phantom Threat sitting in hand, just waiting.
1, 2,
let's redraw.
3, 4, 5.
5.
Just gonna press it 5 times. That means this Phantom Threat is on a 6.
Checking a 3 here is going to be absolutely devastating. As we all hold our breath, waiting for. Oh, it's a violent animus shot. Oh, we can give this
4-5.
We can give it flash.
There's a backup on the stage.
You got a backup. Oh,
whoa!
Wowzer!
Wow!
Falco, dude, you gotta get out of here, man.
Blitz. Commit a foundation, which we kept up.
Yeah.
Remove 1 backup from any stage. The Falcos. If you did draw a card, gains flash. Bop. Go. No enhances. It still comes in with 15-15.
Wow.
15 plus 5 on the damage by itself is 20 damage.
So smart. And even, you ready? Even if we check the 3 here, we still can commit Midoriya plus 1 more, and then do this same play. Yeah, we won't have the Genkai's answer, but
that's on play, right?
Yeah.
So if the on play answer comes after you've checked to the 3, whatever, you don't play the blitz anymore because it's probably going away anyway, right?
Yeah.
Or you maybe take it to the enhanced step and you still have the aerial Goblin Bolt to answer the return to normalcy. I think this is kind of crazy, right? Look, that's exactly what we're doing. You don't have the stopping for breakfast, or you do have it. You still turn the Mashos sideways. The Mashos would cancel the return to normalcy, but you still have this attack gaining. It has flash on it still.
Yeah.
You don't have an answer to the flash. Even if you did have an answer to the flash, I can aerial Goblin Bolt to return to normalcy. This is an incredibly cool line, all because your opponent had a backup in their stage.
Yeah. Backups are bad, man. I don't know why people play it. There's the handshake. Congratulations to Kevin. What a crazy line, dude. That was
Kevin
so
T
sick.
here with the 2-0 victory. Wow. Wow, that was pretty cool. I liked that a lot. I said it earlier today, Tam. I think the decks that are lazily playing backup decks, and when I say lazy, I don't mean in the sense of that was a terrible decision, that card's bad. If you aren't committed to the backup game plan, you're going to catch some random strays for people playing cards to fight against that game plan. That is literally what we just saw happen. That you gave Midoriya another opportunity to play a flash attack to gain all these stats to get you basically almost at exacts lethal because you only played one backup in your deck, or you only played a couple or whatever. And because you did play it, I have an answer that I'm going to eat you alive for. And that's literally what happened. It's crazy. And I said that. That's what I said. I said Reiner Braun Warrior decks are going to feel a little rougher if people are choosing to play things like Violent Anima Shot to be an answer to this deck. But all in all, Midoriya getting the win, moving on as what we assume to be 3-0 against a Rodan who was already 2-0, hopefully, that we assume. So, I mean, still in the running for sure. You're allowed to go X and 1. That was
true,
great.
man. What a sick game. What a very cool game. It felt like players were making choices on both sides, but it certainly felt like the character with a little more agency over their turn won. I dig it. I dig it. If you like that, ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching over on YouTube, please make sure you check out the rest of the videos of me and Barrett casting the EU regional. We've got so much more, and if you're watching with us live now, we're gonna move on to the next one. Easy peasy.
I'm excited for this next one. I can already see the preview at least. Sorry, I have like I don't understand what's happening today. I am getting so many messages.
It's funny.
I know I was gonna say this before that game really started, but what people obviously don't know also at home, and it's different for what we're doing. This is not official, obviously. But when we commentate remotely, it's cool because we're in our own homes. But like, even with a 2-monitor setup, I have like 7 things on my screens at any given time, right? So like, if I like miss something happen in the game because I'm getting a message from production or I'm trying to help pull something up or
blowing
whatever.
Up Tam's private DMs.
Yeah, exactly. That's like the behind the curtain stuff that I was really talking about. It's really interesting because when we commentate in person, a lot of that isn't really there because there's enough people on the team to like, manage that stuff, and I really just get to focus and pay attention to the game and yap about it. But it's really cool. I'm not in my underwear. I'm wearing gym shorts.
I'm also wearing
gym
shorts.
I already stood up. I wanted to get some food. But that's the fun part about doing it at home is that, it is what it is. Also, you're hard moding it for me. Because you keep speeding it up every round.
Yeah.
Are we increasingly going to keep getting
this
faster?
Time. We're not increasing it this time.
Okay. Yeah, once you pull up their names, I can go and I missed the first name though. That's my own fault.
It is Mike. I believe it's Mike Hardiman, but Mike didn't put a last initial, so who knows?
It is hard. It is Hardiman.
Dope. That's what I thought.
David P. Canonically, none of the vegetables and VeggieTales can receive salvation or go to heaven because they are not allowed to have a redemptive relationship with God. Andrew, what's happening? Are you okay, man? Do you want to talk to somebody? By the way, the people at the stream table aren't always table 1. That makes sense. Try to get some more interesting pairings. I'm not going to look it up. This is true. This is, in fact, canon. Kobuddy, do not encourage his behavior. do not feed into that.
Or do. I'm not your dad. You got the 2 decks up?
Yeah, I'm good.
Let's get it rocking. I've clicked the record button. And yo, what up? We are into round 4. Ready to rock it. Got a fun one. I need to swap the order of these 2 decks. And then let's look at deck lists as we have David D versus Mike No Last Name.
Spoilers, it's Hardiman.
It will happen. We've got it right there, and then I click this button and we transition. Hey, all right. David D, Godzilla on Chaos. The best deck in the room, the most represented deck in the room. Classic Chaos plan. This deck's entire identity is to slam momentum. Love the 5 difficulty package here, outside of things like Titan Cliff, which is a value engine, and Heat Ray, which is just a beating. That one hits so unbelievably hard. But if you look at the foundation base, tons of 6 checks here with Swallowed by the Abnormal, Finally Free, and then Pass Through Walls. Also, I missed Inspiring Song. The goal of this is to play cards, pass checks. That's Godzilla's idea. How many moves can I play? How hard can I hit you over and over and over again? Barrett's thoughts on David's deck?
Yeah, I think it's great, including other 6 diff in the deck. We have Unfazed. I know you really like that one, and you've been testing that one out in Godzilla decks because it's this kind of like damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of idea. I'm really liking the support from the female Titan. I think that card is incredibly good of like turboing once you have momentum, scaling it forward as long as you can hold on to one of them. And cards like City Rampage help you hold on to that one momentum, at least on the first move, so that you have an even bonus one and extra card draw. But yeah, I mean, name of the game, things we're missing, I would say that you would see in most of these Chaos Godzillas, is the things like Determined Advance, but you can see the kind of equivalent to that with the swing, right?
Massive swing.
Yeah, massive swing, kind of fitting in that slot as long as you play around the amount of momentum you have when you go to play it. But I agree with you. I mean, this is one of those decks that's, a lots of 6 checks. We're going to be able to pass these checks, but we are trying to win the game fast and eat some low health total characters alive.
Much like Mike Hardiman, Mike H, on Earth Pony. There's 2 ways that you can pass checks in this game, and that is either make the check number bigger or clean the card pool, lowering your progressive difficulty. Here's what I have to say, though. A lot of TMNT in this deck. The most TMNT inside the main board that we have seen yet so far. With attacking-wise, the biggest introduction is Flying Elbow Drop. After it's discarded with an additional card, remove it, you're allowed to play it. It's basically a draw 1 attack that plays itself, very similar to the Lethal Slash that we see. And then probably the best piece of technology inside of Pony. Barrett, your thoughts here. Doing your best Godzilla impression is Genghis Frog, Temperamental Toad. This guy hits like a truck.
Yeah, it's a big shift, I think, to what not just Mike Harden in here, but a lot of Pony players are talking about as maybe the way to go and play this deck. Before, the name of the game was playing a bunch of 4 diff attacks and just getting a lot of value, or playing like clear payoff rewards in the air symbol. But on either of those symbols, you gain access to Hunter's Ally, which allows us to build in any ally card from our discard pile, which we can talk about things like, Science Bros. But the biggest new addition, like you said, in the TMNT cards are these secret rare, elusive backups. Genghis Frog is +3 damage to all of your moves. If you build that in as your first attack for the turn, in a character that has never given damage ever in its entirety, it is a big dynamic change to this deck, because she's already good at giving speed or giving minus speed. I even love the 1x copy of Mondo Gecko in here as well, because like you also have the air symbol, and that has a tune on it. And knowing that getting some extra speed offensively and defensively is huge for this character. I think the explosivity that we're going to see from this Pony deck is going to change how people were looking at it, or maybe even underestimating this character. And I say that because everyone always talks about this character ever since the existence of her, but nobody registers her, Tam.
Yeah.
Nobody plays this character, but every time someone does, or a few people do, she does top cut an event. And this is a new version to play that deck, and I'm really excited to see what Mike is going to show us. Even still playing the 2 checks on the Lethal Slash here, I think we are going to see a slobber knocker of a match here.
Totally agree. And here it is. We've got them playing. Once again, for everybody at home, we are watching this at 1.5 speed with David on Godzilla going first, trying to play out as many cards, checking purely blank white cards the entire way through. Build 3 from Godzilla, not quite what we're looking for, but it is the average here of 4.
Oh, the ooze. The ooze frog is nuts.
It's bright. I love how manly Mike is, just like ripping all these 3 diffs off the top, knowing that we're playing the Lethal Slashes.
And we
just
checked
knows
one.
what's going on.
Yeah, so we lost Pony, and I think there is some very important things to note about if David chooses to play an attack here. Getting one Pony enhanced defensively matters a lot for this character, and you're just not going to have access to do that here. But at the same time, the potency of what the new version or this version of Pony is trying to do in the format means you can get away with playing less attacks in the game because they hit a lot harder if you pull off the thing that you want to do, which means you need less Pony counters. It's going to see how it works. I say pony counters, horn counters. But leading things off with the City Rampage, and it looks like we checked the 5 on it, which is the scariest check really for the turn. And then here we have, but because of the City Rampage, this is a fast Hybrid Chimera Kraken on a 6, and we checked a 5, tapping 1 sideways. And this is really good, but we choose to hit the Shobujin's Message instead of something like the Science Bros.
Yeah, that tells me that we have a lot of gas in our hand, and we have the pluses to our checks. We need them to not reduce our checks because we have way, way, way more coming.
Yeah, absolutely. And then also during this enhance, we saw one of the key foundations that David built, which is Finally Free, another one of those 6 checks for the deck, but it's also a 3 difficulty attack that says E-flip. Add the top card of your deck to your momentum. It immediately gets us rolling for characters like Godzilla, and we didn't even need to use the check grease. Here comes another Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken on a 7, but we checked a 7, and so we're immediately going to pick another piece on the board, and maybe this is why we didn't hit Science Bros, because we'll just do it right here after our first one gets blocked by that Flying Elbow.
Makes sense. Opts to go for the Kirishima's Assistance. Very good at stopping the disruption after your attack is partially blocked. Seal the block. I'm not sure what kind of breaker or disruption we could possibly have over here as the Godzilla list, but it looks like going in for another block. Failing this one, taking a massive hit, 10 on the chin, down to 12 as Smashing Stomps comes in. Barrett, we're going to see a turn 2?
I mean, it's already looking very scary. This is another 10 damage move right here. We gave +2 to our check. This one greases it up a little bit more. +1 to our next check. It's going to be based off of a check and what we have in our hand, but we're down to 2. Draws a random card off the top. It could be the attack we need.
Everybody hold your breath.
We do some math? We're doing math. This looks like math to me.
Looks like we're going to give the ghost.
Looks
what
like
an
not.
Incredible turn 2 by David Diaz, taking and doing 20 entire damage. But it looks like, is there one more? What can Pony do on 3 ready foundations? That build 5 feeling significantly less important now that they don't get to re-ready back up.
It just depends, right? I mean, one of them is being Science Bros. That gives us some extra reach. We didn't review. I wonder if there's a frog already in the discard pile, but it could be as simple as Hunter's Ally starting things off and building a frog could find a way into this game.
Looks like that's the idea. Hey, put it right on top for us. Another one of those
we checked the ooze earlier.
Ooze Genghis frogs. But Hunter's Ally, people complain about backup decks. This might be... If Rock Barrage is one side of the coin, Hunter's Ally is
the other one.
Certainly the other.
Yeah, I mean, very frankly, like Hunter's Ally gets to build in the ones that Rock Barrage doesn't.
Yeah.
Because this one can grab unique ones, like Genghis Frog or any of the secret rare backups that we gain from this from TMNT. And so because this comes in right away, we have a 8 base damage move. But because we have Science Bros and we hit a proc off of the Feral Shriek, 1/1 extra, you can hit me for 9. I can do it right back at you.
Yeah, and this is the potency of Pony. We don't even have to have that 5 difficulty gets the +3. It's just any card that I can figure out how to put into my card pool is. And here it is. We've got the Flying Elbow drop coming in.
Drop, yeah.
Draw an extra. The Flying Elbow gets to be on there, and now we're gonna start clearing out this card pool in order to play out big, massive strings. We're gonna have to have a very well-timed block. I like the patience from David. If we have the high block, don't block the little moves. Let's block the big ones like this battle
aura release. Yeah. With 2 face downs, I got a bonus 2. With the Genghis, I got a bonus 3. With the remove proc from the Flying Elbow drop, another 1/1. Here comes another battle aura release. This is going to put us at that nice little 3 horn counters. Like I said, Tam, you just don't need the character as much anymore because that 2 cards from the cleared is enough for us to play this offensive turn. They are hitting incredibly hard. The last one hit was 1 less damage than this one's going to be. Still draws us cards. Out it goes. Hey, high block check. Do you have it? you said a turn 2 on one end, Tam. It might just be a turn 2 on the other.
I'm so incredibly nervous.
There is a high block.
15 is 2 attacks. If we can resolve 2 attacks, and we have another battle aura. Holy.
Battle aura.
Checking a 3 here. Committing the last 2. We got 1 resource up and ready. Not going to be able to clear it, but we do have a flying elbow drop waiting in the wings.
And it would be on a 6, which our one readied foundation in our character says that we can pass if we check a 5. So it's, again, do you have another high block? You still have momentum as Godzilla. Could you block this one as well? 4 high for 11. We could just half block instead on a 5-6. It passes no matter what. We go to 0 cards in our hand, but we're down to 9. Flying elbow drop is a 4, 5, 6, 7. Not lethal, but lethal slash on a 5-6 or 4, 5, 6.
Oh,
checks the 5, taps down Science Bros.
This is
because this was going to leave.
Yeah.
And the Mikasa's admission for 2 more. I thought it wasn't lethal, but then it is, and he says, "Good game, game 1," into the explosive new pony deck.
Holy! Maybe we should take it off of 1.5 speed. That one was pretty quick, Barrett.
No, I can take it. It's okay. I like it. Put me to work. Give me some high action. I mean that's the thing, right? It's like. I'm going to scroll up to the deck sizes. So Mike Hardiman is playing a 64 size pony list, which is pretty standard. I think a lot of people do play a little bit more than the clear 60 because a lot of your attack counts have to include things like Wish Hard. And even now there's the discussion about like flying elbow drop and how many of those you play. So it's 23 attacks for a 64 card deck. The thing about pony is if you want to find attacks, you're going to find them.
Yeah.
The amount of draw that you have and the extra benefits of Science Bros because of all these different remove triggers you're getting. Tam, we didn't even play the flying elbow, but we could have.
Yeah.
We could have still played it afterwards.
It was sitting
That's
there
how
waiting.
much damage is here.
Yeah. And again, all off the back of we had 3 foundations going into that turn. Genghis Frog said that we had +3 on every single move, which is essentially turning our attacks from 1 attack, a 4 for 4, which is standard inside of pony, into making them double the damage. This is a 4 for 7, which melts 34 pretty quickly, especially with how aggressive these Godzillas are playing. Is very we did 34 through a full block, through a half block, and we still found lethal.
And that's what I was trying to get at, was like typically the pony decks of the past, you turning your character sideways and not being able to use your character defensively to start that counter generation could be the reason why that turn in the past wasn't lethal.
Yeah.
But now, all it really took was a couple of Battle Aura releases and 1 Hunter's Ally to kick everything off. And you can find enough damage with less attacks that you would have to play before. It worked out incredibly well. We take game 1 going second, and that's all you can really ask for because it goes on both ends, right? Because a play like that where you don't have the defensive abilities, also a pony, could have cost Mike the game there if David had 1 more move.
Yeah,
and he just
100%.
didn't have it. So it goes both ways. Like we almost watched David pull off the turn 2, literally left Mike at 2 life. Mike is able to be like, well, I have this one thing. I'm all or nothing here. A couple of 3 checks because you don't have enough horn counters to kick things off right away could be the end of it. Your foundations, they didn't ready themselves. We had 2 of them frozen. So many things could have happened, but it ended up in Mike's favor because that's what this new deck is able to do now with the extra tools that the backups bring you.
Build 4 pass over here on David's side with all of them being 6 checks. 6 checks the whole way down. And I want to say massive tool. You already talked about it earlier of finally free. If we're going to try and find that turn 2 kill again, I think this is going to be the #1 piece that we need in order to make that happen.
Keep an eye on that frog.
And it's possible Mike actually gets a little scared because of the potential. We went to 2. We were hung on by the skin of our teeth. Let's not risk that 5th foundation to maybe commit our character. Let's chill a bit.
I'm gonna be really honest with you, Tam. I think if I'm David, I'm biting myself in the butt for not committing and freezing that Science Bros earlier. I don't know the exact math, but the amount of procs that we got, and we had a half block, and maybe if we had a high block instead or something, right? That choice of not committing the Science Bros was speed and damage on all of the moves in multiple instances, right?
Yeah.
And that last attack, again, I know we could have played another elbow drop, but like things could have fallen in a different direction, of course. It could have just even been a reason why Mike would have taken a turn off, and you maybe would have lived or something, and maybe not because we were at 2. But this, I think, was a much scarier stage. That if David started with another Vass Hybrid, which we didn't, we're kicking things off with this massive swing, of course. To give us that momentum, we press our enhance on the Finally Awake to give us another momentum, and Mike completely taps out for the full block here. There is a world where you go on the offense, but you didn't lead your turn with a City Rampage, so Mike probably feels a lot safer on this turn.
Yeah, no City Rampage and no activation of Godzilla to get that bonus to our check. Telegraphing, posturing, hey, I think I'm done after this. Let me just set up, build up. So Mike's probably feeling okay to turn all those cards sideways because you're only going to be playing one attack anyways.
We did get a defensive pony enhance as well. Starting this turn off with 2 horn counters matters. That flying elbow drop is stuck there for everybody, but by the way, you're only allowed to play at the turn that you do that thing on, so it is now stuck in that away from game pile. But kicking things off with the Battle Orb release, flipping this blank foundation in our stage, drawing a new card. Depending on what our pony enhance here is and what cards we pitch, this could get a little bit faster and for a little bit more damage with the help of Science Bros, but it's probably just going to end up being... Yep, so we're going to get 1 proc.
Little extra.
Going to 5. 6 damage from its own ability, but as you have 4 horn counters, I mean, this is one of the better pokes you can do at the beginning of a pony turn, and you can either make the decision to stop on the gas or you can keep going.
So here it is, 5 high for 6, kind of the least threatening attack that could possibly happen, but it looks like we are going to be going for the block here. What is this card? We can go look. We have their deck lists. Might be a
card,
sideboard card. It is looking like a disable enemy machines. I'll pull that up here real fast. 5/3, 3 high for 5. Throw. Response as attack deals 4 or more damage. Commit all rival assets. Probably not that impactful, but 5 difficulty throw means it's going to wear that plus stats.
Filled with doubt on the lethal slash, though. No draw, doesn't remove itself after it resolves. But we did decide to just take it to the face, though. Godzilla going down to 30, and then building in some extra foundations here on the side for Mike. What is that alt art? I don't know what that is. Those are the Radiant Visage. Is that what that is? Okay, yeah, the promo ones. I have those.
Huge against Godzilla. Enhance, flip, mill 3 cards. Your rival spends momentum. It says all that momentum that we have built up as the King of the Monsters is going to be spent very quickly. In order to start getting pluses to our check, we're going to have so much momentum generation, and currently we just don't have it. And he said, it's so impactful, I need you to get it off the board. Let's activate Godzilla, discard the entire hand, including 3 attacks, to build out 2 and say, hey, I need you to figure out what the rest of your turn looks like.
But the 2 that we chose to build is not bad, one of which increasing our hand size next turn. So asking Mike to build better again, not having the Science Bros, I think matters. Building this do-nothing foundation like Mikasa's admission feels a lot better. These foundations are not as good aside from the return to normalcy. But again, if you only have 1 impactful foundation, Tam, things like Vass Hybrid Chimera Kraken will eat the stage alive.
100%. Yeah, and the only thing that really matters here is just that moment of normalcy. Turn that sideways. Make sure that we utilize the Godzilla pump best that we can, because I'm not positive we're going to have a ton of impact play here on the on defensively as the King of the Monsters. I think we're trying to figure out, do we lead?
We're trying to figure it out.
The City Rampage coming in. We check the 5, and I believe unfazed is our second move
on a 6/7.
This is huge.
We did we checked the 3. We really needed that to not be that one. We did not choose to increase our hand size, by the way. We kept that one because I believe that's what that is, right? Yeah, short-lived promotion. We chose not to use it. It's still face up on our stage. Losing access to the inspiring song, but unfazed is a pretty good one, as we're going to block with this flying elbow drop that we used from our move from game because we discarded it with another card. And so we will echo this move, and we have +1 to the check to play it, on top of the +2 to the check to play it from the City Rampage. So you blocked the first one, that was for 11. How about the second one? This is half of your life, Pony.
Half of your life, and essentially saying that it doesn't count towards progressive, right?
There it is. We're going to reset it.
Take it down to 15. This is 2 moves.
2 moves, no matter how you look at it, really. with +3 to our checks for the entirety of the turn with 0 momentum. Something like a massive swing Godzilla enhance onto another attack would be good enough, Tam.
Or even better, I think we might have a smashing stomp here. If we check well on
5, 6,
this
7,
and we
3, 4, 5, 6.
don't.
It is
So 5, 6, 7, 3, 4, 5, 6. We could just commit Godzilla.
Could commit Godzilla. His static is still live when he's committed. Mike's even telling him, he's like, you can pass this if you want.
And there it is. Pass this match.
Yeah,
What a good guy Mike is.
I mean, the thing is, in this extra check grease of +1 to the check on this move is in a similar scenario that we saw last game, which is if we don't have another attack, but we draw one off the top from the draw ability, but Mike says I might block it, I'm going to make it a high. It's only a 3-speed move on a 5.
Check the 2.
We check the 2. It fails. We get to draw a random card off the top. Does David have another one?
7, 8,
oh,
9,
no.
5, 6, 7, 8. He has to
+4
check
to
a 6 on the top?
Was that a 6?
4? No,
What's
no.
the glare say?
6, 7, 8, 9, 5.
It failed. It's okay. It failed. Which
It must
is
have
fine.
been a 3. It must have been a 3.
Yeah, it must have been a 3. I think it was like another swarmed by Titans or something like that. But going for the block for Mike, getting a 2 check, it fails. We don't block that one. Going back down to 5 life. David goes for it, but the only attack in his hand is one of those 6 difficulty attacks after our entire stage is sideways. It's just not enough. As we pass back into Mike, we saw this happen already. Leading off with any attack is sometimes good enough in this deck. It's not a Hunter's Ally, but it still is going to hit a little harder.
It's damn close. It's Battle or Release. This one hits hard, especially after utilizing Mikasa's admission.
Yeah, starting the regeneration of pony counters, the horn counters. And I think that's the other thing we can talk about, because we went down to 0 horn counters that last turn defensively to hopefully try and live. But as we saw in game 1, you can win the game starting your turn off with 0 now. Like, that's just the difference maker. But the offensive start to this turn is not the same. We didn't find the Hunter's Ally. Did we find it, though, while drawing all those cards? No. It's just another Battle Aura release. But these add up. They add up very quickly. As David goes down, takes the Lethal Slash. He blocked the first one. It's very much... Do you find the right cards at the right time in conjunction with Lethal Slashes? Do you then find the Hunter's Allies to build in the Genghis Frogs? It really is. It's all really hard math. So this is another 4 high for 6. We have cards, but it's really just to throw them away.
Yeah,
going down to
reviews.
17. Going to play this Flying Elbow drop on a 4-5. These horn counters say that this is going to clear out the first Battle Aura release, and another Pony Enhance here. Pitching 2, getting a very low deck size for Mike, going to 5, draws 1 card. It needed to be something big. You can see the flourish. He really needed it to be a good one.
Absolutely digging. I mean, that's the reason we play the elbow drop, right? Is we have to enter the enhanced step one more time, and then see what we can do about it.
Just a 4 high for 4. It is a weenie. Going down to 13. Low health totals for everybody. Plenty of cards in Mike's hand, just not the good ones. Yeah, I think he thought that was a foundation. It was not.
I think we did draw a good one. I think that we top decked a Hunter's Ally.
But it's on a 6, right? Like, that's the scary part.
Yeah.
I think we're checking 2 checks, because the 2 check actually ends your turn.
Well,
because it
on
has
the
to
6 we commit everything, right? Checks a 2. We turn all sideways.
2, you turn everything sideways, but again, then you don't get to use Pony. You can't pass another thing on a 6 unless you check a 6. So building in Genghis Frog here is nice for dealing 8 damage, but because we checked that 2 there, not keeping Pony up could be the end of this turn.
To make it Gecko, a pivot to the defense.
True.
Mondo Gecko, Righteous Reptile, plus X or minus X speed. X equals the block modifier. The only thing that Mike could have checked to fail our turn there and not represent lethal was that 2.
And he knew it. That's what he was counting.
Giving David another breath of life. But a lot of defense here. Enough defense, potentially, if David misses. And we've already blown up the board once.
Yeah, can't blow it up again. So it's Mondo Gecko, Radiant Visage. I thought we built that Aaron sidestep, but I guess I was wrong.
Check the 3 on it.
We failed it. Oh, we checked a 3. We did fail it. Okay, so it is just the Radiant Visage and Gecko. Pony's committed. It's just the minus speed from Gecko, which that is kind of random. It's really just dependent on the block modifier of the attack being played. So the -1 momentum could matter, but we did +1 our hand size here with the short-lived promotion. 7 cards in David's hand. You must win here. It's just 5. Your moves already do that. Double that.
The answer is Kraken on the 5.
Fast hybrid.
There it is. And instantly scoops them
instantaneously scoops them up.
He said, "Got
he goes,
my
yeah,
ass."
man. I mean, it saved your momentum. That one attack saved your momentum. That represents 2 attacks on the board. Mike's, yeah, you got it. Let's go to game 3. David just barely getting that game 2 win. With about 30 minutes still left on the clock, I think we're going to have our full match here. But Mike, for the first time this match, on the play, which is very scary if you're David.
Yeah, very scary for David. The thing that you're hoping for is you are praying to every god you have. Please check a 2 on your first 3 diff, because you know that Mike is going to slam the Science Bros down as our first card.
I don't even know if that's true, though. Maybe Mike... I mean, you and I know Mike. Mike's been playing this game for a very long time. Honestly, probably one of the oldest players in Europe playing this game. And because of that, I think Mike has a very clear game plan of what the risks he's allowed to take going first versus going second. I think there's just a world where Mike never slams a 3 diff going first. And because here's the thing, Tam, Hunter's Ally can still build in Science Bros.
Yeah.
You can just get them later.
I am looking at the hand, and I am bummed that we don't have a 3 diff to test the theory.
Let's see who's right.
To just see who's
That's
right.
Fair. Sorry to disappoint.
Because I bet that Mike has got such a let it rock attitude that it would have happened, and we'd have been fine. We'd have been so chill.
You're right.
It's cool.
Would have been so fine. But yeah, building out on 2s here, I think you're just wrong. I think he just built on 2s going first, which makes sense to me. Playing that last one, getting 4 foundations, not necessarily impactful ones. The forcing surrender could be impactful, I suppose. Find some ways to get some face downs in our card pool. But here we see another Finally Awake. Return to normalcy, mattering a lot more against this pony deck in particular, right? Giving a lot more stats to our moves. Return to normalcy matters. But we did get a solid build 5 here from David, and because we went second, it means we have 2 cards in our hand to play some defense.
Yeah. Pretty darn good. And the offensive ability of these cards, the +1/+1s, get to make up for it. Checks the 2.
Hunter's Ally on a 5. There weren't any backups. No Frog, no Gecko, but there is a Science Bros. It is a foundation, so checking the 2 here, not entirely disastrous, as we now get to discard both of these remove procs, giving us 2/2. Admission, giving us 2 more damage, and we still get to draw our 1 card and get our 2 horn counters. Very good stats on this move. 6 high 9.
Godzilla stats.
Sends it and takes it to the face. I think David is holding on to some serious attack cards and is just going to wait for Mike to present lethal.
Or not.
On a 4/5, checks the 3 on it, has to make a very critical decision to either even play this move or tap our board almost completely sideways. And it seems like that's what we're going to do.
Oof.
Really valuing Pony. Plays the Filled with Doubt, sealing the lethal slash, meaning your card pool actually won't be clear. And he goes, yeah, man, I'm not even going to Pony Enhance here. Just send it. Take the 4 as Mike goes and puts the flying elbow drop back into his discard pile. Love that
very
play
heads
right
up play.
Very good.
I don't think you're gonna get to the cycle of this one, buddy. I think
he did last game, so
David is for sure gonna come out swinging this turn. If I was Mike Hartman, I'd be nervous about what happened.
2 foundations already in the stage, and they're not super great. I mean, Saving Bakugo has some relevant text when it comes to defense, but like that's not what Godzilla is doing, right? We're not flipping cards on our opponent's stage. Leading things off with the City Rampage. It checks. This could be very scary if you're Mike Hardiman. We saw how the second City Rampage on a 6, and we checked it. the massive swing on a 5-6-7 with +4 to our check,
Wowzers.
comes in with the 2-2, comes in with the 3 damage. It's for 11 damage. It's already for half of Pony's life, gives
Wow.
us a momentum. Finally Awake gives us another momentum, and all of a sudden, I'm shaking in my seat watching Mike maybe lose this game right here and now.
All to the back of that 2 check. He turned his entire stage sideways from a 2 into a 3, and there's now no more recovering to be had. Man, I don't see how David makes this play without the gas to finish the job. And Mike says that I want to have the horn counters to redraw. He says that I'm going to guarantee make this block happen. One block is going to matter.
Wow.
The question is which one is it? Is it this one? He's saying it's this one. Let's minus speed on this one, and then we're going to change the zone. It's a low. This is on an 8. Check the 5, 6, 7, 8. He said 2 more attacks, please.
Oh, and here's another one. This is another half your life total. And because we didn't even use the Finally Awake. I was going so fast, but like we didn't even press the button. But again, you know why? It's because we have another massive swing. We went down to 0 momentum. We have to play our momentum correctly. This is going to tell us right away if there's a third massive swing here. But again, the first one was for half your life total. This one's for half your life total. Mike's like, yeah, man, I can see the writing on the wall. Play it out as much as you'd like. Gives it a powerful bump as well.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and the handshake. There it is. Swing, swing, stomp is the sound of Godzilla ruining Pony. Wow. What a crazy game. That was sick.
We said it was going to be a slobber knocker, and I think all 3 games showcased different aspects of both of these players' decks and their play styles very, very well. But in the end, even losing game 1 after the explosivity turn 2 that Mike Hardiman did, David gets it back. And I think that's huge. Teo in chat says the Geneva Convention needs new annexes clearly. He said that should be illegal.
That's unfair.
But I mean,
that was dope.
That is when you put 2 aggro decks here against each other in Universus. I mean, it makes sense. What a dichotomy of what we just saw in that match compared to the Midoriya versus Rodan match. You know, like the amount of different ways you can play the game, the amount of playstyles and strategies that can have success or not have success, and in the end they are all fighting for spots to get into that top cut that goes in for tomorrow. And it's just so different compared to what we just saw, right? It was a different way of looking at backup game plans. It was not doing what Zeke Yeager was doing that we saw have success earlier already. So incredible match from both of those players. I enjoyed watching some heavy hitting Universes on both ends. It's always fun to see some big numbers. It makes me excited. It gets me a little loud and proud.
At the end of the day, Pony doing her best Godzilla impersonation is not quite the OG.
Not quite the OG. 34 life is sometimes better still than 22.
With that said, if you liked this match and you want to go check out the other ones, they'll be live over on the YouTube as VOD saved later. Go check out the entire playlist. Would be super dope. But if you're joining us over on Twitch right now as we're recording, we are headed into round 5, and I'm really excited about the next one. It's going to be sick.
Yeah, I think I got a real quick glimpse at it. Yeah, we're into round 5 for everybody at home who's keeping along. We're going to have 6 rounds, so this is the penultimate round for today. But I am excited because there is a character here that we all know and or maybe not love, and we're gonna see how it goes, right? And at the same time, we're gonna see a double up on something we've already seen so far in the tournament. So we'll see how it goes, of course. I didn't look at the name.
Adam and Daniel.
Got it. I got it. Love it. I might pee before you hit record.
Go pee. You're good.
Bye, chat. You're coming with me.
Chat, how are you? Hello. Are you enjoying the stream? Scale of 1 to 10. Oh, my thing works? Yo, did you get it fixed? I saw a card that I wasn't allowed to see earlier. 8 out of 10 needs more sound effects. Okay, fair enough.
Oh, you need a soundboard. Yeah, dude, give me control of the soundboard. The vine boom. We need boom.
I'm enjoying seeing our event getting attention from you all.
Oh, I see we've made a... I'm seeing we have another side. I'm pushing an update. Oh, nice.
Yeah, I was able to see
fix armor?
It fixed armor, yeah.
Yay! Hell yeah!
So we're gonna...
I mean, that's our job. That's what we're doing this weekend.
We're gonna sit here and chill and wait until he says that it is
more sound effects.
Yeah.
Seeing our event getting attention from you all. Yeah, Teo, absolutely, man. I think this is some serious... I already said this last week when we were on the podcast. I think the Universus players around the world are all very well-skilled players, and like I'm having a blast. This is fun gameplay. We're seeing very good micro decisions being made across the board. I'm very excited to see what Top Cuts show us tomorrow. Like I think every event, I've never watched a Universus event and being like, man, that event wasn't the best. You know, I've never felt that way, because the people that do end up climbing to the top are usually very, very good players and show us something, or, you know, give us a good shock value, at least as a commentator. So yeah, absolutely. We're going to cover every event. Every event.
Speaking of, you ready to rock
This is just this is just the one that Tam and I aren't working. I work the one next week, and then we both get to work the one the week after that. So, you know, we got to fill our time somehow. Get our reps in. Yeah.
Hey, and then the one next week, you'll never guess what I'll be doing.
This without me?
Here.
Yeah.
This without you.
Yeah, that's fair.
Unless, of course, there's enough potential backlash that maybe we, you know, toss a guy onto production. I don't know. I won't say anything. I don't. If I speak. Anyways, I'll click. Yo, what up, everybody? Round 5. We got a fun one. In the EU. Universus regional, Tam Barrett, fun one. We just last round I got done looking at a bit of the King of the Monsters himself, and so why not do it again? We've got Daniel O on a Chaos Godzilla. Very similar idea, but with a couple of different tech pieces alongside of here. A lot of really interesting, kind of crazy one-ofs, different than the last Zilla that we saw. But I like the attack package. Man, what's that last attack in our lineup? A singular walk the dog is really, really cool.
I think it is cool, and I guess we're still seeing, you know, the Titan Cliff, which we didn't even see hit the table at all last game. Only 3 copies of City Rampage in this one. We are really kind of focusing a lot more on wanting a little bit more breadth and variety to our card pool and what's in our deck. I'm loving the Protector of Chinatowns here. Sorry, Guardian of Chinatown. And spoilers, before we even get to it, it's going to probably be a big deal in this match. But the Unfazed, the Swarm, the Heat Rays, a lot of these that we just saw from David's deck, and now we get to see it also showcased here on Daniel's deck. Again, Chaos being a popular one here in Spain, so I'm excited. But the 1x Takoyaki as well, like that one a lot.
It's cool. But on the other side of the board, we have the Canon matchup. That's right, we've got Adam B on King Ghidorah, Emperor of the Cosmos, on the evil symbol. Your classic Ghidorah list, it looks like, but a massive TMNT inclusion of 4 copies of Superfly Stomp. Take any card you want out of your deck, put it in your discard pile instantly, turning on King Ghidorah's once per turn, go fetch whatever you could possibly want, either offensively or defensively. Speeds this character up so incredibly much. And I gotta say, love the inclusion of 3 copies of Dramatic Loss, or Devastating Loss. He knew
Yeah.
backups were going to be here.
Adaptation, right?
King Ghidorah gets to pull them out of the discard pile. We absolutely are going to be shooting these pink cards over and over and over again when we find that matchup. Not going to happen here, but that Takoyaki, better watch out.
I think, though, that speaks volumes to why we're seeing this on stream. Obviously, we typically are always putting characters on stream. We didn't make this decision. Obviously, this is the official, that we're doing the VOD coverage for. But they're in contention because they made meaningful choices like this. The 2x Violent Animus Shot main board, which we can put in our discard pile with Superfly Stomp to play whenever we want, every single turn of the game if we want to, and playing cards like Devastating Loss. This Adam came prepared and respecting the things in the format while still playing the tried and true Godzilla or King Ghidorah. You are still a good matchup against Midoriya. This is a good call in the format right now, everybody. Like, this is, and we are making decisions that are impactful. Even the 1x code edits, we're still playing 2 copies of the Dragon, I'll find it, the Dragon of the Darkness Flame, because it is good kill potential in this character. True 100% unleashed, game-ending kind of piece without even having to go to deadlock. We're even playing 2 copies of Chronostasis Trigger in case we run into the mirror match, which I think is so funny. I'm really excited to see how this match goes. And like you said, it is canon. We have the 2 emperors or monsters going
Emperor
at each
versus
other.
a king.
That's right.
With that, let's go ahead and get all set up, rocking, ready to go. For everybody at home, we are watching this at 1.5 speed. And so as soon as the official stream gets their setup fixed, will look a little less janky, I promise. But
when did the top 16 mats get here?
Literally the entire day.
Really? Oh, I've not
been
been
playing on
them
the entire day.
They look sick, by the way. They look absolutely sick. But on the play here, we have, as their names show up, Adam on King Ghidorah, who won the die roll, and only building 3, but some meaningful ones. I think that the double copy of Fighting for Control is a crazy cool call to me against the character that's trying to fix their check grease a little bit more.
Yeah, dig it. Absolutely love it. Got a classy build 3 again. Build 3 into build 3 saying, hey, I'm here for a long time, not a good time. Godzilla, you're going to have to be the one to aggress into me. And the big thing about Fighting for Control is it does not say attack card. It says non-foundation card. So, hey, you checked a 5 on this. You actually checked a 1. How important it is to you. And Daniel responds by saying, dude, it's so important.
Absolutely. That moment of brief respite of, woo, I checked my 5 on my city rampage, and your opponent went, actually, man, I'm going to give you the choice. Do you actually want this? But the cute little adorable chibi smashing stomp coming in, and the question is, hey, I know you checked well on this one, but what if I took away that +2 that you just gave yourself as well and give you another tough decision? As we see the other Fighting for Control come out, and now all of a sudden all of Daniel's stage is completely turned sideways, and here comes a Smashing Stomp for 10 damage, which is ahead.
It is ahead unless Invincible Bodies are first in hands, putting its damage down to 0, meaning it no longer hits, which means I no longer draw the card. I've flipped 2 foundations, removed a foundation to say the first 2 forms that you played do not matter, but hey, one stomp deserves another. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Here it comes. Checking a 3 on this one, it ends up becoming a 6, need a 7. Commit Godzilla, another 10 damage. Here's another head coming. Very clean as we are trying to stomp on the neck of King Ghidorah.
And remember, we are still Ghidorah, and I think what we might see here, we didn't see it, but I was ready to showcase a different one. But Sword of the Darkness Flame has a very nice low block. So we'll trade to this card, remove it from the game, turn our character sideways, and now I selectively get to block with this 1 low block. As we then, I think, attempted a Heat Ray there.
Yeah.
And
massive.
It looked like our hand was all gas, no foundation. So Daniel was kind of forced to go into that position, and Adam had an immaculate board to answer it.
Must be why we cared about passing that city rampage so much. We just weren't gonna do it outside of it. Trade all my foundations now for the loop to my check later. But Sword of Darkness Flame coming out, a great flow
This
piece
is not a Hiei
for
card.
this character.
This is a King Ghidorah card.
Yeah. Stun 1 and a bonus damage for losing a health, but that's not a big deal because we can gain 2 sorry, if I'm at less, redraw a card and gain 2 health. For everybody at home, Ghidorah is always at 10. This card's always live with this character.
Yeah, and of course, Ghidorah has 3 heads, so we're allowed to put 1 sword in each mouth. So we played a second one, and we're just missing that 3rd sword for the extra head. But we use this to get some hand advantage, you know, get a little bit of damage, poke damage on the board, putting Godzilla down to 24, snag our 2 momentum. And what cards helped us stay alive that last turn?
Yeah.
Fighting for control, Invincible Body. They're back.
Right back on the board. But speaking of touching the board again, Screog, here comes another City Rampage. And then instantly the Fighting for Control one more time saying, hey, man, you got to pay for the checks a little up front. You don't get the loans here.
It looks like we checked a 6 on it, though. So it was actually flip of the foundation for only commit. Oh, okay. No, we did get it. Was only for commit 1. But seeing it go full force here, looks like we didn't check too well on this 6 difficulty Titans Cliff on a 7. Even with +2 to our check, we got to commit 2 more if we checked our 3 there. But we're getting the full discard 3, review 3, I should say, draw 3 new cards, and we're allowed to build a 6 check from our discard pile at enhanced speed. I'm interested to see which one we pick.
Hey,
finally awake
free.
makes like
finally awake.
Or finally free. Yeah, whatever. They're all the same. Finally awake. We're gonna be able to get in momentum at enhanced speed, and now, if we want to do it, finally free is the name of it. You're right. And we have another 9 damage move, and we're gonna go ahead very early on. Wait, is it not 9? Oh, wait, it's City Rampage. It is for 10. But we went ahead and blocked with a true 100% Unleashed.
We haven't blocked with it yet. We've said, hey, there's a possibility that it happens. Because it looks like we're going to be blocking here with, I believe, the Dragon of the Darkness Flame instead, which does not have Breaker like I thought. But we're going to take the partial, and then proceed to play another Titan Cliff. Man, these players are playing at a clip.
It is interesting, too. When you block with the dragon, you have to still lose the life. So I guess why didn't we just block with the true 100% Unleashed? I don't know I don't know what we're cooking here. But it is an interesting choice, right? We are going to go ahead and press the Invincible Body, but on the reciprocation of that, Guardian of Chinatown says, actually, I have an answer to that one now.
Yeah.
Which means I think we're finally going to get a head taken off here for Daniel, getting Adam closer to losing the game. Again, if you're at home, yes, you're at 10 life if you're King Ghidorah. Oh, okay, but it's on a partial, right?
It is on a partial. And so instead of taking that, we're going to be taking, instead of a full 10, losing a head, we're going to take 5. And then
I guess I just missed how we full block.
Deflecting afterwards. So instead of taking 5, we take 4.
Wow.
We're gonna minus the damage that we have for 10.
But deflect says it can't lose it.
Oh, the Guardian of
Hold on, I have one in front of me. Yeah, for this turn. Yeah.
Damage
it does say for this turn.
Rivals affect this turn. Yeah, and the deflects. It says that it doesn't. Guardian doesn't say cancel the ability. It just says it can't happen. You can still absolutely pay cost on your deflect on the Relentless Challenger, which has deflect 2, to add in for minus 2 damage.
Yep.
Add this to your card pool. : Whoa, that's pretty
weird.
good.
That was a weird back and forth for sure.
Yeah.
That ultimately did end up resulting, I think, in the head getting taken, right? From the partial.
Yeah, so we are now down to a singular head as this Kraken comes in and cleans it
also
up.
For 10.
Another move.
And then there's the handshake with the unfazed. Gets played down. And just like that, Guardian of Chinatown saving that turn, not just in the Invincible Body counterplay, but also saving yourself on the damage of your attack because of the deflect. If we had just saved the deflect for the next move, we would have lived.
Yeah.
We would have saved ourselves.
That was great. That was really, really dope. And I appreciate, and chat's bringing it out. I appreciate as Adam, we legally activated the ability on deflect to put it in the card pool, and there was not a takesies backsies. That was not allowed.
That is the game, right? That
really appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean that is the game. So yeah. Also, I understand Teo maybe a little biased there as your judge, as we know that Daniel is playing Teo's deck list.
No.
But regardless, that was a good call. That was the correct call.
The correct call. That's what matters.
Yeah.
Good call.
Yeah, absolutely.
Regardless. Correct call.
So game 1 going to Daniel. In a game that I thought was very much Adam's game to lose. And that is exactly what happened. You know, we had really good defense. Still, and I think the epitome of what happens in this matchup, right, is it is on the onus of the Ghidorah player to play good defense and survive against the onslaught offensive potential that is Godzilla.
Sorry, I'm getting an update from the room. Teo did not judge the last 3 rounds. It was It
was me. Even better. That means there was 0 bias.
Great call, buddy. Incredible.
Average of 5 did an immaculate job.
Claps in chat.
Giving kudos. Love it. I mean, just as serious as, the event is, our judges taking it incredibly serious for the integrity of what's going on. It's great. It's incredible. And that leads to this now Adam having lost game 1 going first. You now have to find a way to break serve at your own pace, depending on where that is. And that was a very clean 15-minute game 1. It's up to King Ghidorah to figure out how to surpass the King of the Monsters now.
And the thing about it is I can't even blame bad RNG on Ghidorah's board. Ghidorah at one point had double invisible body, triple fighting for control or loss of control. That's a good ass stage, man.
It is.
And he used it all. It was all effective. He turned it all sideways, and Daniel just didn't care. He just didn't care.
And the defense from that first turn from Daniel with City Rampage, 4 attacks, but the stage that Adam had was very good at directly countering that. But you used so many resources on that first defensive turn. We didn't have as much for the second one. And it was just enough to get by after Daniel built even better answers. Speaking of building better answers, how about build 6 going second?
And the arm cross? They hit it with the boss pose? Oh, he said, bring it here, punk. That was so sick. Oh my god, he's aura farming.
It was sick. That is not what you want to see if you are the King Ghidorah player. Down a game already. And of course, in classic Ghidorah fashion, you need to build for another turn. You have to stay alive.
Yeah.
So we pass it back to Daniel. We draw up to our hand. Our first form for the turn is actually going to be a horrifying realization. And we're going to pitch our cards respectively and draw a new one. But Adam did pitch an attack card, so he does not have to commit a foundation. Great play. City Rampage coming in, and you are not staring across any copies of Fighting for Control. Check a 5. We're in.
Yeah. City Rampage into Unfazed. I've seen this episode before. It's very, very scary. It looks like we checked the 3 on this one, though. So we are going to commit a couple of resources. Including history's greatest monster re-rating itself right back up. So it's kind of like we checked them for.
No, I like the stage a lot. I think the only thing Daniel's missing from that incredible build 6 is that we just didn't build another copy of Guardian of Chinatown, which means as this invincible body comes through as the first enhance for Adam, this is a great one to use it on because you don't want to block it and give extra check grease, but you also don't want to deal with this 10 damage move, 11 damage move that is a head's worth of stuff. But here comes a Smashing Stomp and a 5, 6, 7. We checked another 3. It's actually a 5. We got to turn 2 cards sideways. This is going to give us +1 to our check. Another 10 damage move, staring King Ghidorah in the face.
And more importantly, if this one isn't interacted with, we get to draw the card, the thing that we were missing on the Unfazed. So it kind of feels like we were baiting out that invincible body because draw power, I think, is going to be the thing that really differentiates us. But King Ghidorah is a bloody coward. He's going to run away from this one saying, you're not going to touch me. Let's stuff that card pool full, and I'll only take 6. Little tough
the base
to
damage
see
of the move.
What's going on here, but it looks like another attack is coming through.
Yeah.
We'll
So it looks
by
like
the stats.
The
It's a
move that was
low
added in
heat
was
ray?
the Swarm by Titans, and then it looks like we slammed.
I think it's a heat ray, as it's a
I think it
printed
is.
7
It's
low,
6,
and it's an 8
or
for
yeah.
10. 6, 7, 8, 9,
8,
10.
9,
Yes.
10. We checked a 5, 6, 7. We must have checked a 6 then, because we only tapped 2 foundations to pass it.
Well, we had
so
plus
actually a
1 from the stomp.
So you're right. We checked a 5
Yeah.
then. Tapped our 2 sideways. This one is really potent as you are pulling it up. It gets +1 damage for each printed difficulty 5, which at least against King Ghidorah is still only 1 head, but the immaculate 1 low block from the Superfly Stomp is enough to block it in conjunction with the -2 speed that we had from the unmatched quicknesses at our disposal because we're King Ghidorah. And with that, we're going to be passing back to Adam, so only losing 6 life there
health on that
is
turn
the best.
is
Yeah.
very good.
So again, really good defense, but how many resources had to be used by Adam? And now it feels like Adam, because he's still down a game, has to put in some sort of effort going back. Leading things off with a violent animus shot. No backups to shoot here, but maybe just trying to get a sculpted card out of Daniel's hand, because you either have to block with the card in your hand, or you're going to lose it due to the random removal from violent animus shot. And there it is. We're just not. We're going to go.
But fails anyways, goes down to 29. From here, gates open, or allowed to play another move, even potentially use Ghidorah, discard a card, grab the extra card off of Attitude Selector, and set up the best defense that we can versus the King of the Monsters.
Yeah, the question here is, it's just really hard for King Ghidorah decks to deal 29 at this kind of position in the game, so it makes sense that we're just going to build 1. That was a weird one. But
what cards could be in our
regardless,
hand? Loaded with actions? What happened?
Yeah, I mean, we saw the Runaways. I can think of things like Filled with Doubt or Showdowns that we might try and use to survive an onslaught. But, I mean, the question is, we played a City Rampage. We want to take a look at the board, see what's going on. It's lots of minus speed. So things like Showdown are a lot easier to use. Instead of using something like Showdown to cancel the City Rampage, we think it's maybe a little more impactful to commit down the stage. And remember, we played good enough defense last turn for Adam that we still have 3 heads. That is meaningful.
Yeah, it also we can actually go check. I don't remember Showdown existing in the deck. Was it in the board potentially?
It's in the board. Sorry, it's in the board.
Okay,
and we're in game 2, so like it could be in the hand. We could have filled our hand with actions.
And I would be afraid to commit 2 foundations on my end to commit 2 on yours because I'm losing that battle. But looping the check for +2 for the rest of the turn might be better. It's a tough call, one that I don't know I would have made hastily.
I mean, this is a good one to Showdown, right? Here we have Titan's Cliff hitting the board. Yeah. It's going to build another 6 check, which maybe might even be the target that you might be tapping down, but it kind of depends. We went ahead and removed with Incubating. We're pressing the King Ghidorah button, getting rid of this low block, and we're going to go find a high block on Attitude Selector instead. And when we do that, the Attitude Selector in our stage says we get a draw bonus.
Goes for the block,
goes for the check.
Ooh,
oh my goodness!
I let this go. I mean, this is 4 damage, saving 4 damage to turn my whole stage sideways. If we just have 3 separate moves that all do 10, I don't know if we get to interact with this.
It's not even just that. I mean, here we have Horrifying Realization. What are the cards in your hand? What are you holding on to? It looks like it was just a ton of gas over on Adam's side of the board that he didn't feel comfortable swinging with because his stage wasn't wide enough. Yeah. But he still only building 1 and passing back means your stage isn't big enough even if you held on to those cards.
Yeah, Kraken coming down, turning off the last defensive piece that Ghidorah has access to in that unmatched quickness, saying, hey, my moves are fast. You're not going to slow them down. 4 high, 5 high for 10 here. That is ahead.
1 down,
2 more moves, and it is game over. And Swarm by Titans is a massive one to have. Huge, massive.
Blitz, your next check gets +X+1, where X is equal to the number of momentum you have. We have the 1 already, and because a card like this says that you can hold on to that momentum, these daisy chain very quickly. But this one is only a 5 base damage move. We need to give this 1 more damage somewhere, because the City Rampage plus Godzilla only puts it to 9, but we did have 1. We flipped over our... I'll find it.
We had a monster aggression.
Monster aggression. We did something with it. Yeah, we did build that. Which means we're going for the block. We half blocked it. with the true 100% unleashed, which means we don't lose a head. We only lose 5 there. As we continue to move on into another attack, this one I think is
another Titan Cliff. Yeah, we are discarding more cards,
Yeah.
redrawing more cards to find even more gas here. Another head is potentially being clipped over on Adam's side as we are at 5 health. That true 100% coming in, protecting us, but we have so much more gas to show.
Yeah, no half blocks here. Only the full, but we're so tapped out. This return to normalcy is impossible to block. Going back to 10. One more move. It is an attack, I think. It's not.
Yeah, it is.
It is. I don't know what it is.
Sideways.
But we lifted our hands.
3.
What?
Oh,
what
it
zone
wasn't.
is? It was a foundation.
Oh my goodness.
Okay. It was a 2-dip.
My goodness. Okay.
I was
all
like,
right. I was nervous.
Go
building in short-lived promotions.
0 cards.
29
0 cards in hand
on no foundation or none in hand.
I mean, we can do it, Tim. I mean,
it's tough. It's tough.
It's really only true 100% unleashed, and if you can get its speed to, I guess, sorry, we're staring across Daniel, who has no cards in hand.
Yeah.
It is just damage, and cards like true 100% unleashed, although it's a 6 diff, yes, it's hard to play, but if you pull it off, it scales in damage based off of your opponent's stage, which is 9 foundations.
Yeah.
2 copies of True 100.
Oh,
I mean, here's another going.
Here's
Sorry,
another
let me. The reason why you play the 2 check, right?
Respect on the name.
Yeah, Dragon of the Darkness Flames turns these cards into your hand into uses of powerful. It has powerful 3, and as long as we have 10 or less health, which we do because we're King Ghidorah, we are allowed to potentially give this plus 9 damage just from cards in our hand.
Whoa! I mean, this is huge, and now we have the opportunity here. We have things such as Trigrav.
Something. No, Irwin's final charge.
My soldiers rage.
Now we don't have the 5 foundations, but it is enough to represent lethal. Of course, sending us to a game 3. Adam B barely squeaking it back out against Daniel, and here we're going into game 3, man.
I don't think the 1 card in hand mattered. I don't think that we played the foundation at the end and committed our stage. I think that
100%.
We had Ghidorah to go find a Trigrav beam at the very end there to like represent the lethal, and I feel like those moves were a little quick. Maybe there's a world where the Dragon of the Darkness Flame could have been partial, which could have made some could have been impactful, but I don't know. I don't.
I mean, it wouldn't have been partial. I mean, short-lived promotion has a mid block.
Oh.
Dragon of the Darkness Flame was a mid attack. We actually just overpressed our hand.
Yeah.
I think it's like a classic, like.
You can't do it.
There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with looking at a King Ghidorah deck and being like, you have 5 foundations. I froze one of them. You only have 4 foundations to try and kill me with. I don't think you can do it.
Yeah.
And the reality is, without that Dragon of the Darkness Flame, he wouldn't have.
Yeah,
he just wouldn't have been able to do it. Because I was over here thinking about True 100% Unleashed and like the difficulty curve to play that card and get the extra benefits, regardless. But at the end of the day, that was Daniel's decision. He said, I'm going to play this card to find gas next turn. I'm going to challenge you. And Adam went for the challenge and got there. So, I mean, it goes both ends. But, I mean, there was definitely a world where if Daniel didn't build that foundation, we have the one mid block, or we have a mid block to block the move that does the most damage.
Biggest difference between Godzilla and King Ghidorah is Ghidorah's ability to utilize cards out of the discard pile. Daniel has sideboarded in 2 incredibly impactful cards in the matchup in Gently Theft, and we have checked both of them on this first turn. On the first 4 checks of the game, we have checked a 4 mid for 11 flash move that my opponent can't interact with, and they're just both gone. Crazy.
Yeah. But City Rampage on turn 2. Of Daniel going first this game for the first time this match, we're going to have to see what happens. Seeing the fighting for control coming out on the attack, not on the City Rampage itself, because we only had the 1, kind of maybe playing it around, but we checked pretty poorly on it, so we're going to have to commit 3 of our foundations here on this, but I think we're committing and freezing that invincible body, of course.
Yeah, makes sense. Our goal here is to take ahead, and this is going to all but this is going to do it, right? It's 10 damage. And so
It is 10,
our
yeah.
goal here is to either commit out the entire board so that the next move will hit, or take ahead nice and cleanly. And it looks like we're going
Partial
to...
here with a 1 mid block. Takes the 5. Keeping up our -1 speed tool that we have. But here comes the Heat Ray. If anything at all... sorry, I said the right one. Yeah, the Heat Ray.
It's Heat Ray.
And the good part about this one is that it's less about taking the head off of this, but you then are going to remove more impactful pieces. Yeah, you might have frozen that invincible body. What if you just flipped it over and said you don't have access to it anymore?
Yeah, 100%. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. And a reminder, you don't get to ready the invincible body even if it's been flipped, because we care about freezing cards, not necessarily freezing face-up identities.
I think he might even he might choose the other option, which is I'm just going to pick the ones I haven't interacted with. But it looks like we are still going to pick that invincible body, which should remain frozen, just as you said, Tam. But we'll find out, obviously, as we go into the next turn. But just leaving a treasure hunting up on Adam's side of the board as a face-up foundation, and taking a head off that we finally got, goes to play another card, and it fails. Getting away with what we got, another Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken in our momentum, +1 bonus, putting King Ghidorah down to 2 heads. As we ready up, card stays frozen. 3 ready foundations on Adam's board.
Sorry, I messaged somebody.
Sorry. No, you're good. King Ghidorah here. As we pass it back, draws our 2/4 cards, playing more defense. And then we do Nonagon plus Invincible Body is really good.
Yeah,
right?
It's very, very strong. Devastating Law is not applicable really in this matchup. Having seen deck lists, I wonder if there's anything inside of the sideboard
there are
that
assets.
mattered. Well,
there are assets.
Is it not a singular copy of Taiyaki?
Yes.
Oh, and I guess there's a cape in the board.
Cape in the board.
But I guess with our sideboard being one copy of code edits as the only permanent that will stay on our board, the rest of it being filled with actions, I guess like not wanting to not have foundations makes sense.
Yeah, but it might also just be like maybe we have another low block in our hand and like we just don't need a million of them, right? But of course I say that and we immediately kick things off back on Daniel's side of the board with City Rampage into a low attack, the Smashing Stomp, which again, I think the key here, man, Daniel is only playing this deck with 3 copies of City Rampage, Tam, and the City Rampage is the key to help knock a head off of King Ghidorah on every attack in this deck. It's actually crazy. But it looks like we went ahead. I don't even know what we blocked with. I don't know where it went. Oh, never mind. We invincible bodied. We invincible bodied right off the bat. It makes sense to me. Like I think in this matchup you have to use those resources quickly, such as Nonagoning the Unfazed, which does take away Echo and takes away the response, which means you're allowed to block this one fully, which we do, leaving just our Devastating Loss and our character up. So not having to deal with the Echo, not having to deal with the block ability, and that was enough. We defended ourselves in this turn. Invincible Body plus Nonagon was enough. Saves us 100% of what we started that turn with defensively. Life total-wise, not our stage.
Makes sense. Makes sense. This is exactly what Adam is looking for, a breath of fresh air, a reprieve from the onslaught. But Daniel's stage as Godzilla is set up very, very well.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's less about the stage being set up now, Tam, but I think that was the 3rd City Rampage. There won't be another one until we cycle. I think that might be very meaningful on how quickly Daniel can put up an aggression again, because the longer this game goes, Adam and King Ghidorah as the character is going to thrive.
Yeah, 100%.
Especially when we're playing things
down ahead. Like 2 heads is still a ton to get through.
But without the City Rampage, Tam, unless they're attacks that can give themselves more damage, 2 heads without City Rampage available to your head, it says 4 attacks instead of 2.
Yeah, 100%.
Violent Animus Shot connecting here, though, getting rid of a random card. And here we finally see the Superfly Stomp getting played. And you're so fast, man. I can see you do it. I can see you do it in real time, and you are so fast at it. Superfly Stomp, of course, coming in here. It does have Frenzy, not relevant right now, but it is going to allow us to put any card in our deck into our discard pile, which King Ghidorah will allow us to have access to and play whenever we want. It has another ability that if you spend a momentum, you make your rival spend a momentum and sack a face up, which is pretty relevant in this matchup.
Yeah.
We just don't have any moment. Wait, we did have a moment, did we not? I thought we did. We might not have taken it.
Just connected for the first time. This is the first 5 damage move that we have taken as Godzilla, as we're at 29
You're correct.
now.
I'm thinking of last game where we hit with the other violent animus. You're right. But yeah, here it is. We sent what looks to be another copy of True 100%. No, we sent an invincible body.
Yeah.
And then we used Ghidorah saying, "I need this invincible body in my stage. I'm going to rebuild it."
I agree fully. It has been one of the big saving graces of Adam's King Ghidorah game plan here, fighting off Godzilla. Who needs to block when these 10 damage moves that take a head deal none?
Yeah, absolutely. Devastating loss. Again, only the 5 ready foundations, though. But I think we're going to have an easier time if you're an Adam and King Ghidorah fan, because without having access to City Rampage, these offensive turns from Daniel are not going to look the same. But we're still going to try. You got to, right? This is game 3. 16-ish minutes left on the clock. Titan's Cliff is going to help us sculpt into hopefully a better turn, even though we have to kind of raw check a lot of these on our own.
Yeah, discard 3, redraw 3 looks very gray.
It looked very gray. So it's going to be a hard decision on how much Daniel chooses to keep defensively and how much he plans to play, because the longer this game goes and the wider the stage goes, things like True 100% Unleashed are real kill threats.
Do you flip the other abnormal to get the momentum on this move? So currently 6 high for 0 as we use the invincible body. Do we value the momentum here? It's interesting. It's because like I kind of want the move to do something, right? It's not about like doing any meaningful damage towards taking another head, but it is if I draw 6 attacks, what do I do with my hand?
Yeah, I mean, I think there was a world only
on
in
a
a sense
6,
because it
7?
already got invincible bodied. But yeah, this is only on a 6/7 because there's only 2 committed foundations on the opposing side of the board. But this is an attack that can take a head on its own. 6 base damage. We have 2 momentum. We have powerful on this one. We got rid of the invincible body. This one can posture a little more scary scenario, and it's another low attack that Adam keeps building these low blocks, whether, it's the devastating loss that we kind of talked about earlier. And so the question is, do you have another one? You use King Ghidorah offensively to grab this invincible body. You don't get to hand fix your blocks.
Yellow warning signs are flashing for Ghidorah.
We've gone down to one head. And we got another bonus draw from Daniel. And then now we play another Titan Cliff.
This is massive.
Which allows us to review 3.
I couldn't see the hand. Was it good?
I didn't see it either. We're going to have to find out, because here we're giving this even more stats. Puts it to 10 once again with the abnormal because we saved it, Tam.
If you're a King Ghidorah fan, hold your breath. This is scary.
We gave it -1 speed with our unmatched quickness. I think. I don't know. I think we did. Yes, we did.
He added. Inspiring song for either -1 or +1. Let's grab another momentum. Use it for Godzilla. Instantly gets plus check. He says this isn't the last one.
We have another one. There's at least one more move after this. The question is, which block is this? How good is the block modifier? Code edits?
Code edits comes in. It's
on
the
partial.
Any attack is lethal now.
Any attack is lethal. If it's another high move, your opponent just showed that they didn't have a high block ahead of mid. Daniel squeaking game 3 out with the skin of his teeth from drawing 7 cards across 2 Titan Cliffs and 1 Walk the Dog.
Wow. What a cool back and forth that entire match was. From Godzilla tossing up. Oh, sorry guys. Don't want to.
It's them.
From Godzilla tossing up an absolutely devastating, aggressive turn in game 1, Ghidorah answering back game 2, and then a real solid back and forth, making both parties really, really have to play the game to the absolute best of their abilities. That was sick.
I think it was great from both players. I think the biggest detriment, of course, was we just never really saw the stage of uh, of Adam really grow because it was constantly getting oppressed by city rampage turn after city rampage turn after city rampage turn, constantly having to use these defensive pieces, which is exactly the strength of a character like Godzilla. And it worked out, and we saw the success of it. What a great win for Daniel. I know Teo in chat was cheering for him because he's using his list. But that was very exciting, and that was the penultimate round. We only have one more left of Swiss before we do top cuts tomorrow. So I'm excited to see what we've got in store for us. Man, one of those is spicy.
We're going to be slowing this match down for sure.
You think?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I do. 1.25. If you liked this, guys, and you're watching the video edit a little bit later, not live here on YouTube or Twitch, make sure you check out the rest of the playlist. Yeah, check out the rest of the playlist. I'm not going to have these up by tonight, so you can't join us tomorrow. But if you like this and you want to see more of it, please let me know in the future. Would love to do more like this. So with that, thank you for watching, and we're moving on to our final round.
That was a great setup for your video, but I know chat's gonna have to wait, so They have to listen to me. Wow, no, this is going great. This is also going very quickly. We started roughly 5 hours ago.
Yeah.
We got one more round to go.
And this is going to be over in 7 minutes.
Oh, is it actually? Have you already seen the plan?
I have not. I can see how long the rest of this video is.
Oh, awesome. Sweet.
Yeah.
We're going to be done so fast. We'll be done before 6.
Yes, we will be done
Love
before
it.
6.
This has been great. Let me get my commentary chops. It's a little wet.
Here's this one.
He said the thing. He said the final round. We did.
I know our bread's buttered.
Oh my god.
And then, man, I wish that I had saved it. I guess I do have it saved. It is not there.
Can I say something? And this is not shade. It is just I'm frustrated about it.
Yeah.
I absolutely hate Paul's username.
What, XIXI
XIXIX32. How the fuck am I supposed to pronounce that quickly? Oh my gosh. Are we going to commentate top 8 after this? Wait, did they do top 8 last night?
No, they're doing it tomorrow. But it's going to be happening at 3 in the morning or whatever. So he's asking us, are we going to do it live? And the answer is no.
No. Are you going to comment on the top 8?
I'm down to get up at like...
Oh, we can break it down. Oh, I'm down to talk about a breakdown if you want to like look at them. The top 8 lists. I'm okay with that if Tam wants to do it. We just have to pull it up.
I'd have to make them, which I'm not opposed to doing. The real answer is, this depends on if Rebby gets home. She's currently out with her dad. I think that she wanted to do something. So part of the reason we're going so quick is
Set that up.
I just haven't like spent a ton of time with her over this past week, and I want to do that.
Oh, this is a win and in at this point. That's what we're watching. I understand now. Holy crap! Now I understand how fast this is gonna be. Yeah. But Teo, we will for sure be doing the commentary for it tomorrow. And even if that means, because it is only 3 matches, right? We might do what you're talking about, like talking about the list. We might do that before we go into it.
Yeah.
We could just do it real quick.
I don't know how early you want to rock it tomorrow.
I'm down whenever. If you would rather be like more during like prime streaming hours instead of doing 12:30, that's your call. But I don't have any plans tomorrow, so I'm good.
What do you mean you have no plans?
Well, typically Fridays and Saturdays I spend with my friends.
Okay.
I just didn't do it today. That's why I'm here.
Yeah.
But Sundays are like we don't hang out on Sundays because it's like a rest day.
Yeah.
If I hung out with my friends on Sunday as well, I would see them actually probably 6 or 5 times a week.
Wow. Damn.
Yeah, like that's how much I spend time with my friends. But So Sundays is our rest day. We all do our own thing. We get our lives back together, do our chores, go grocery shopping, yada yada yada. Right. So literally, I don't do anything but kind of chill out on Sundays at home.
Okay.
So whenever you want to start is fine.
So
Legitimately.
the real question that I have is how would you feel about getting up at 3 and just doing it at the same time as them? Is that crazy?
I'm down. No,
Yeah.
that's fine.
I will not confirm that until I talk with Rebby to be sure. But like, I think just like if we do it at 3, get the 3 rounds done, be done by 7, 8, take a nap, and then we have our whole Sunday. To like,
Yeah,
do whatever.
I think the biggest thing about that, Tam, is that we don't have the privilege of doing what we did today, which is any dead air on the official stream is dead air for us. Like we have to sit here and just.
Yeah. I'm okay with it if you're okay with it.
I'm okay with it because I don't think it'll take that long. It's only 8 players, and depending on like who ends up. Paul says, "I am not getting up at 3 a.m." Which is fair. That makes sense. Yeah, it's up to you. If you say yeah, I'm down. I'll do it. I'll get up. I might be a little groggy, but it'll be
Hey, don't
fine.
say this shit out loud this time.
Oh, okay. And so, okay, that's fair. Come on, what you said before was not important. You can't get mad at me. No, I'm down. If you want to do it on a co-cast.
Let me double check and make sure that we are good. Yeah. Chat, scale of 1 to 10. Have you guys been enjoying the broadcast? We've had basically the same number as the official broadcast pretty much the entire day.
I can't tell. I hid your user.
We've
your
got like
viewer count.
we've got 34 across both platforms,
Yeah,
Twitch and YouTube.
The stream, which is really just like to look at chat and like the quality control, right?
Yeah.
Is like this big on my computer screen. So viewer count is not included on that
That's
list.
so funny.
That's good though. I don't know what that number is. I talked over you, so I don't know what you said.
34.
34. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotta fix the issue. Reload the pages, both the streamer and the broadcast. Okay, I will do that. Boop.
Both. Okay. I do not have the broadcast one up because it's just a thing. Do I need to like
Hit a peek around 50.
do I need to redo the like the OBS thing? Do you think that would mess it up?
I'm looking. Hold on. Don't touch anything yet. I'm looking. I'm trying. It works. We're good.
It works? Okay.
It works.
It's not doing the little weird flicky
Like,
thing.
however you see it, you'll see. Like, I can do this now,
Yeah.
and I can do this.
Will you
and
reset?
whatever.
Will you click reset?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you see the little shutter on it?
No.
It does a little shutter for me. So I'm going to Paul, will you send me the link in our chat real fast? And I will make a new scene for it. Reload whatever you're using that I wrote. I just have to make a new one.
He's just saying press F5.
So, okay. I'll explain it fully. Because it is a browser source on OBS, I don't have the view one set up.
Yes, you need to reload it.
Okay. So I will come here, and then I will click this, and then refresh browser when it becomes active.
Teo makes a good point. Going through the rounds at 2 times speed makes it better, to be honest. As an external viewer, it always looks like people play really slow even though they aren't. So if you do it live, you can't do the 2x speed, which is fair.
Then I will do this.
But it's up to Tam. It's his show. I'm just a guest. So whatever he wants, I will appear for.
I I will
He gets me this week because he doesn't get me for the next 2 weeks.
True. Yeah, you're not doing Canada, right?
No, I am.
Oh, so I do get
Well,
you.
you get me, but not for your stream.
Oh, right.
We will be contracted.
Right. Delete it and reload it, I guess.
But I'm saying I'm joining you for this one
not
because
an
whoever
option.
you bring on next week, unless you do it solo bolo,
I do
is
not
just
know if
you.
there will be currently don't have one. I need to. It's gonna make a ding, so everybody. And then we will come here, browser source. I have to do this, and then there, and then cool. I get to do this, and then do this. Then I have to readjust this size. Give me a second, buddy.
Whoa, spoilies in chat, dude. I guess they can't see it. Never mind. You just thought you were spoiling it. Bum, bum.
Does that look okay?
Any rift? What are they called? Oh, any rift bounders in chat?
Dude, I don't think I can download the. I can't find the Billy link again. Like, I just don't think
really?
they saved the VOD. I'm so bummed.
Oh, you think so?
I'm so
It's
bummed.
okay. You ready? You can probably just rip the stream from somebody else's thing.
From somebody else watching it? Yeah.
Yes. Which I would just go into the Riftbound Discord and figure that out, because there are multiple people I'm sure that are doing something about it. So I understand.
What about you and Rebby? You guys had good casting energy. Pokey Nerd, I'm not opposed. It depends on what she wants to do. I'm not opposed. I bet she'd have a lot of fun doing that.
Yeah. I don't know how many players are currently on that. Let me check. I'm gonna go check the other event.
I'm gonna turn this down to 1.25 because I think that this one's gonna go quick.
You think we're gonna blaze it?
I think it's going to be very fast. I will click this button though and say, "Yo, what up? How's it going, everybody? Welcome back. Final round of today's EU top 8, or sorry, EU Swiss rounds for the Universus regional. My name's Tam. I'm joined by Barrett, and for the last round, we have something explosive, something fast. Two femme fatales absolutely trying to murder each other.
Absolutely. Aggro 7 hand size at its finest, as we are going to watch two of them duke it out. And as far as we're aware, because we don't have spoilies yet, they are duking it out for a top 8 spot. The winner, pride and glory. The loser goes home. Not
home.
really. You can have fun, obviously, on Sunday at our regionals. But, isn't competing for the big cheese. The day 2 auto invite for the World Championship. What these players are so fighting for. The first deck we've got up is Fran V's Air Mikasa Ackerman list from the first set of Attack on Titan. Like we said, aggro, 7 hand size action, and has gotten a lot of tools from Attack on Titan 3, and we're seeing some similar stuff that we might see on the deck that she's fighting against. But we saw earlier today, Hunter's Ally, building in Genghis Frog. Mikasa has always been a character that I don't really do damage. Damage isn't my thing, but I do give scaling speed. What if we found a way to put some damage on all of our moves?
Yeah. The frog hits hard, and the fact that we get to build it in is so incredibly strong. On that Hunter's Ally, the main reason to play her onto the air symbol for sure. But on the other side, doing her best Mikasa impersonation is Pony Tsunatori. Mike Hardiman back again on the earth symbol. First was mimicking Godzilla, and now is mimicking Miss Ackerman. We've seen this list before, but we'll talk about it for anybody who's live over on YouTube. The idea of this is Hunter's Ally, build in Genghis Frog to make all of our moves hit just as hard as Mikasa's do, but instead of discarding cards to clear cards out of our card pool, we're going to be discarding cards to redraw cards, spend horn counters to clear cards out of the card pools. Our moves don't get quite as quick, but our hand size is a little faster. We do not have to land a move in order to redraw cards. A lot of similar actions going to be happening inside of this matchup.
It's crazy because, I think we're really going to see what's going to win here. Pony gets access to some of these tools that the Mikasa deck doesn't play very well. For example, Battle Ore Release isn't a weapon. Things like Science Bros are harder to pull off and get extra reward for it because we're not losing and removing as many cards at the same speed that Pony is. To top it off, Lethal Slash, actually not a great card for Mikasa.
Yeah.
Instead, though, I think we're going to see a lot more of ways to ready your stage. It's basically how well can I ready my stage on hit and get extra draws from there versus Pony. I'm a raw draw a bunch of cards character, and I'm playing things that support that game plan, and I'm allowed to do different things. So I agree with you. I think it's going to be a fast one, and I think we're going to see maybe which is a better game plan, at least for this event.
With that said, we're going to go ahead, push back to us so I can get us all figured out. First, a couple minutes. The official stream does not have the thing set up, and so we are going to be rocking it as is. With that, we'll transition and we'll start the game. Looks like Mike won the die roll. Gonna get to go first in this matchup.
I think that matters a lot. I think obviously the explosivity of both of these characters matters when going first, so that you can be the first player to do an aggressive turn. But I also think because Mike is the deck playing 2 checks, this first turn and realizing what we have access to matters a lot more. But on the other side, as we know, it means you aren't going to generate as many horn counters on that first turn of aggression. But we saw earlier in the rounds, he didn't necessarily need it. But remember, we also saw Mike didn't win that match. That's why he's here. This is a winning in, hopefully, to get to that day 2 on the top cuts.
Can we talk about the foundation that we played 2 of inside of this matchup? Double Levi's Relentless Spirit, probably the best foundation inside of this Mikasa list. After your attack deals damage, re-ready it. This can trigger after we respond with Mikasa to commit, draw the card, use Levi's to re-ready it. You get to do this 3 times. If you do it the 3rd time, it does flip over. It can't do it infinitely, but the amount of stage that we have access to via Levi's Relentless Spirit is we actually have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 foundations, depending on like what our checks look like or so on and so forth. And so, although we fail that last 2 difficulty, there is a ton to be of a potential of an onslaught here.
Yeah, it is for sure, because the best part is that obviously you can use it to pass your checks. On damage deal, you may ready them up, and then you can still, in the same window, if you need some extra cards, commit 1 or both or none to draw some extra cards because of Mikasa's ability, and then you still will have them back depending on what decision you made with those Levi's Relentless for the next attack you play, so that you can clear the card out of your card pool with Mikasa, draw, or give it speed, and then again, even if you committed some of those again to pass a check, when it deals damage, here we go. Which means, though, Tam, blocking is imperative for Mike Hardiman to deter cards like that getting full value. But of course, we have Mike here on the play, meaning he gets to play attacks first. Starting things off with the Hunter's Ally, building into Kiyomi. No frog here, but Kiyomi giving us the immense value when we clear cards. And not only are we going to clear a card right here and now as we play our Lethal Slash for the second card, we are then going to have a clean card pool once this Lethal Slash leaves as well. Drawing bonus cards off of Kiyomi off of that first clear. That's the first use. We have to keep track because Kiyomi does have a detriment that if you use it a couple of times, you got to turn her sideways.
Totally acceptable. That card's very, very good in Pony. One of the reasons this character was so... I really like this character last format before we got all these turtles and a half shell. It was the consistency piece. Frog is the damage. Speaking of damage, we've got Battle Release coming in 4 high for 4. Going to be drawing bonus cards, flipping some foundations in order to draw extra, hit a little bit harder, and we're still off to the races. Mikasa down to after taking the damage on the Lethal Slash, down to 16. Here's another 5 coming at us.
Yeah, we did end up blocking one of the moves with a Genghis Frog. And then as we go into a second block here, this is actually... I did not do a good job beforehand. I apologize, Chad. This one is the All at Once that we're blocking with, I believe. It's actually just a 1 of in the deck. but it's just like it's a nice little 1 mid block on a 4 difficulty card, and the idea here is that you can only really play ranged attacks if you're Mikasa. So, or sorry, you can only play weapon attacks. So it just fits the bill of being a nice aggressive piece. It's a nice low mix up, but it's also a pretty strong card as well, just in general. For if it deals damage, you get extra readying of your pieces. But
Turns
it's a
any
cool little card
foundation
there.
into Levi's
Yeah, exactly.
determination or whatnot. But it looks like Hunter's Ally coming in for the second time this turn after a clean card pool because of our lethal slashes. Let's build in. Now we have found the
Science Bros.
Science Bros. So now as we discard things like Mikasa's Admission, not only is it +1 speed, +1 damage from the Science Bros, but now we resolve it for the extra +2. We have 2 cards in our card pool, 2 ready foundations, 9 health over here on Mikasa. 1 more point of damage and it is game over as we drop to 1. And the Battle Lore release is probably coming in to clean this one up pretty quickly. He said speed it up. You got me here. Game 1.
Obviously,
going to Mike Hardiman.
We were already throwing our mid blocks at the other high attacks that were being played. I think once we went down to 1, thanks for going through the motions, but you got this one. Game 1 going to Mike Hardiman very quickly on the play as Pony Sunatori. And honestly, Tam, I want to see the exact same energy and the exact same aggression on the other side of the table now.
Absolutely. Mikasa puts that pedal to the metal even faster than what Pony can do because she trades off a little bit of that aggression for some defense. And so I think what Mike's going to have to do as Pony is not disrespect the output that Mikasa has. Go ahead and take and slow it down just a little bit because your entire goal is to get back to your turn. 23 is not hard, especially with Frog, so be chill. Be chill. Make sure that you're not playing greedy, and if you have any ideas, don't check the 2. Don't check the 2.
Yeah, and that can be very impactful. I don't even think it's as impactful necessarily in this game, Tam. I mean, it could be. I could be completely wrong. But what I think will add up is if this goes the way that we think this fairy tale is going to go, Mikasa should do just as good of a job of doing a turn 2 aggression. That's what these decks are designed to do. That's why they're both in this position in the final round of this tournament before top cuts. I'm hoping we see that here from Fran. And in the game 3, when Mike Hardiman goes first again, that's where I think we might see where it might matter and the difference of these 2 decks. One playing a 2 check with a very strong power in what it's doing for the deck, and a deck that isn't doing that and maybe can squeak by. Because if you do give Mikasa that 1 turn to attack after going second after a partial Paris mulligan and then the bonus draw on the defense, you could see disaster happen after you've committed some resources to try and do your aggressive turn 2 as Pony.
Yeah, totally agree. Totally, fully agree. So from here, looks like we are mulliganing back that hand. Didn't love those 7. Our goal is to build out way wider than we did before. Build 3 unacceptable for Mikasa, especially getting to go first. We want to build wide, build deep, so that we can play the biggest, longest, scariest string, just like Mike got to do in the last one. So from here, again, opening double Levi's, those are very scary to slam both of them.
We're going first,
get
right?
one.
Like we can.
We're probably not going to
get one for sure. But yeah, the fact is when we played that second one last game, we did check a 3 on it. We tapped Mikasa sideways defensive, or as we went for the build. But I think this is a solid build for Mother's Embrace readies itself, extra draw power here. The only card that doesn't really matter on our board right now is the
Feral Shriek.
I don't know what Feral Shriek. Thank you. As we go for the build, we did end up getting, we have that Science Bros. It's built. The Radiant probably not really mattering much in this matchup, but we did fail the last one. Only 4 foundations on the side for Mike, and I don't think we've seen a frog yet.
I realized that I talked so much my Spotify died.
Nice. But here we go. This is the big one. Do you review here as Fran? That's what we're thinking about. What do you review? Do you review? We kept it. And here we go. We're going to draw up and see if we can put in a good aggression. And the key here too, Tam, is for everybody who hasn't played against Mikasa since her errata, is that I guess it doesn't matter. We're not attacking. But the biggest thing about her is the moves in the beginning of her turn are the easiest to block ones.
Yeah.
She scales in her speed as she discards cards and clears things out of her card pool because she will only ever have 1 or 2 things in her card pool. That being said, from the support she's also received from Attack on Titan 3, and we saw in its deck list, Ackerman Team Up is also a move that scales in damage alongside your scaling speed stat that you give as Mikasa if you can get to that point. But a second build turn here, which includes a second Levi's Relentless Spirit, means that we have a really good turn 3 offense, but it means we have to survive Mike's turn 2. As we played the Battle Aura release, did not check too well on it, checked the 2, but we're going to flip one of them over, draw a new card, and here's an example of what you were talking about. We've already checked a 2 here as Mike Hardiman after our opponent built for a second turn in a row.
Yeah, I think stabilization is going to be really important here. Yes, we are threatening this flying elbow drop, but I'm not positive that it's the smartest idea to play it. It really depends on how clean we can get this card pool, and especially after the Breaker 3 comes in, coming out of the sideboard here, it must, with Timely Counterattack.
Incredibly good card. A lot of people really like this one if you have access to the air symbol. I've even seen Rodans playing this card because this +3 breaker block is enough to end people's turn, especially after you check a 2. Makes a ton of sense to me as we just build 3 foundations afterwards on the side of Mike. One of those being, I think that's that Code Edits. Did we build that Code Edits on a 6? No. I don't know what that is.
It is not a Code Edits. It is the
I have to go.
Dumbfounded. 3/5/3 mid block. This card ignores progressive difficulty. So you played at the end.
It's always on a 3.
It's always on a 3.
Yeah, that one's pretty good, especially when you're just looking to increase your foundation count. Obviously, even the block, it counts for that, right? It's always a +3 block modifier. It doesn't count the extra stuff in your card pool. But the benefit being is that as long as you have these extra cards in your hand, you can progress your stage. And it's one of the benefits of having the Earth symbol right now, which has not been a perk necessarily for people in the most recent history of set releases. But Pony really kind of showing that showcase here with this piece. Going to kick things off with a Violent Animus shot here for Fran. Going through the motions. The first attack is kind of the lamest one, I would say.
Yeah.
It doesn't get very fast. It kind of does the thing, which is why it's impactful to still have a card that your opponent wants to interact with, like Violent Animus Shot. It does get the block on it, though. It does get Shobujin Message for a Breaker 2, but we had a Ryukyu Agency trainees to rebuttal that with.
Yeah.
Built the foundation down. We didn't check bat on it, and here we go. Things are going to start getting big very fast as we lead with the first Ackerman team up. It comes in with 1 speed because of Mikasa after we play the ability, discard a card. Clear the card out of our card pool, and then it also is going to get +2 damage at Blitz timing speed because we've now cleared 1 card. We didn't clear it, but if it was a card that counted cards that left our card pool, that foundation we built also would have counted.
But thankfully, they knew what they were doing, because that would be just a little silly. It's currently a 5 mid for 5 as the 4-div second one that we played, blocking with the Lethal Slash, and then keeping ourselves nice and healthy. Yep. How much more can we get out of it?
It was for 7. Mikasa's Admission was the card we pitched, but regardless, it did get full blocked. As we now move into another one of my favorite, this is Horseback Charge. This is another one of those foundations that keeps our that keeps our stage healthy while being a low mix-up, because you need to connect with your moves in Mikasa to get full value of what you're trying to do. Having that low attack, even though it doesn't get very fast, is a good way to do that. As we take it to the face, damage has been connected with. Now it's time for Mikasa to really thrive in this space. Drawing bonus cards, readying your stage back up because of the Levi's Relentless, going into the next attack. Oh, never mind.
We get to build off of the Horseback Charge. Duh, we get to...
The Horseback Charge says we build another guy down.
It is a Ryukyu's ADT trainees, but on an attack.
Yes.
And then we have our own Hunter's Ally. Not quite the top 16 or prize support ones that we have, but the beautiful alt arts. Flashy, bright and yellow. Love them.
They're all great. And then, again, because we checked poorly on it, but the perk of what this deck is doing is this is something the Pony deck isn't necessarily tailored to do, because our whole stage can get re-readied. But here comes Genghis Frog. For the rest of this turn, we're going to get +3 damage to all of our moves, as well as the scaling speed that Mikasa has already been working for. This one already came in with +2.
Yeah. We can't do that
Taking
twice. Yeah. Opting to commit there. That makes sense. That makes sense. Doing it a slightly different way. We
That's
tried
okay.
to take the hit,
Yes.
re-ready, respond, and then re-ready it
Re-ready.
again.
No.
Not quite.
Yes, you can respond with multiple versions of the card, but each response can only be played in the same of that one window timing once. Very similarly to how enhances can only be played once per enhanced step. If it is enhanced that doesn't have like a flip or whatever, right? You can't just keep pressing the button.
Here it is, 8 for 8 now. The Hunter's Ally coming in, the fastest bow alive.
Kiyomi, maybe? That seems to be the
Yeah,
play. The
Kiyomi
next
is
Hunter's
it.
Ally, as we already have our Fry and it has Unique on it, why not pick a different ally card? And Kiyomi will help keep our stage ready when we go to play another attack. And it looks like we're taking this one straight to the dome as well. They are getting too fast to deal with. Mike says you have to have the moves. Keep going. Round to 3. Fran here with the opportunity to maybe take game 2 as long as we keep having attacks. And here's a Luna to Harris. This is the card we were talking about.
There
this one
it
counts for every
is.
card that's left your card pool. This gets -1 difficulty. So those 2 foundations we built earlier during the turn help reduce this. It's a 7 damage throw, actually for 10 damage because of Genghis Frog. That's enough to take 3 life out of the game.
One difficulty because of all the cards that have left.
Game 2, going over to Fran, exactly what I wanted to see here on both of these aggro decks going against each other. And here is the one where it matters. Both of these players have gone first. It is up to Fran to break serve, or we might just see a repeat of what Mike was able to do in game 1.
100%. Yeah, it makes me excited, and we have the tools to do it, right? Like we saw the timely counterattack come in to Breaker to end the turn. Mike's deck could just fold. We could check that too, and then the game could be over before we even know it. But at the same time, Mike drew hot. He played hot in that first round. We could just have the repeat, like he said. It really is going to be, what pieces do we see at the right time? How do both these players navigate this matchup? And it looks like Mike, not loving his hand, tosses the whole thing back on the bottom and redraws. I don't think I saw Fran mulligan. I'm not sure that I saw it. So we might have just liked our 7.
Yeah, which makes sense, right? Especially if it's things like the Levi's Relentless Spirit. It's really just dependent on how it goes here. But again, Mike isn't gonna let a 2-check in his deck be the reason why we lose. We're going to build all these low difficulty foundations. Granted, they don't have any text really in this matchup, but that's okay. That's not what we need here. We just need to deal 23 damage. We just need to have enough foundations on our stage so we can pass those early checks that matter. And maybe that means playing a Hunter's Ally on a 5 and getting our own Genghis Frog on our stage as soon as possible.
We're back.
Okay.
We are live. So I'm going to ask somebody in the chat if we're going to talk about top 8 afterwards. And I'm going to make graphics for top 8 or whatever. I need somebody to send me a list of the players in order from 1st to 8 with their UGN names. I'm not going to go look for it. So if you want the top 8s, you'll have to send it to me in a DM over on Discord. And then I'll make the graphics.
We're seeing some new cards as well hit the stage here for Fran as Mike figures out what's going on in his hand. But there's a one of team player in this deck that has hit the stage, which is really cool because it has an ability. This is if a card's left your card pool. It's another 3-diff that kind of readies itself. But it says you can discard cards from your hand and give your ally or water attacks 1/1. We are playing ally attacks. We are playing Hunter's Ally.
Oh,
so
that makes sense.
There's just like a little, and it's also an ally itself. It can be a foundation similarly to Science Bros that you can build in as some extra grease for your turn. But Battle Aura Release, the first attack here for Mike. We did end up checking a 3 on it, having to tap our 1. Aries Smile here could be the big difference on staying alive versus not staying alive. Leaves in a Science Bros on a 4. On a 4, it checks. On a 5. Yeah, I mean, these are nuts defensive cards as well. Genghis Frog, just to play it, throw it away, get it on our discard pile. Makes sense.
Interesting to get rid of the 0 mid block. Part of the reasons I think these elusive backups are so strong is because they were pitched to us. The elevator pitch is character cards are a thing of the past, but we miss the buddy blocks. buddy blocks. Character cards used to have 0 mid block, make them very powerful. As you look at the pony card in the on the preview, there is something really special about 0 mid blocks, but it looks like, as I'm saying it, there's a bright green card happening in hand as we speak. But it looks like the way that Mikasa won this game last time was a build 2, was a second build. And so it looks like that's what we're getting here this time.
Yeah, I mean, some 0 diffs here with the I can't tell anymore. With the Shichiwaka Maru Foundation, which works in our character because we are playing weapons. But the question here is, after that build, does Mike draw another offensive turn? And here comes the Hunter's Ally. We set ourselves up. We put that Genghis Frog in our discard pile. Here it is. The Ooze Frog, unload the toad, as you might say. As we give 3 damage to all of our moves, kicking things off also by pitching a Flying Elbow. Drop extra 1 bonus attack for later this turn. I think this might be it.
Yeah, this is going to be with only 2 cards in hand with plus 3 damage on every single move, not to mention the Science Bros racking up even more stats. I think a really impactful block might matter, such as Ares Smile. Hey, I need you to knock it off. Please stop.
And I don't see a Forcing Surrender in Mike's stage. That would be a really big way of playing around that. But also, hopefully you just don't have only attack cards in your hand, or you have to pass turn.
Oh, hey, a Forcing Surrender.
Speaking of the Forcing Surrender, you wish that was in your stage at this moment. But a Lethal Slash is going to help us out at least a little bit on keeping the health of that card pool. It could even be a scenario here, Tam, where if we have another Lethal Slash, we actually will be able to clear our card pool out completely because we already banked enough horn counters from earlier this game.
Yeah, whoa, and a second elbow drop coming in. That is
flying elbow drop.
14 damage sitting in our remove from game zone, just waiting to be piled on. And it feels like we've got the foundations to do it, especially with clearing these cards out of the card pool as we spin the horn counters and let it rock.
Yeah, going down to 2 horn counters. Like I said, if we played another Lethal Slash here, it means we could spin our horn counters to discard and get rid of this Forcing Surrender out of our card pool. Looks like that's not the case here, so we're going to play with another one. Checking a 2 here on a 5, keeping these 3 foundations ready, which is 2 defensive ones, and the Science Bros. This 1 card in our card pool now could actually be impactful. Not so much, I guess, on this one. This is now the same as if we were just, like, clearing the 1 attack out of our card pool, but it means we're going to run out of these horn counters a little quicker. And it's really just up to the extra defense that we have, but we are already starting to take damage on the side of Fran. All of these hit so incredibly hard, kicking that out. We've gone back down to neutral state for the pony player, and here comes a very impactful Breaker 3 block once again. We have to tap completely out for it. For the half block, or wait, no, for the full block? I don't even know.
It is a partial block.
But it is Breaker 3 on a 4/5, checking a 0. Wait, what? That's not the card I thought it was. That's an Ackerman team up. My bad. I thought it was. I thought it was the timely. I thought it was the timely counterattack.
Exactly the same.
They are very close.
I was down. I was like,
but we checked a 3. So we show the Flying Elbow Drop. We send it. We play the Falling Skies on a 4/5/6. Checks a 5. Taps our last foundation for 6. Make it a throw.
And
the handshake across. 3 high attacks in our card pool gives it +3/+3, over by 3 damage exactly. Mike Hardiman taking game 3 down against Fran, playing his Mikasa deck. 2 Slobber Knocker decks right against each other.
And there it is. Pony proving that when you go first as your 7-hand size character, you get there. You get there most of the time. With that, if you're watching over on YouTube, this is the end of the final round. There's going to be one more video in this little series where me and Barrett are going to take a second. We're going to talk about the top 8 that we're going to be talking about tomorrow. If you're watching the VOD now, as we are recording, for everybody on YouTube and on Twitch, we are going to be waking up at 3 in the morning, and we are going to be casting the event live as it happens. Me and Barrett, the 2 buddies. I'm going to need a second Red Bull to get up that early, but we're going to do it live as it happens. Full deck list, as well as everything, the bells and whistles Cannot wait to see you guys there. But that is going to be it for this video. If you liked it, make sure that you do all the cool YouTube stuff, like, comment, share, subscribe, and join us for the rest of them here in this playlist. All right, bye, everybody. All right. I have to make a bunch of graphics. So, please stop coughing. Please stop coughing, Theo. So have fun. Give me 1 second while you talk.
Hey, what up, chat? Unhibit the ribbit. Unload the toad. Those are my favorite, dude. Bring in the League of Legends Tom Kench lore for sure. It's fun watching you do this.
Yeah.
Where are we at? How many people we got here? What up, everybody?
We're
It's 6
33
o'clock.
viewers.
It's 6 o'clock, dude. On a Saturday. Anybody got any cool plans tonight?
Oh. Yeah? That's awesome. Wow, that's sick. Holy cow. Yeah. Chat, as we're hanging out, Ribby got a playmat. She went to a Flesh and Blood event today. She went to a skirmish. She got a Young Gravy Bones mat. The Young Bones. Look how sick this mat is. You did it.
That sounds right.
Oh, yeah?
I get that. You deserve it, bud. You don't gotta get up with us. Do you have to get up with us? I don't understand. I guess I don't understand.
Yeah, that one's really good. That's sick. That one's really good. No. No. That makes sense. Davy Jones.
No, I don't. You can't make me. Yeah, don't. Don't get up.
It's fine on the board.
Yeah, so, yeah. I'm getting yelled at by a bunch of people.
What do you mean? About what?
I have an event. I got invited to a thing next weekend, and I'm obviously gonna miss it because I'll be working the OCE event. And like I'm telling them that, like, hey, like, I know you really want me to be there, but I can't be there. I have to work, and it sucks because like it's happening like Friday evening, but the problem is that the OCE event lines up happening at evening for us at our time, right?
Yeah.
So and so I'm like, yeah, I said depending on how many rounds it is, I'll be there late, but like, yeah, so they're a little upsetty spaghetti with me, so
That'd be alright.
so I just need to send another message, and then I can put my phone down.
Yeah, good buddy. We've been doing this for 5.5 hours straight. We did not take breaks today, so it is okay.
Breaks for chumps. I have no idea how to get to my contacts. There we go.
I've seen a lot of these names on the stream.
That means they did a good job at tracking the good players. I feel like we always do this when we do events. We always track the good ones, which is good. You know, that's what you want. It makes the storylines, as you say, right?
I'm leaving now. I need to get some rest for day 2. I'm already excited to see the rest of the VOD and tomorrow's one. Hell yeah.
Absolutely, Teo. Keep up the good work. Have fun. Enjoy your time. Tell Levi I love him. But like not like in a nice way, like in a sarcastic way.
Oh, first player we haven't seen on stream. Nope, just kidding. Just kidding. we saw...
Nope, just kidding.
I think the only people we didn't see was 7 and 8.
First regional in Spain. And it looks really cool, man. I wish I was there. Maybe they'll send me one year. Chat, I'm in the correct chat now. Nice. Rebby's arrived. The Rebmeister has entered the building.
The Rebmeister.
The Rebmeister. Do. Dude, that's a crazy emote.
That one? Oh, I love that one. It's so good.
Oh, it's good.
That was me playing retro. I was playing as Ochako 2 versus a Zhonghua. I went first on their turn. They committed Zhonghua, and I went, "Oh, you're fucking dead."
Yeah! We get to play the game!
We get to play the game. Oh,
They're like, "Oh, you absolute buffoon."
yeah. It was sick.
Dude, this is I never use this one because there's never like a reason to use it, but this one I made with zero permission. I made this.
Oh, of him, yeah.
It is a crazy, like there's a crazy story behind that photo because that photo is on my phone. Of why I have a picture of Levi even making that face. And it is so, oh my god, I laugh every time I look at it. And I thought it was a little cheeky as well to name it Organized Play. Did you think about my, or I guess we'll figure it out later, but did you want to do the thing we said on Wednesday though?
So it'd have
Or
to
are you going to
be
play games?
after me and Justin because I've already told him that I'd be playing games.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I don't
It's
do
like-
anything else Wednesday nights, so.
Like I'm down, but it's gotta be that night.
And like I don't know how you want to. I mean, we obviously don't have to do them all because it is a large event.
What?
Did you hear about it?
I got to watch.
Cam, we will be up very late.
What do you mean?
If you want to do the whole event in one day.
Okay. You don't think we could do the
At-
1.5 thing, or?
I mean, we could try, but like it was a 3,000 people went into the lottery system to be of the 516 that it was capped at to be in the event.
God damn.
And this is the first regional. There's one every weekend in China for the next 3 weekends.
There's one every weekend in China for the next 3 weekends.
4 weeks in a row of a China Riftbound regional happening.
Damn. This is under.
It's as much practice in whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
That's all I care about.
Under.
And if you don't want to do it, I'll probably still do it.
This is under. Aha. We have a single. Oh, 2 cards. Just kidding. It's 2 cards.
That's what I'm saying though. Is that like, I think there's no way we're doing it all in one day.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Chinese regional Riftbound look great. It helps that Riot's really good at their production value stuff. They got to carry over a lot of what they do for their League of Legends streams, which is very smart. Because I wish we did that. But it takes a lot of money. Money.
Oh, when is due?
I miss you too. Got him. We got him, Chad.
It just sucks because I also want to cast the. There's a fab event happening that already happened today and tomorrow. But that's will be happening tomorrow as well. So I want to cast that. For
I guess it's just.
I just might have to do it by myself. I just won't be able to do it on stream. I have to do it like 1.5 speed and then let it rock or whatever.
Sucks.
Sorry, everybody. This is taking so long.
I don't want to reset it. I did it. See, look, it worked. No, it didn't work. It immediately fucked it up again. Everybody like this close, and then I reset.
Duplicate page.
What just happened? That was crazy. It'll happen. It'll fix itself. It always does. I nailed it. Okay, we learned how to do it. We fixed it. We fixed it. Anybody watching anything cool in chat? Anybody binging some shows? Just no way. Is that character in our top cut?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, dude. I love that guy. I think he's so fun. Youngest. Oh. Oh, I see the other character that we haven't seen on stream. I spoiled it for me. I went and looked in the work. In the work Slack.
What? Unless I'm crazy. I think there's only one character we haven't seen on stream.
Oh, there is? Oh.
Yeah.
Maybe this was misinformed for me then. No, okay, never mind. I figured it out. I figured it out.
Okay.
Okay.
I was like, what?
I figured it out.
Okay. Ready?
Yeah, I'm excited.
Click this and say, yo, what up? Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Swiss is over. Me and Barrett have the next 20 minutes to talk about the top 8 deck lists. I've made my cute little graphics available for everybody to sit here and talk and see this. So you'll be seeing this on a YouTube video out a wee bit later. So we're going to go from 1st all the way down to 8th. We've seen a lot of these characters on stream. I do not have a bracket for you. I only have the deck list, and so we're just going to talk about that and then move on from there. We will talk bracket stuff tomorrow as the tournament is unfolding and such. So with that said, let's go ahead and transition into your first place position, which is Mike Hardiman with Earth Pony. We saw the I guess, not winning in as we are playing for first place. It seems.
It was a winning in. I went and looked
Oh,
at the. So you ready? It
yeah.
was a winning in. The
Okay.
people that were sitting so healthy at the top of the bracket in rounds 5 ID'd with their opponent. And then in round
Mm.
6, ID'd again,
Mm.
which means Mike Hardiman ends up getting first place because he was at X-1, winning the last round, and was 5-1 versus the 402 people that he beat that got second, third, and fourth.
I
Mike
see.
Hardiman ended up getting Swiss champ from that winning in because of the amount of size of the tournament and the way that it worked out on winning ins, at X-1 being your Swiss champ. So sometimes it pays to play it out, everybody, because now Mike Hardiman, playing this very aggressive Earth Pony Sunatori list, gets to go first all day tomorrow.
All day.
Which is huge. Absolutely massive for this player and for this character in general. We already saw the explosivity of this deck. Not really a ton. You can go check out the 2 matches that we did covering this character. I'm sure we'll see more of it, I'm sure, tomorrow. Genghis Frog plus Hunter's Ally being very massive, glow up for this deck, using some new card types and the backup synergies while still doing the tried and true pony thing, which is play a bunch of 4-diffs, clear my card pool out, draw some cards, clear my card pool.
Yeah, it makes total sense to me. I'm a massive fan of what this list has got going on. And really showcasing, I'm a big fan of the air symbol. I know you're the big fan of the air symbol, but showcasing what the earth symbol is allowed to do. Are you surprised by Pony making top cuts, let alone first place in Swiss standings? Are you shocked?
No, not at all. I think when people were coming into this event, and we've talked about it a lot on the podcast, of course, but like aggro 7 hand size very much has a place in this format. You have to have a lot of confidence and know your lines very well, though, when to go for that reach, and if your deck has the tools and resources in certain matchups. But I think I think aggro 7 hand size game plans in general are very strong against things like the backup decks that we saw do well in Louisville, and also people are talking about Midoriya on the move. And having a character like this that can slam a lot of moves for a lot of damage are pretty big against decks like that need to get off the ground a little bit with their stage size. So no, I'm not surprised. I think people have always kept an eye on this character, and she is a premier aggro 7 hand size deck that obviously got Swiss champ.
Agree fully. In second place, we've got David D on Chaos Godzilla, playing somebody we saw on stream playing not your standard Godzilla, no copies of Determined Advance, meaning 4 copies of Massive Swing. If I have no momentum, I'll get the momentum. It's basically Determined Advance light, but a 5 does not a 6 diff, changes up our math a little bit, says that our 6 diff slots are allowed to go through things like Heat Rate and Unfazed, maybe something a little more impactful, hits a little harder than the flow piece of Determined. I like the adaptation here as well. Tons of 6 checks in here, 4 city rampages. I'm a big fan of short-lived promotion. It feels like it goes in and out of Godzilla lists depending on what the day of the week it is. This deck is absolutely just trying to murder you.
Yeah, finally free being very good as a 6-check in conjunction with Titan's Cliff. We saw the success of this. And for everybody that wasn't paying attention earlier or as we were covering the footage, this is David D's list, who beat Mike Hardiman during Swiss rounds. Again, Mike Hardiman, this was his only loss in Swiss, but because David won that round, he was able to double ID in the last 2 rounds of the tournament, get second place here. And because of that, if there's going to be a rematch of finals, if David climbs on his side of the bracket and Mike climbs on his side of the bracket, we won't see them go off against each other until the last possible scenario, which is in finals. So I love that kind of mini storyline if it becomes true tomorrow. But yeah, I mean, tried and true, you don't need Determined Advance. Things like Massive Swing, get the job done and get it done well, because as long as you spin your momentum, it's pretty easy to keep things rolling around. So this deck looks really good. It's really nice. The 4X City Rampage, we've seen multiple different versions of it, but I like a lot of the 2Xs that exist in this deck. They're really nice.
We'll move on to Kevin T, another another match that we saw on here. Midoriya on the move, arguably the boogeyman of the format. So many people have came into our podcast being like, what do we do about Midoriya, especially with the success of Mitchell Chimino with at the last event, and this looks like a very a good homage to that list. Only big edit being that code edits, stopping blitzes. Oh, I'm so sorry. To stop things like Unyielding Destruction, which, truthfully, I didn't see a ton of today.
Yeah, in general, overall, not really finding them, not even within the Godzilla list themselves, not really taking that page out of Zach Richards' book that we saw him have success with in Louisville. But that being said, I mean, you're right. Even other decks in the format we haven't really got to see in on stream, but I agree with you. I mean, this is the boogeyman that many people are thinking about. It's a relatively large deck, and we saw the potential of this because we were seeing Kevin do some one shots against things like Rodans, and if there's going to be other 7-hand size characters like Pony, maybe Midoriya can find a good way to find a win here, and it would be, I think, the first time ever that that character would win an event, and here's an opportunity. But the same could be said about Pony.
Yeah, true.
So I'm excited to see how this defensive 6-hander goes. Very strong card text, 5 symbols in the world of Attune. You can't not like this character and what you're allowed to do with it and the versatility.
We'll move on now to another Godzilla, Daniel O in 4th place here. Similar ideas with having things like Unfazed and Heat Ray, just at some slightly swapped numbers. Caring more about the really tall idea of a triple Heat Ray rather than going long strings with Unfazed into the Echo. I dig that. And really focusing on the 6 checks here with Inspiring Song, Swallowed by the Abnormal, Past the Walls, finally free. So many 6 checks to be seen here. This is how we're going to be passing and playing cards. And because of how many 6 checks we actually have less City Rampages, which you talked about earlier in the day.
Yeah, I really like here as well the double Guardian of Chinatown, which we saw it have success and potency when we saw Daniel on stream play against a King Ghidorah, and it really mattered and actually led to the winning of that match for Daniel. Not surprised here to see Daniel here in the top half of the top cuts, but being in 4th place, you know, we're going to know exactly who his opponent is. And the key thing for Daniel we saw in his match was finding City Rampages early enough so that you can keep putting the aggression, but sometimes you might not, and holding on to those cards and knowing when to play them was very important for him. But very well deserved. And Godzilla's coming out in full force now. This is now the 2nd one we've seen in our top cuts, and I don't even think it's the last one. So
yeah. Biggest spice card I think here is just the self-doubt. If your move deals no damage plus 1 to your next check, you have to block Godzilla's move, and so saying if you block me, turn any of my moves into Smashing Stomp or Unfazed for an attack feels very cool. I wonder how often it was alive and well for Daniel.
Yeah, for sure. It's like a once per turn version of Unfazed, only for the next thing, but the response timing on it is really good. I like it a lot as well. We even saw the History's Greatest Monsters coming back in this version of the deck.
Yeah.
Being okay with running a couple more 3 difficulty foundations and having it matter when it comes to the health of your stage, going offensively or defensively. So only minor changes, but they can make a big difference, especially when we might have to see some of these Godzillas go against each other.
Yeah. Moving on to 5th place, we've got Ismail on Void Rodan. Saw him versus the Midoriya list, couldn't quite get his feet underneath him, but had success the rest of the day with things like Barrier Shield, Genkai's Guidance, Double Cape inside the main board, just absolutely controlling the heck out of the rivals' board until we finally cobble together an offensive swing of these very advantageous void attacks, Sweeping Daggers, Tri-Grav Beam, World's Weakest Hunter, all ideas that are so good at putting pressure on, and then Rodan's just inherent ability to stay alive. Very, very cool looking list. And again, I said it before, I'm so glad this list is actively trying to kill you.
Yeah. I think, and the biggest note I really have about this is that I think literally the matchup we saw Ismail have, where he lost to that Deku deck that we already talked about, was probably the hardest thing that he didn't want to run into at this event. And every other match, if he played against a Godzilla or a Pony or one of these aggro decks, I'm sure he probably had a pretty decent time into. But that Midoriya deck being able to actually one-shot you, not having a ton of pieces that Rodan's playing main board that answer that combo against this Phantom threat, I think this list is very well tailored to maybe take down this whole event in a field of aggro decks. But man, oh man, if it runs into that Midoriya again, it might have a bad time. So, but this list is good. He played it very well, built a very large stage, still put in a good aggression, like you said. But getting denied playing things like Rejuvenating Smash as that second card over and over and over again against the Deku deck was rough.
Yeah, this character absolutely wants to play a fair game of Universus because he plays a fair game better than any other character in the game. It's whenever you start doing these unfair things, i.e., turn my whole board sideways to give something +30/+30, that this character is going to struggle. So if he can stay away from Midoriya and his top cuts, easily could be a favorite to take down this whole event.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations to Ismail in 5th place.
Moving on to 6th, we've got, you should say it,
Granados.
There it is. Running it back with Zeke Yeager, War Chief, both the finalist and the winning character of the last regional in Louisville, with a bit of a hybrid combination of both of those decks combined together. Loved watching this player play this on stream, having multiple outlets to victory, whether it be Rock Barrage, turn your card sideways into something like a Falling Titans, or playing Knockdown Blow into a female Titan attacks to give some absolutely massive stats. Very cool idea, becoming a hybrid of both these ideas. I'm a big fan of what Granados has done here with this character.
Yeah, I think the best way, and we waxed poetic very much about this, I think it was very early on in the rounds where we got to watch this, so I do wonder what its loss ended up being in the tournament, one of these decks above it, I'm sure. But the idea being is that I think it's very much the structure, the foundational, like, design and card counts wise of what Wub was doing, but using a lot of the technical pieces that Caden was incorporating in his deck and even playing on that symbol. So this really nice melded dance between both of those decks. And you're right, as we've been told, Granados being one of the better players in the Spain local area, piloting this incredibly well on stream when we watched him play it. And so I wish him luck. 6th place is going to be a little scary, though, as we're going to be against that Midoriya deck, I think, right at 3rd place. So
yeah. Moving on, we've got Ale WT, unsure what the last initials are. 7th place on Order, Paul Phoenix. Truly the dark horse pick. The one of these things is not like the other. But having access to Rising Uppercut, this character is a monster on your rival's turn. Committing out a ton of resources if you dare play a high attack, stunning out your board on your turn, and then threatening a massive move if you turn anything else sideways. It turns Rising Uppercut into a lethal move. Combining that with things like Attack Titan's Haymaker and Patchwork Baby to, on your turn, turn the whole stage sideways. This character is very, very good at absolutely killing you.
Yeah, even like the flurry of blows here and the tavern brawl, it's just like a weird culmination of like really taking advantage of some of the high impact bombs of this character, as well as your impactful ones per turn, really able to take advantage of these decks that are also building very wide stages, i.e. the Midoriya deck, or even things like the Rodan. If you can find enough ways of committing their cards, which Rising Uppercut helps you do it on their own turn, while also having some good answers against things like Midoriya, Rising Uppercut does help block a thing like a Phantom Threat. Yeah. It's not fully lethal, right? But of course, it's just one of those harder ones about like how much is this different axis of aggro game plan going to do in the field. Coming in at 7th place, we'll see how well it does. I love this character personally, and it's really, really nice to see a character like this come back and maybe be like an aggro contender people going forward in the next couple of regionals. So
I think actually my favorite thing about this is it does have like a secondary game plan with this Heaven Piercing Ice Wall and Tavern Brawl of stun your board down and keep it frozen. That is not necessarily all in on I have to try and kill you on turn 2 by turning your board sideways. It gives yourself a little bit of breathing room to find that 6 hand size inconsistency by slowing your game plan down just enough to let my game plan thrive. I really hope we get Ali Ale, however you pronounce it, on the stream tomorrow. This is the deck that I want to watch in action.
And before I get flamed in the comments, let me correct myself. Sorry. Rising Uppercut isn't necessarily an answer to Phantom Threat because it's not a high attack. But other cards that the Deku deck are using, things like Wingnut Sabotage, it does do really well against. But we know that that's not necessarily what the Deku in this top cut is doing. But it still has that impactful of playing the attack on your opponent's turn. And this is one of the characters people talked about as soon as things like Rising Uppercut were revealed. Yeah. Of getting access to this. Giving stun doesn't do anything when it's my opponent's turn. It does if you're playing an attack on their turn, though. I agree. I'm excited to see where this goes. I even love the not being afraid of these 3 difficulty foundations and assets. And Cute Host Code also helps us as well on having
Huge
cards
card.
on defense.
Huge card for this deck. And then in our 8th place, we have, rounding it out, another Godzilla. Third one, King of the Monsters. Most represented character in the event as a whole. Most represented character here in Top Cuts. Feeling a little bit more of a traditional idea. We're seeing Determined Advance coming back, but with some spice cards of our own with things like Duel of the Ackerman and 4 copies of Walk the Dog. Looking like a bit of a low-high zone overload with Determined Advance being, Determined Advance in the mix. What's your idea here?
I want to give a huge shout out first. Alex T. Congratulations on your top cut. I think he actually broke a record in the history of UFS and Universus. I think Alex T is the youngest player to ever top cut an event. He's 8 years old. He's the son of the tournament organizer and won his winning in against a Mitchell Chimino deck to get this placement in top 8. So Alex T, congratulations on being the youngest top cut player ever, I think, in a Universus event. And you know what I think about it? It looks like we got some cool cards from our dad to play with, because this is the only Godzilla deck we see playing 4 copies of Walk the Dog and 4 copies of Determined Advance. So it looks like we might have reached into the pocket a little bit, and we're playing the good ones, right? We're playing very impactful and strong cards, while also still playing some of the new tools like Guardian of Chinatown that we saw earlier in some of the other lists, and having a hard focus on the ones that kill my opponent. Determined Advance can't ever go below 6/6. Really good against decks that are trying to mess with speed or mess with damage. Walk the Dog taking full advantage of when you tapped out to block a card like that. We know that this strategy works, and here it is in another top cuts here, while still running the cool 6-check package that we like with Titan Cliff.
I think the big card I want to showcase here is just Theo doubling down on the damage output that Godzilla can have, as well as essentially becoming Annie Lionheart 2 on defense as well. +2 to my check, and then -2 damage, depending on how you use those back and forth. I really like seeing Theo here as a little bit of an extra oomph kind of card, and that really solid 1 low block whenever you need it. Huge shout out to Alex. Hopefully, so cool making history. 8-year-old playing this game. I never want to hear this game's hard ever again. I actually just don't want to hear it. We had an 8-year-old.
Well, it's funny because literally when we were talking in chat earlier today of like, wow, Godzilla having a high representation, and the WT that you saw earlier on some of the local group, the local team, they're called Warning Team, and I think that W2 stands for them. And the Spain player base, I had so much excitement going into this event because they all build each other up as players. And we saw great gameplay throughout the entire event. So much so do they build each other up that a player like Alex at 8 years old invested into the game, playing a character like Godzilla, who's designed to be good for newer players, can have an amazing performance at a tournament like this against some of the highest caliber players in the world. And he really gets to put his money where his mouth is, going against one of the best European players of all time tomorrow, Mike Hardiman, who's Swiss champ. But it's gonna be a slobber knocker, Pony versus Godzilla, of course.
Yeah, it's gonna be dope. And if you are catching this over on YouTube as the breakout video, you missed it, but there will be VODs on the channel for every single round. If you're catching us on the VOD after we get done here tonight, me and Barrett will be back at 3 a.m. Central Time to take a peek at round 1 of your top cuts. Top 8 into top 4 into finals. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be a blast. Let us know what you think about these deck lists in the comments down below. Big shout outs to Barrett. Thank you for being on the show. If you're interested in Riftbound at all, a totally different game, go check out Riftbound Ramblings over on YouTube. I will leave a link to that in the description of all of these videos as well. Please go give him a sub to show your support to my fellow caster. With that said, man, final thoughts.
I'm excited for this. This might actually be Godzilla's time, right? We have quite a few top cuts. He had the most representation of the tournament, and I think people have always been talking about it, but we never really saw that happen results wise. And there's a lot of very strong Spain players and European players in general playing this character, and I think he can really take it down. But that being said, there are some other exciting storylines about Midoriya 6, the boogeyman that people are talking about, and Mike Hardiman playing Pony Sunatori. Getting Swiss champ is a big deal. So
Big deal.
I think anything can happen. I'm excited to see what happens, and I don't think I would be surprised if any one of these 8 players won the whole thing.
With that, you guys, thank you much for watching, and as always, I wish you well. No longer recording Twitch, YouTube. That's it for us. Good 6-hour stream. We will see you here in like 9 hours or something like that. So
7-ish or 8-ish. Yeah, 8-ish.
so we will catch you all next